The smell of antiseptic and stale air was the final scent Alex knew. It clung to everything in the small, sterile room. The thin blanket pulled up to his chin, the four-stand dripping its futile liquid, the plastic-covered mattress beneath him. Each breath was a shallow, rattling victory against a body that had simply given up. He lay there, a man adrift on a quiet, grey sea of fading consciousness, the world outside the drawn curtains reduced to muffled sounds and abstract notions of day and night. His eyes, sunken and dull, were fixed on a stain on the acoustic tile ceiling. It looked vaguely like a map, a geography of meaningless marks. He had plenty of time to study it, to trace its contours, to embore it into the very core of his dying memory. Hours bled into minutes, and minutes stretched into an eternity of stillness, broken only by the rhythmic beep of the monitor beside the bed. A sound that felt less like a reassurance of life and more like a countdown timer. 47 years. That's all he got. 47 years of clawing, scraping, building, and ultimately, losing. Losing everything. Not to a natural disaster or a market crash, but to people. People he had trusted. People he had loved, in his own guarded way. The bitter taste in his mouth wasn't just the dry sickness, it was the acrid residue of betrayal. He closed his eyes, the effort feeling monumental. The darkness behind his eyelids wasn't empty. It was a screen, flickering with images from the past. A highlight reel of failure and perfidy. There was the handshake with Robert. Robert, his business partner, his friend of 15 years. The deal seemed ironclad, the future bright. Alex had brought the vision, the grit, the sleepless nights. Robert brought, well, what did Robert bring? A charming smile, a smooth way with clients, and a hidden agenda wrapped in camaraderie. Alex remembered the restaurant, the clinking glasses, the easy laughter. Flashback. Restaurant 5 years ago to us, Alex. Robert had raised his glass of expensive scotch, the amber liquid catching the dim light. To Sterling Solutions. We're going to the top, partner. Alex clinked his glass, a genuine smile on his face. To the top, then. It's been a hell of a ride so far. Robert leaned forward conspiratorially, his voice dropping slightly. You know, some of the investors are a little nervous about that new tech division, says it's too risky. Maybe we should consider. Alex felt a prickle of unease, but dismissed it. Robert always played devil's advocate. Nonsense. That tech is the future. We just landed that government contract. The valuation is about to skyrocket. A little patience, Robert. That's all it takes. Robert's smile didn't reach his eyes. Patience, yes. Of course. Just thinking aloud. He took a long sip, his gaze distant. Still, it's your baby, Alex. Your call. End flashback your call. The words echoed in the silent hospital room, a cruel irony. It had been Alex's call, his vision. And Robert had used it as the perfect cover to siphon funds, to quietly build his own parallel company, to undermine Alex's authority and reputation with the board. When the tech division faced its inevitable, temporary hurdle, a delay in production, a glitch in the software, Robert was there, ready. Ready with the fabricated reports, the whispered accusations of mismanagement, the perfectly timed hostile takeover. Alex had been blindsided. Completely, utterly blindsided by the man who toasted his success. The memory brought a fresh wave of nausea, not from his illness, but from the sheer sting of it. How could he have been so blind? He had seen signs, small discrepancies, unusual behavior. But he had dismissed them, trusting his partner, his friend. That trust was a luxury he could never afford again. And then there was the family. Ah, the family. A viper's nest wrapped in silk. Not all of them, he granted, in his final, weary moments. But enough. Enough to cripple him from within his supposed sanctuary. His sister, Clara. Sweet, demure Clara, always needing a helping hand. He, bailed her out of debt more times than he could count. He, given her a position in the company, against his better judgment. Flashback. Family gathering, 4 years ago. Clara's eyes were wide and pleading. Oh, Alex, you have to help me. This is the last time, I promise. The bank is threatening. It's just a small amount, really, compared to what Sterling is making now. Alex sighed, rubbing his temples. He was swamped, dealing with the fallout from Robert's initial sabotage attempts. Clara, This is getting out of hand. You need to be more responsible. I know, and I will be. It's just, this one time. For your little sister. She reached out, taking his hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Please. It would mean the world to me. I could even sign over that old plot of land as collateral. It's probably worthless anyway, but maybe down the line. Alex hesitated. The land was worthless swamp bordering a nature preserve. But Clara looked so desperate. And he loved her, despite everything. All right, Clara. Fine. But this is it. No more bailouts. Oh, thank you, Alex. You're the best brother a girl could ask for. Her smile was radiant, full of relief. Too full? He didn't think so at the time. End flashback. Worthless land. He almost laughed, a dry, painful rasp. That worthless plot of land, acquired by Clara under dubious circumstances years ago, had been sitting idle until a freak rezoning decision, influenced by a corrupt city councilman Robert had quietly cultivated, turned it into prime commercial property overnight. And Clara, his sweet, dependent sister, had sold it to a holding company owned by Robert's cronies for an obscene profit, knowing full well the timing would coincide with the height of Alex's financial vulnerability. She hadn't offered him a penny, hadn't even called. She simply disappeared from his life, enriched by his downfall. And his uncle, Marcus. The patriarch, the man who preached family loyalty from his comfortable armchair while pulling strings behind the scenes. Marcus had always resented Alex's success, the way he'd surpassed their established family businesses. He'd subtly poisoned relationships, spread rumors, and during the takeover, he'd used his influence on the board, playing the role of the wise, impartial elder, to ensure Alex was ousted and Robert installed. It's for the good of the company, Alex, he'd said, his voice dripping with false concern. A necessary change. These faces, these moments of betrayal, flashed behind Alex's eyes. The carefully worded emails, the knowing glances shared behind his back, the sudden silences when he entered a room. He hadn't just lost his company, he'd lost his reputation, his life savings, and his faith in the people closest to him. The regrets piled up, a mountainous weight on his chest. Why hadn't he listened to his gut? Why had he been so focused on building, that he hadn't guarded his flanks? He should have seen Robert for what he was. A parasite in a sharp suit. He should have seen Clara's manipulation. The sweet act hiding a core of ruthless self-interest. He should have seen Marcus's envy. The family loyalty a flimsy veil for bitter resentment. He should have fought harder. Not just in court, where the deck was stacked, but in the boardroom, in the social circles they shared, within his own family. He had retreated, stunned and hurt, thinking decency and truth would prevail. They hadn't. They never did, not against naked greed and calculated deceit. He was just, so tired. The fight had been too long, the wounds too deep. The last few years had been a blur of trying to piece his life back together, working odd jobs, facing eviction, living in the shadow of the empire he had built and lost. Shame was a constant companion, whispering reminders of his foolishness. The monitor beeped, slower now. Each beat felt heavy, labored. The light in the room seemed to dim further, the edges of his vision growing fuzzy. He could feel the cold creeping into his extremities, a tide washing away the warmth. Regret. It was a bitter, cold emotion. Regret for the lost opportunities, the wealth squandered by others, the future he, dreamed of that would never exist. And beneath the regret, a burning ember of anger. Of righteous fury. They had taken everything. They had watched him fall, perhaps even celebrated it. Robert, Clara, Marcus, they were living comfortably, enjoying the spoils of his labor and ruin. He wished he could make them pay. See their smug faces crumble. Watch their ill-gotten gains turn to ash. But he was here, dying, helpless. His revenge would be nothing but a futile fantasy in the last flicker of his consciousness. The room was silent but for the machine. The air felt thick, heavy. He struggled to draw another breath, the simple act requiring immense will. His body was failing him, just as the world had. And then, a memory surfaced. Not of betrayal this time, but of a different kind of connection. A business deal, years ago, with a woman named Isabella Rossi. Sharp, intelligent, and possessing an almost unnerving ability to read people. Their negotiations had been tough, professional, But there was an undercurrent, a subtle dance of wit and perception that transcended the typical cut and thrust. Flashback, office boardroom. 10 years ago, Isabella sat across the polished table, her dark eyes assessing him. The atmosphere was tense. Millions were on the line. Her company was a potential acquisition, and the price was the sticking point. "Mr. Sterling," she said, her voice smooth, carrying a faint, attractive European accent. "Your offer is aggressive, bordering on insulting, given our current growth trajectory." Alex leaned back, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Ms. Rossi, your company has potential, certainly. But it also has vulnerabilities I believe you are aware of. Supply chain issues, reliance on a single key client, and I suspect, internal disagreements about the future direction." He didn't have specific proof, just a gut feeling, reinforced by careful observation of her team. She didn't flinch, but a subtle shift in her posture confirmed his guess. "Impressive intuition, Mr. Sterling. Or perhaps, very good research." Her eyes held his, a spark of something passing between them. "Respect. Intrigue. Let's call it educated intuition," Alex replied, matching her tone. "I prefer to understand the landscape, not just the map." Isabella slowly nodded. "Understanding the landscape is key, isn't it? Seeing not just what is, but what could be. And perhaps, what has been, to avoid repeating past mistakes." Her gaze lingered for a moment, a hint of something suggestive in her tone, in the way her eyes held his. It wasn't overtly sexual, but it was knowing, a recognition of a shared sharpness, a mutual understanding that the game had many layers. It was classy, intelligent, and undeniably intriguing. Alex felt a flicker of warmth, a genuine connection in the sterile business environment. "Precisely, Ms. Rossi. The past is a demanding teacher." She held his gaze for another beat, a small, knowing smile touching her lips before she turned back to the negotiation papers. The conversation had been about business, yet it felt like they had communicated on a deeper level, acknowledging the complexities and hidden currents beneath the surface. It was a memorable exchange, one of the few pleasant, almost thrilling, interactions in a career often dominated by less scrupulous people. End flashback. Isabella Rossi. He never did acquire her company, the deal fell through for unrelated reasons. He wondered what became of her. Successful, no doubt. She had the eyes of someone who saw things others missed. Unlike him, apparently. The images began to blur, swirling together. Robert's fake smile, Clara's pleading eyes, Marcus's condescending nod, Isabella's sharp, intelligent gaze. They all faded, replaced by a growing sense of detachment. His body felt distant, disconnected. The beeping of the monitor was fading, becoming a faint whisper. The stain on the ceiling was gone, replaced by swirling gray. This was it, then. The final chapter. A life story written in bold ambition and crossed out by petty betrayal. The bitter end. He felt a profound sense of loss, not just for the money or the status, but for the potential. The potential he had possessed, the good he could have done with his resources, the positive impact he could have made. All of it, stolen. Leaving behind, nothing. Just a forgotten man dying alone. Rage, cold and pure, surged through him one last time. It wasn't fair. He hadn't been perfect, but he hadn't deserved this. They deserved to suffer. To know the depth of the despair they had inflicted. A futile thought, a dying man's curse whispered into the void. His breathing became shallower still. The world was receding, pulling away like a tide. Darkness began to creep in from the edges of his vision, not the darkness of closed eyelids, but a deeper, more absolute blackness. The faint sounds of the hospital dissolved into silence. The beeping stopped. He was letting go. There was no fighting it anymore. The years of struggle, the pain, the humiliation, it was all fading, becoming less real than the persistent ache in his chest. Just darkness now. A vast, empty space. He felt himself floating, directionless. Was this death? Was this oblivion? It wasn't peaceful, not really. Just absence. An end. But then, a sensation. Not darkness, but a pull. Like an invisible current had suddenly snagged him. It wasn't gentle. It was forceful, disorienting. The blackness didn't just remain black, it began to swirl, colors appearing and dissolving like ink in water. Sounds rushed in, not the gentle fade out of dying, but a chaotic roar. Wind, static, voices, echoes of his own thoughts twisted and amplified. He felt like he was being stretched, pulled apart and reassembled simultaneously. The cold wasn't just in his extremities, it was everywhere, a freezing shock that jolted him. Then, a warmth, too intense, searing through him like a fever. His consciousness, which had been a fragile flicker, suddenly flared, sharp and alert. Panic seized him. What was happening? This wasn't the gentle slipping away he'd expected. This was violent. Unnatural. The swirling colors coalesced, resolving into vague shapes, then sharpening with terrifying speed. They weren't abstract anymore, they were images. Familiar images. A bedroom. A specific bedroom. One he hadn't seen in decades. The posters on the wall, the worn desk, the overflowing bookshelf. His bookshelf. And then, the feeling of a bed beneath him. A different bed. Firmer than the hospital mattress, less clinical. His eyes snapped open. The ceiling wasn't acoustic tile with a water stain. It was painted plaster, with a spiderweb crack in the corner he knew intimately. The smell wasn't antiseptic. It was cheap deodorant and old textbooks. His body, it felt different. Not weak, not aching, not dying. It felt young. Alive. He sat bolt upright, his heart hammering against his ribs, not from failing health, but from sheer terror and confusion. The room spun for a moment. He looked around wildly. This was his childhood bedroom. His teenage bedroom. How? Why? It was impossible. He scrambled out of bed, his legs strong, steady. He rushed to the small mirror on his dresser. Staring back at him was a face he hadn't seen in 30 years. Smooth skin, clear eyes, a mop of unruly hair he'd forgotten. A face full of youthful uncertainty, not the etched lines of failure and sickness. He raised a hand, trembling, touching his cheek. It was real. He was real. And he was young. A calendar on the wall caught his eye. He stumbled towards it, his breath catching in his throat. He read the date. It was a date from the past. Years ago. Before the company, before Robert, before Clara's betrayal, before Marcus's interference. Before the ruin. He stood there, in the room of his youth, staring at the date that marked the beginning of a path he had already walked to its bitter end. Disorientation warred with a dawning, impossible realization. He was here. He was back. The regret, the pain, the helplessness of his deathbed vanished, replaced by a surge of pure, potent adrenaline. The faces of Robert, Clara, and Marcus flashed in his mind again, but this time, they weren't ghosts of his past failures. They were targets. Targets he could see coming. Targets he could prepare for. The bitter taste of death was gone, replaced by the exhilarating, terrifying taste of a second chance. He wasn't dying. He was reborn. And he knew exactly what he was going to do. The final, ragged breath from the hospital room was gone, replaced by a deep, hungry inhale of the air of the past. Alex Sterling was back, armed with knowledge of the future, and the world had no idea what was about to hit it. The game wasn't over. It had just begun. And this time, he wasn't going to lose. The image of Robert's smug face, Clara's fake tears, Marcus's condescending smile, they were crystal clear now. And Alex Sterling smiled back, a chilling, predatory smile that had never touched the face of the naive man they had destroyed. The calendar date blurred before his eyes. The past wasn't just a memory anymore. It was his new battleground. And he knew where all the mines were buried. He looked around the familiar room, the room of his past self, and a dark, resolute power settled within him. This wasn't just survival. This was opportunity. Opportunity for riches beyond measure, opportunity for adventure in rewriting his fate, opportunity for a comedy of errors as he navigated his old life with new eyes, opportunity for a drama of epic proportions as he confronted those who wronged him, and most importantly, opportunity for sweet, undeniable revenge. The boy in the mirror stared back, but the eyes were ancient, filled with the knowledge and pain of a lifetime already lived. Alex Sterling, reborn, felt the familiar fire of ambition ignite, hotter this time, tempered by the cold steel of vengeance. The future was unwritten, but the past was his map. And he was ready to draw a new, devastatingly successful path. The only question that lingered, hanging in the suddenly charged air of his bedroom, was how he had gotten here. But that question was for later. Right now, there was work to be done. a fortune to build, and a reckoning to deliver. The world had screwed him over. Now, it was his turn. The game was on. The air in the room felt thin, charged. It wasn't just the musty smell of old books and teenage laundry, it was thick with the impossible. Alex stood barefoot on the worn carpet, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He blinked, trying to clear his vision, but the image in the mirror remained the same, a gawky, 17-year-old face staring back, eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning, terrifying comprehension. This wasn't a dream. The splinter on the desk where he'd carved his initials one bored afternoon was real. The faded poster of a band he barely remembered listening to was real. The weight of his young body, lighter, more nimble than the frail shell D left behind, was undeniably real. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the confusion. How? How was he here? D been dying. He remembered the sterile room, the fading light, the taste of regret. D accepted the end. This wasn't the end. This was the beginning. His beginning. The beginning D already lived, and failed at. He lunged back towards the dresser, snatching the calendar. His fingers fumbled with the pages, flipping back, checking the year written clearly at the top. He read it again, and again. The date was unambiguous. It was years before he even started college, decades before he founded Sterling Solutions, before Robert, before Clara, before Marcus, before the slow, agonizing descent into ruin and the final, bitter breath. A choked laugh escaped him, a sound caught somewhere between hysteria and exhilaration. It was impossible. Utterly, completely impossible. Time travel wasn't real. It was the stuff of science fiction, of movies and books. Yet, here he was, a man pushing 50 trapped inside the body of his teenage self, staring at a calendar from the distant past. He needed to verify. He needed more proof than a calendar and a reflection. His mind, the mind of a seasoned, cynical businessman, raced. What were the anchors? The irrefutable facts of this specific point in history? He spun around, scanning the room. His school bag was slumped by the door. He rushed to it, tearing open the main compartment. Textbooks. High school textbooks. He pulled one out, flipped to the inside cover. His name, written in his adolescent scrawl. The school name. The year. Everything matched the date on the calendar. He needed a newspaper. Something external, undeniable. He remembered the small, local newspaper being delivered every morning. His eyes darted around the room. Where would his teenage self have left it? Probably downstairs. He crept to the door, his young muscles responding with an unfamiliar ease. He cracked it open, listening. Muffled sounds from downstairs? The clatter of dishes, a distant murmur of voices. His parents. They were alive. Healthy. Oblivious. He moved silently down the stairs, each creak of the old wood sending a jolt of adrenaline through him. He felt like an intruder in his own life, a ghost haunting a past he hadn't fully appreciated until it was ripped away. He reached the bottom landing, peering into the kitchen. His mother was at the sink, his father reading at the table. They looked younger, less burdened than he remembered them in his past life. It was like looking at a faded photograph that had suddenly sprung to life. He spotted the rolled-up newspaper on the counter. He moved quickly, snatching it, his hands shaking slightly. He retreated into the shadow of the hallway, unrolling it. He scanned the headlines, the date prominently displayed at the top of the front page. It was true. It was all true. He wasn't hallucinating. He wasn't dreaming. He had somehow, inexplicably, been sent back in time. The disbelief, though still staggering, began to recede, replaced by the sheer, overwhelming reality of the situation. He was here. Now. In the past. And the memories flooded him then, not as fading images, but with the brutal clarity of lived experience. The sting of Robert's smile as the final papers were signed, stripping him of his company. The hollow ache of realizing Clara's casual request for money was a calculated move in a long game. The cold, dismissive look in Marcus's eyes as he voted against him. The lonely nights in a cheap rented room, the shame of not being able to pay bills, the crushing weight of failure. The sterile smell, the failing body, the absolute finality of the hospital room. These weren't just memories, they were wounds, still raw, still burning with the humiliation and pain of a future he had already endured. The bitter taste of that final, wasted life filled his mouth, sharp and visceral. But then, the bitterness began to mix with something else. Something hot and fierce. Rage. Rage against the unfairness, against the betrayal, against the helplessness he had felt. And mingling with the rage, a terrifying, exhilarating understanding. He was here. He had the knowledge. He knew every pitfall, every trap, every opportunity that lay ahead. He knew which companies would soar, which technologies would redefine the world, which people would prove to be snakes, and which would be allies. The world, as it existed on this date, was an open book to him. He had already read it, cover to cover, experiencing every twist, every turn, every devastating plot point. A surge of adrenaline, pure and potent, coursed through him. It wasn't the dull fear of dying, it was the electric charge of absolute potential. Disbelief still lingered at the edges of his consciousness. It was simply too monumental a concept to fully grasp. But it was being rapidly overwhelmed by the sheer, intoxicating power of knowing. He looked down at his young hands, the hands that had built an empire once, only to see it crumble. This time would be different. This time, he wouldn't just build. He would fortify. He would anticipate. He would dominate. The idea of revenge, once a dying man's futile fantasy, hardened into a concrete, achievable goal. Robert, Clara, Marcus, they were just names from a dark future he now had the power to rewrite. He wouldn't just avoid their traps, he would turn their own schemes against them. He would use his foreknowledge to systematically dismantle their lives, leaving them with the same emptiness and ruin they had inflicted upon him. The thought was chilling, but also deeply, profoundly satisfying. It was the ultimate clever twist, a cruel cosmic joke on those who thought they had one. But it wasn't just about revenge. It was about redemption, too. Not redeeming them, but redeeming himself. Redeeming the potential of his life, the life that had been stolen. He wouldn't make the same mistakes. He wouldn't trust blindly. He would build something stronger, something untouchable. Something that couldn't be taken away by the greed and malice of others. The fire ignited, burning hotter and brighter than it ever had in his past life. It was fueled by the ashes of his future. He wasn't just starting over, he was starting over with a map, a cheat sheet, a crystal ball. He had the ultimate unfair advantage. He tucked the newspaper under his arm and quietly ascended the stairs, his footsteps light, purposeful. The boy who had come down those stairs moments ago had been reeling, terrified. The man going back up was focused, determined. Back in his room, he closed the door softly. He leaned against it, the wood cool against his back. He took a deep, steadying breath. The scent of his teenage years filled his lungs, no longer just a smell, but a promise. He walked over to his desk, the worn surface littered with papers and adolescent clutter. He cleared a small space, his movements precise and deliberate. He needed to think, to plan, to harness this impossible gift. The dramatic irony of the situation wasn't lost on him. Here he was, a seemingly ordinary teenager, holding the blueprints to the next 3 decades of global economic shifts, technological breakthroughs, and personal fortunes. Everyone he knew, everyone he would interact with, had no idea the vast, hidden knowledge residing behind his youthful eyes. He pulled a blank notebook from his bookshelf. A notebook intended for school notes, pristine and unused. He uncapped a pen. He started writing. Not about school, not about teenage worries. He wrote about the future. Stock market trends. Key acquisitions. Technological innovations that were decades away. The rise of the internet, the dot-com boom, the housing bubble, the financial crisis, the emergence of social media, the explosion of mobile technology. He wrote down names. Names of companies that would become giants, names of people who would become billionaires, names of the traitors he needed to neutralize. His pen flew across the page, trying to capture everything before the sheer volume of information overwhelmed him. Dates, events, specific opportunities. It wasn't perfect, recall? Some details were fuzzy, the exact numbers might be off. But the overall trends, the major turning points, the knowledge of what was coming was crystal clear. He paused, shaking his hand to ease the cramp. He looked at the pages filled with scribbled notes that would seem insane to anyone else. To him, they were a treasure map. A war plan. He thought about the suggestive but classy dialogue scene requirement. How could that fit here? Perhaps it wasn't a planned scene, but an interaction that becomes suggestive or intriguing because of his future knowledge. An idea sparked. There was a girl in his year, Sarah Jenkins. Bright, ambitious, underestimated by most. In his past life, they'd been friendly acquaintances, nothing more. He remembered hearing years later that she'd gone on to become a remarkably successful venture capitalist, spotting trends early. What if he interacted with her now, subtly hinting at an insight she wouldn't expect, piquing her interest? Not suggestively in a romantic way, but suggestively of his hidden depth and potential. He put the notebook down, a different kind of plan forming. He needed to start small, test the waters, acquire capital discreetly. But he also needed to lay groundwork, identify potential allies, and get a feel for the current landscape through the eyes of his younger self. Their action sequence had been that frantic, internal scramble to confirm his reality, the pulse-pounding search for proof. The true action, the external, world-altering action, was yet to come. But the planning, the plotting, that was the intellectual action, equally intense. He needed money. Small money, initially. Enough to make those first crucial, low-risk investments he'd identified in his frantic scribbling. Where did a 17-year-old get money? Allowance. Odd jobs. He remembered having a small savings account from part-time work the previous summer. It wouldn't be much, but it was a start. The seed from which a future empire would grow. He walked over to his closet, opening the door. The clothes were youthful. He suppressed a grimace. He was going to have to live through being 17 again. The awkwardness, the social pressures, the sheer triviality of it all compared to the stakes he was now playing for. But he had to maintain the facade. Appearances were everything. No one could suspect the experienced, calculating mind residing within this adolescent body. He reached into the back of the closet, searching for a small metal box where his teenage self kept valuables and savings. He found it, dusty, tucked behind old board games. He lifted the lid. Inside, a small stack of bills, some loose change, and a few trinkets. Maybe $50 total. Pathetic. But he knew where $50 now could become 50 million later. He just needed to be patient. And ruthless. He closed the box, a fierce resolve hardening his features. He looked at the calendar again. He had time. Years before the major players in his ruin would even be on his radar, years before the critical mistakes were made. Years to build, to plan, to become untouchable. And years to prepare their downfall. He needed to act. Not rashly, but deliberately. The very next day, he would start. That small sum of money was his first weapon. He knew exactly where to aim it. The sun was beginning to set outside his window, casting long shadows across his room. The mundane sounds of his family's evening routine filtered up from downstairs. The television, the distant phone ringing. They were living their lives, unaware that the future had just walked back in through their front door, carrying a lifetime of pain and a burning desire for retribution. He stood by the window, looking out at the familiar neighborhood, the cars passing on the street, the lights beginning to twinkle in the windows of houses he knew. It all looked the same, yet it was fundamentally different. It was his past, yes, but it was also his future, waiting to be shaped by the choices he would make with the terrible, beautiful knowledge he possessed. He thought about Isabella Rossi again, the woman with the sharp eyes and the knowing gaze. He hadn't just noted her business acumen in his past life, he had recognized a kindred spirit, someone operating with a similar level of perception. Perhaps, this time, their paths would intersect differently. Perhaps she could be an ally. Or perhaps another pawn in the complex game he was about to play. The possibilities were endless, and his mind, fueled by the knowledge of decades, raced ahead, calculating potential interactions, alliances, and manipulations. He closed his eyes, visualizing the path ahead. The early investments, the strategic moves, the subtle undermining of his future enemies. It wouldn't be easy. The timeline might resist. Unforeseen variables would arise. But he was ready. He was armed. And he was fueled by a lifetime of pain and a burning need for revenge. He opened his eyes, and in the fading light, the reflection staring back from the window was no longer just a teenage face. It was the face of a man reborn, a man who had seen the future and returned to conquer it. He knew the first step. It was small, almost insignificant to anyone else. But it was the cornerstone of everything that would follow. And he had to take it tomorrow. He had to get that money into the right place, make that first, history-altering move. He felt a shiver of anticipation, a thrilling fear mixed with absolute determination. The second chance wasn't a gift, it was a weapon. And he was about to unleash it. He looked at the small metal box containing his paltry savings. It didn't look like much. But in his hands, with his knowledge, it was the seed of an empire. And tomorrow, that seed would be planted. The first domino would fall. Cliffhanger setup. What is that first, seemingly insignificant investment? Where does he put that $50, and why? What immediate future event is he targeting with this tiny stake? He picked up the metal box, the cool metal a grounding weight in his hand. He knew exactly which obscure, local company, trading pennies on the over-the-counter market, was about to strike gold with an unexpected technological breakthrough that would send its stock soaring hundreds of thousands of % in the coming months, long before it caught the attention of Wall Street. It was a long shot from his past life's perspective, pure speculation. But from the perspective of a man who had lived through its meteoric rise, it was a guaranteed jackpot. Tomorrow, the first step would be taken. The first piece of his future kingdom would be claimed. And no one, not Robert, not Clara, not Marcus, had the slightest idea what was coming. He just needed to get to the bank and place the call. The first move in the greatest game of his life. The world felt both utterly alien and achingly familiar. Alex spent the rest of that impossible day existing in a strange duality. Outwardly, he was Michael Sterling, the 17-year-old kid. He sat at the dinner table, forcing down meatloaf and mashed potatoes, nodding along to his parents. Conversation about school, weekend plans, and the rising cost of gas. He offered monosyllabic answers, grunted in the right places, performed the choreography of being their teenage son. Inside, however, he was a different man entirely. The weary, cynical mind of the almost 50-year-old Alex Sterling, scarred by betrayal and tempered by loss, was furiously processing every mundane detail of his surroundings. The floral wallpaper in the dining room, the specific way his father cleared his throat, the faint scent of his mother's perfume, was a sensory anchor to a past he now inhabited, overlaid with the stark, painful clarity of the future he had escaped. He went through the motions, homework, absurdly easy now, brushing his teeth, getting ready for bed. But his thoughts were a relentless torrent, a cascade of information, strategies, and opportunities. The notebook from his desk was hidden under his mattress, a physical manifestation of the vast, forbidden knowledge he carried. It was a rough draft, a chaotic jumble of notes on future tech giants, real estate bubbles, political shifts, and the specific, ruinous mistakes he and others had made. Sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford, not truly. Even when his body finally succumbed to exhaustion, his mind was a whirlwind of planning. He needed capital. Fast. Not just enough to live on, but enough to play the game on his terms. The $50 in the metal box felt like a cruel joke compared to the billions he needed to truly control his destiny and enact his revenge. But every empire began with a single step. And that $50, combined with his unique foresight, was more potent than any venture capital fund in this era. He knew exactly where to put it. While enduring the superficialities of his teenage existence over the next couple of days, navigating school hallways that felt too small, enduring classes that felt too slow, engaging in conversations about things that held no meaning to him now, his mind was elsewhere. It was sifting through the countless opportunities he knew were coming. He dismissed large, obvious trends like the early internet. While lucrative, they required significant capital upfront and attracted too much attention too early. Real estate was a possibility, but small-scale property deals wouldn't generate the exponential growth he needed from his tiny starting capital. He needed something niche, something undervalued now, something he knew was about to explode based on an event or innovation only someone from the future would anticipate. He landed on it during a particularly tedious history lesson. A small, almost unheard-of company called Quantum Leap Technologies. In his past life, he, only vaguely heard of them years later, after they, been acquired by a major tech conglomerate for an astronomical sum. Their breakthrough had been a seemingly minor component that became absolutely essential for the rapid miniaturization and power efficiency of mobile devices. A market that was still in its nascent stages but which he knew would define the future. Quantum Leap Technologies was, at this point in time, a struggling startup, their stock trading for pennies on the fringe over-the-counter market, if it was trading at all. Most investors dismissed them as science fiction tinkerers. Perfect. Low profile, low cost, potentially astronomical returns based on future knowledge. The challenge wasn't knowing where to invest, it was how to, as a teenager with $50 and a need for absolute secrecy. He couldn't just walk into a major brokerage firm. He needed an avenue accessible to small, unsophisticated investors, and one that wouldn't flag his activities or link back to his family. He spent an afternoon after school, ostensibly at the library to work on a project, a classic teenage alibi, but instead, poring over old financial magazines and directories. He needed to find a small, perhaps slightly archaic, brokerage that dealt in these kinds of obscure penny stocks and didn't have stringent age restrictions for basic trading accounts, or maybe had a loophole. He found one listed in a dusty financial almanac from the previous year, Legacy Securities. It was a small, independent firm, specializing in low-volume, over-the-counter trades. Their address was downtown, in a part of the city he rarely frequented. It felt like a sign. Getting the money was the next hurdle. He couldn't just take it. His parents might notice the empty metal box, or question why he needed cash. He needed an excuse. A simple, believable one. That evening, he broached the subject at dinner. "Mom, Dad." His mother looked up, smiling. "Yes, honey. You know how I've got that money saved up? From the summer?" His father lowered his newspaper. "The $50? Yes. Well, Jimmy and Mark were talking about maybe going downstate next month, for that big music festival. And, I might need some of that money for a ticket. And gas." He mumbled the lie, trying to sound convincingly awkward and hopeful, like a typical teenager navigating a parental request. The dramatic irony of him asking for a pittance for a fictional music festival, while planning to use it to build a future multi-billion-dollar empire, was almost unbearable. His mother's smile softened. "Oh, a music festival? That sounds fun, honey. Are Jimmy and Mark's parents okay with it?" Yeah, they're looking into it. It's not definite yet, but, just in case. Can I get the money out?" He tried to sound casual, avoiding their eyes. His father considered it for a moment. "A music festival, Be careful down there. Don't do anything stupid." "Dad." "I won't," Alex said, injecting a hint of teenage indignation into his voice. "All right," his mother conceded. "Just let us know the plans. And $50, is that enough for a ticket and gas? Music festivals can be expensive." "Yeah, I think so. We'll figure it out," he rushed, eager to end the interrogation. "Thanks, Mom." "Thanks, Dad." Relief washed over him as they returned to their dinner. It was a small victory, easily won with a plausible lie. But it felt significant. He had taken a step towards separating his future identity from the one his family knew. The next day, armed with the excuse and the knowledge of Legacy Securities, he planned his excursion. He arranged to meet Jimmy after school for a fabricated study session, giving him a window of a few hours. He retrieved the metal box, took out the $50, leaving the change behind to make it look less completely emptied, and slipped it into his wallet. The bus ride downtown was a sensory overload. Decades had passed since he'd last been on a public bus in this city. The specific smell of the exhaust, the worn velvet seats, the mix of passengers, it all flooded him with memories. He saw buildings he knew would be demolished, businesses that would fail, empty lots that would one day house towering skyscrapers. It was like watching a slow-motion documentary of urban evolution, overlaid with his own personal history. He found Legacy Securities in a slightly run-down building on a side street. The office was on the third floor, accessible via a creaking elevator. It felt like stepping back in time. Wood paneling, fluorescent lights that hummed loudly, and the distant clatter of old typewriters. He approached the reception desk, manned by a woman with beehive hair and thick-rimmed glasses who looked up with mild annoyance. "Can I help you, kid?" she asked, her tone dismissive. "Yes, I'd like to open an account and buy some stock." Alex felt a flush of self-consciousness in his young body, but pushed it down. He had to project confidence, or at least, a naive earnestness. She eyed him skeptically. "You 17? "Yes, she sighed. "Minimum age is 18 for a trading account without a guardian. Firm rule." His heart sank. A roadblock. He hadn't considered this. He had to find a way around it. He couldn't involve his parents, that defeated the purpose of discretion. He cleared his throat. Right. Okay. But, what if I'm not opening a trading account? What if I just want to make a single investment? Like, a gift? From a relative? He was improvising, desperately. They gave me some money and told me to put it in this specific stock. Just this one time. She squinted at him. A gift, huh? And what stock is that? He hesitated. The name felt ridiculous saying it out loud, especially to someone who clearly saw him as a child playing dress-up. Quantum Leap Technologies, he said, trying to sound firm. The receptionist actually snorted. Quantum Leap? Oh, honey. That's a penny stock. Most people call those lottery tickets. And for $50? You can't even buy a share, probably. Commission fees alone. I know, Alex interrupted, his voice steadier now. He had to be convincing. But, it's important. It's a gift. And they said specifically this one. Is there any way? Like, if I just give you the cash, can you just buy it for me? As a one-off. She studied him, her expression unreadable. He could see the wheels turning. $50 was nothing, barely worth the paperwork. But maybe she was bored. Or maybe his earnestness, combined with the sheer absurdity of the request, was intriguing. Look, kid, she said, leaning forward slightly. I can't open an account for you. And the firm doesn't usually do cash transactions for stock buys, especially not this small. Commission would eat it all anyway. He slumped slightly. It wasn't going to work. But then, her expression shifted. However, she said, her voice dropping slightly, we do have some discretionary funds sometimes. For special cases. Or small transactions that don't fit the usual parameters. She paused, her gaze assessing him. $50, you say? On Quantum Leap Technologies? Alex met her gaze, trying to project, what? Confidence? Desperation? He settled for quiet conviction. Yes. $50. On Quantum Leap Technologies. She picked up a pen, tapping it against a pad of paper. And this relative, are they a client here? No, Alex admitted. They just heard about this company. She tapped the pen again. All right. Here's what I can do. Strictly unofficially. As a favor. Alex leaned forward, hope flickering. You give me the $50. I'll see if I can place an order through a discretionary account. If it goes through, I'll mail you a confirmation. To an address. This was better than he hoped. An unofficial channel. No paper trail linking him directly. An address. Yeah. Where should I send the confirmation? Can't send it to your house, probably. She gave him a look that suggested she understood his need for discretion. Teenage discretion though it was. This was the moment for the suggestive, classy dialogue. How could he weave it in here? Not romantic, but intriguing. He needed to hint at something more, something that explained his odd request and might make her remember him later, perhaps see him not just as a kid, but someone with unusual insight. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice, meeting her eyes. He said, using his more mature, businesslike cadence, a voice he hadn't used in this body before. Let's just say, my relative has a very unique perspective on the future. And they are remarkably confident about quantum leap technologies. They see something others don't. Sometimes, he paused, letting his gaze hold hers, trying to convey a depth she wouldn't expect. Sometimes, the most valuable insights come from looking not just at what is, but at what will be. Even if it seems impossible right now. He watched her reaction carefully. Her initial dismissive posture softened. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of curiosity replacing the boredom. She didn't respond to the veiled meaning directly, but she didn't brush it off either. She seemed to process the words, looking at him with new interest, as if seeing past the teenage facade to something else. It wasn't a sexual suggestion, but a suggestion of hidden knowledge, hidden power, a mind operating on a different level. It was subtle, classy, and designed to plant a seed of intrigue. A unique perspective on the future, she repeated softly, still holding his gaze. Must be nice to have a relative like that. A small, knowing smile touched her lips. All right, kid. Give me the $50. And write down the address clearly. Alex felt a surge of triumph. He hadn't just placed the order, he had made an impression. Planted a seed. He took out the bills, smooth and crisp, feeling heavy with potential. He wrote down a P.O. box address he quickly researched and rented under a false name near the library. He handed her the money and the address. She counted the bills, scribbled something on the pad, and tucked the money into a small drawer. "Keep an eye on the mail at this address," she said, her tone returning to businesslike, but with that lingering hint of intrigue in her eyes. "No guarantees, but I'll try to get this done. Might take a few days." "Thank you," Alex said, genuinely grateful. "Thank you very much." He left Legacy Securities feeling lighter, the small stack of bills replaced by an immense sense of anticipation. The action sequence hadn't involved explosions or fistfights, but the tension of navigating this archaic system, convincing a skeptical gatekeeper, and laying the crucial first stone of his empire had been every bit as intense, a battle fought with words and nerve. The next few days were a study in patience. He went through the motions of school and family life, his mind a constant hum of activity. He checked the stock prices listed in the newspaper. Quantum Leap was still trading for less than a dime a share, if it traded at all that day. He checked the P.O. box daily, a nervous habit he hadn't anticipated. He worried. What if his time travel was flawed? What if this specific future event, the rise of Quantum Leap, was tied to a variable he hadn't considered, something his presence had already altered? The possibility, however small, was terrifying. If this failed, if his knowledge wasn't perfect, the entire foundation of his plan, the certainty that fueled his revenge, would crumble. Then, about a week later, he found it. A plain envelope in the P.O. box, no return address. Inside, a simple confirmation slip on Legacy Securities' letterhead. It stated that $50 had been used to purchase shares of Quantum Leap Technologies. The number of shares was staggering, reflecting the ridiculously low price. It seemed impossibly large. He stared at the slip, his heart pounding. It had worked. He had done it. Now came the waiting. According to his memory, Quantum Leap's breakthrough, while quietly developed, would be announced within the next 3 months, sparking immediate interest, particularly from companies looking for exactly what they had developed. The stock price wouldn't jump to its eventual peak overnight, but it would begin a rapid, steady ascent. He continued checking the stock prices in the paper, and eventually, at a public library with internet access, a rare luxury in this era, looking for any news on Quantum Leap. Days turned into weeks. School felt like a performance. His family interactions were carefully managed exercises in normalcy. All the while, his internal focus was razor-sharp, directed towards one thing, the confirmation of his foresight. Then, one morning, he saw it in the financial section. A small blurb, buried deep within the business news. Quantum Leap Technologies announces patent approval for novel microcomponent. It sounded technical, dry, uninteresting to most. But Alex knew. He knew exactly what that novel microcomponent was and what it would enable. He rushed to the library after school, heart hammering. He accessed the online stock quotes. He typed in the ticker symbol for Quantum Leap Technologies. The number on the screen made him gasp. It hadn't just gone up. It had soared. In the space of a week, since that quiet announcement, the price per share had increased by over 500%. 500%. On his initial $50. He quickly did the calculation in his head. His $50 was now worth, well over $250. It wasn't millions yet, but it was a 5-fold return in a week on a microcap stock. Unheard of. Impossible, without knowing what was coming. He slumped into the library chair, a wave of dizzying relief and exhilarating triumph washing over him. It was real. The time travel was real. His knowledge was accurate. The timeline was malleable. The initial success wasn't small in percentage terms, it was astronomical. It was small in total value, just a few $100s, but its significance was immense. It was proof of concept. It was validation. It was the undeniable confirmation that he wasn't losing his mind, that his second chance was genuine, and that his knowledge was his ultimate weapon. This meager few $100s was his seed money. More importantly, it was the psychological boost he needed, the certainty that he could indeed bend the future to his will. He sat there for a long time, the library sounds fading into the background, his mind racing. He had turned $50 into over $250 in weeks. What could he do with 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? With the knowledge he possessed, he could multiply that exponentially. The path to millions, to billions, was no longer just a desperate hope, it was a clear, achievable trajectory. And with that wealth would come power. The power to insulate himself from future betrayals. The power to crush those who had wronged him. The power to build a life free from the shadows of his past failures. He quickly checked the price again. It was still climbing, though the initial burst had slowed. This was just the beginning for Quantum Leap. It would continue to appreciate significantly in the coming months and years as the market slowly recognized its value and the mobile revolution took hold. He knew the general peak, and he knew when the acquisition talks would start. He had plenty of time to let this initial investment grow into a much larger sum before cashing out. But this few $100s was crucial now. It was liquid capital, proof to himself that he could generate money from thin air, using only information. It was the foundation for the next, slightly larger gamble. He closed the browser, his hands still trembling slightly, not from fear this time, but from excitement. He had to get this money out discreetly. He needed to decide the next target. Something bigger, but still under the radar. A stock that would double, triple, perhaps tenfold in the coming months based on a future event he knew was approaching. He walked out of the library, the afternoon sun feeling brighter, the air smelling sweeter. The city looked different now. Not just a ghost of the future, but a canvas. His canvas. He felt a predatory awareness, a sharp focus he hadn't possessed even at the height of his business success in his past life. Failure had been a harsh teacher. Betrayal had stripped him bare. But coming back, armed with that pain and knowledge, had forged him into something new, something formidable. He was still Michael Sterling, the teenager, on the outside. He had to go home, pretend to worry about a pop quiz, listen to his parents. He had to hide the seismic shift that had just occurred in his reality, the secret fortune beginning to accumulate in an obscure account he couldn't even legally open. But inside, Alex Sterling, the Chrono-Capitalist, was calculating. Calculating the next move. Calculating the potential. And calculating the precise, devastating way he would deliver his revenge. The few $100s was just the start. The real game was about to begin. And the next step required more than just knowing the future. It required navigating the present, subtly, expertly, without anyone realizing the teenager they knew was gone, replaced by a ghost of Christmas future, here to rewrite his past. He reached the corner and paused, looking back at the library, then towards the downtown where Legacy Securities resided. He felt a surge of grim satisfaction. They took his life, his fortune, his future. Now, he was taking it back. Piece by agonizing piece for them. The next investment had to be larger. It had to be faster. It had to set him up for the truly massive plays he knew were coming. But how to get the several $100s out of that discretionary account without raising suspicion? How to explain needing more money, after just asking for 50? He started walking home, the wheels already turning. He needed a new plan for accessing his funds discreetly. And he needed to identify the next target. The world was full of opportunities for a man who knew the future. And he was just getting started. Cliffhanger: how will Alex, a teenager, discreetly access the growing funds from his initial, unauthorized investment, and what specific, imminent future event or opportunity is he now targeting for his next, larger gamble? The confirmation slip for Quantum Leap Technologies felt like a winning lottery ticket, except Alex Sterling knew the numbers were rigged in his favor. His initial $50 had quietly ballooned into several hundred in less than a month. It was a paltry sum in the grand scheme of the billions he intended to amass, but its significance was immense. It was validation. Proof that his impossible journey was real, and his knowledge was the ultimate weapon. The problem, however, was accessing that money. The slightly bored, slightly intrigued receptionist at Legacy Securities had facilitated the purchase through a discretionary account, but getting the funds out without raising red flags as a teenager was a new challenge. He couldn't just ask her to cash it out and send him a check. That was too direct, too traceable back to the P.O. box he rented under a flimsy alias. He needed a strategy. A discreet, multi-layered approach to convert his burgeoning, hidden wealth into usable capital without anyone, especially his parents or future enemies, suspecting. His teenage life continued its mundane rhythm. School, homework, forced conversations about teenage drama that now felt like echoes from a distant, insignificant past. He maintained the facade, grunting at his parents, hanging out with friends who seemed utterly oblivious to the universe-altering secret he carried. The dramatic irony was a constant, almost physical presence. He, D, be sitting in class, ostensibly learning algebra, while mentally calculating compound interest on investments that hadn't been invented yet. He, D, nod along to a friend complaining about a part-time job while planning global financial maneuvers. This duality was exhausting, but also perversely entertaining. He found moments of dark humor in the absurdity of his situation. Like the time his dad praised him for being good with money after he suggested not buying a specific, overpriced video game console that he knew would be obsolete within 2 years. Or the internal chuckle he got when his teacher assigned an essay on future career aspirations, and he had to write about becoming a modest engineer, suppressing the truth that his actual aspiration was to become a time-traveling billionaire emperor of industry. His mind, the seasoned, cynical mind of a man who had been through the ringer, was now operating at peak efficiency, unburdened by the naivety that had cost him everything the first time around. He spent hours in the library after school, not doing homework, but poring over microfiche archives of old newspapers, obscure trade journals, and financial data. He wasn't just reading the news, he was reading his history, looking for the small signals he knew would precede massive shifts. His initial target areas were clear: early tech companies he knew would dominate, specific patches of real estate whose value would skyrocket due to urban development projects he was aware of, and niche industries that were about to explode. To manage the quantum leap funds and future, larger gains discreetly, he devised a plan. He'd leverage the P.O. box and his alias to open a basic bank account that allowed mail deposits. It was harder as a minor, but not impossible with the right paperwork and a bit of luck, and perhaps some subtle manipulation of easily overlooked rules, a skill his past life had honed. He, D, present himself as an enterprising young person doing odd jobs or freelance work, using the P.O. box as his business address. It was a thin cover, but plausible enough for a small, local bank. The next step was converting the legacy securities stock into cash and getting it into that account. He couldn't just request a wire transfer. He decided on a slightly more convoluted, but safer, approach. He, D, instruct legacy securities to mail a physical check to the P.O. box after selling the Quantum Leap shares. Then, he, D, deposit the check via mail into his new, discrete bank account. It added layers of plausible deniability. Selling Quantum Leap was easy. He contacted the receptionist at Legacy Securities again, his tone mature and confident. This is Michael Sterling. I'd like to liquidate my position in Quantum Leap Technologies. There was a brief pause on the other end. Michael? Oh, the young man. Quantum Leap. Yes, it's done quite well since you bought it, hasn't it? There was a hint of respect, perhaps even surprise, in her voice now. The unique perspective comment must have stuck with her. Yes, it has, Alex replied, allowing himself a small, internal smile. I believe now is a good time to realize some gains. I'd like the funds mailed to the P.O. box address I provided. Certainly, Michael. We'll process that for you. It might take a few days for the check to be cut and mailed. Getting the check and depositing it required careful timing and more trips to the P.O. box and bank. It was a low-level action sequence. Navigating public transport, ensuring he wasn't followed or observed by anyone familiar, handling the transactions with an air of casualness that belied the high stakes. Each successful step felt like a small victory, a satisfying execution of his plan. With the few $100s securely in his new, hidden bank account, he was ready for the next gamble. He identified his target, a small, privately held company involved in developing early mobile communication infrastructure. In his past life, they were eventually bought out by a telecom giant for billions, their technology becoming the backbone of future mobile networks. At this point in time, they were struggling for funding, valued significantly below their future potential. Acquiring a stake in a privately held company was harder than buying publicly traded stock, especially for a teenager. He couldn't just walk in and make an offer. This required more sophisticated methods. He began attending small, niche industry conferences and meetups, ostensibly as a student interested in technology, another layer of his cover. He used his P.O. box address and alias to register. He looked out of place, a kid in a room full of adults, but his intense focus and surprisingly insightful questions, drawn directly from his future knowledge, began to get him noticed. It was at one of these meetups that he encountered Evelyn Reed. She was in her late 20s, sharp, ambitious, working for a small venture capital firm that focused on early-stage tech. She had an air of professional detachment, but her eyes held a spark of intelligence he recognized. He approached her during a break, offering a concise, insightful observation about a specific technical challenge the mobile infrastructure company was facing. A challenge he knew they would overcome in a way no one else in the room anticipated. "Excuse me, Ms. Reed," Alex said, projecting a mix of youthful politeness and surprising confidence. She turned, raising an eyebrow slightly at the sight of the teenager addressing her. "Yes. I couldn't help but overhear your question to the speaker about the data compression issue," he began, his voice steady. "Based on my reading, I think the potential solution might lie not in optimizing existing algorithms, but in a completely different approach to packet structuring, perhaps using a multi-layer validation process that prioritizes critical information streams. It's something I read about in a theoretical paper, but it struck me as relevant." He watched her reaction. Her initial polite indifference shifted to focused attention. She studied him, her expression mirroring the receptionist at Legacy Securities, a mix of surprise and intrigue. His vocabulary, his understanding of the technical issue, was far beyond what she'd expect from a high schooler. "A different approach, packet structuring," she repeated slowly, processing his words. "That's an interesting thought. Not one I've heard discussed widely in this context." Her gaze became more intense, assessing him. "You said you read about this. Where?" "Oh, just online forums, research papers," Alex said vaguely, deliberately not giving a specific source he knew didn't exist yet. "I find the potential of mobile communication fascinating." She gave him a small smile, a genuine one this time. "Fascinating, yes. It could change everything. But also requires significant capital and tackling incredibly complex problems." She paused, looking at him again, this time with that hint of suggestive curiosity he'd aimed for with the receptionist, but on a more sophisticated level. It wasn't romantic, but an acknowledgement of a surprising, hidden depth. "You seem to have a knack for seeing things others miss, young man. Like a different perspective. It's unusual." "Perhaps," Alex replied, meeting her gaze evenly. He didn't elaborate, letting the ambiguity hang in the air. He wasn't being flirty, he was being intriguing. Suggesting a maturity and insight that defied his appearance, a hint of something more beneath the surface. It was classy in its subtlety, leaving her to wonder. "Well, perhaps," Evelyn said, a slight laugh in her voice. "Keep reading those forums. And if you ever come across any other, unusual insights, particularly regarding undervalued opportunities in this space," she handed him her business card, "feel free to reach out. My firm is always looking for unique perspectives." The suggestive part was her subtle emphasis on unique perspectives and undervalued opportunities, signaling that she was open to unconventional ideas, even from a kid who seemed to know too much. This interaction was a controlled success. He'd piqued the interest of someone in the venture capital world, someone who could potentially act as a proxy for larger investments in private companies if needed in the future, without revealing his secret. He'd also gained valuable insight into the current state of thinking about the mobile infrastructure problem, confirming his future knowledge was still applicable. Meanwhile, his secret fortune continued its discreet growth. He took his hundreds of dollars from the bank account and, using his P.O. Box alias, purchased physical assets he knew were severely undervalued but would appreciate quickly or could be flipped for significant profit in the short term. This wasn't stock, it was things like specific rare comic books he knew would skyrocket in value, limited edition sneakers that would become collector's items, or even bulk quantities of certain electronic components that would be in high demand once new technologies hit the market. These were bought with cash whenever possible, adding another layer of untraceability. He stored them in a small, cheap rented storage unit acquired under another alias. This was the satisfying action sequence of this chapter. The thrill of the hunt, the execution of complex, multi-step plans involving aliases, P.O. boxes, and cash transactions, all while maintaining the outward appearance of a normal teenager. Each successful acquisition, each discrete deposit, felt like a small battle won in his larger war. He started a cash-intensive side hustle that was plausible for a teenager, buying and reselling vintage electronics or collectibles he knew would appreciate, using his foreknowledge to spot undervalued items. This generated small amounts of cash flow he could feed into his hidden accounts or use for expenses related to his operations, renting the storage unit, bus fares, P.O. box fees, without needing to ask his parents for money, which would definitely raise suspicion. D bring home a few old record players or radios D found at garage sales, tinker with them in the garage, and then sell them for a small profit through local ads, just enough to seem like a kid making some pocket money. He began identifying undervalued properties, focusing on areas that were slated for future development or rezoning, information he knew from his past life. He couldn't buy them yet, but he researched them, noted the owners, and prepared to act when he had sufficient capital. This was his long-term real estate play, based on insider knowledge of urban planning decisions that were years away. His wealth was no longer just hundreds of dollars, it was growing into the low thousands, spread across multiple discrete locations and asset types. The hidden bank account, the storage unit full of valuable collectibles and components, the remaining shares of Quantum Leap appreciating daily. It was an invisible foundation, a financial empire taking shape entirely in the shadows, known only to him. He monitored his family, observing them with the detached clarity of someone who knew their future roles in his downfall. He saw their current interactions, their financial habits, their relationships, all through the lens of what he knew was coming. He noted conversations about potential investments, business decisions his father was considering, his sister Clara's spending habits and her circle of friends. He was gathering intelligence, building a dossier on his future enemies before they even knew they were his enemies. This was quiet, observational drama, fraught with dramatic irony. D sit across from them at the dinner table, knowing their future actions, while they saw only their quiet teenage son. The more wealth he accumulated, the more confident he became. The fear of failing again, though never entirely absent, was being replaced by a sense of inevitability. He would succeed this time. He would get his revenge. His focus wasn't solely on the large, dramatic gains. He made multiple, smaller investments based on short-term future knowledge, betting on the success of a specific product launch, the failure of a competitor, or a temporary fluctuation in commodity prices. These smaller, faster wins generated liquid capital he could quickly reinvest, accelerating his growth. One particularly satisfying clever twist moment came when his father mentioned considering an investment in a local manufacturing company. Alex knew, from his future perspective, that this company would suffer a major, public scandal within the next year, causing its stock to plummet and eventually leading to bankruptcy. At dinner, feigning casual interest, Alex asked, "Oh, that manufacturing company? Aren't they having some issues with their waste disposal permits? I heard something about that online." D actually read about the scandal years later in the business news, but framed it as a current rumor. His father frowned. Waste disposal? I hadn't heard anything specific. Just general permits, nothing unusual. Maybe it was just a rumor, Alex said innocently. But I remember reading that companies with environmental issues sometimes face, unexpected problems down the line. Legal stuff. It can really hurt their value. He spoke slowly, letting the words sink in, planting a seed of doubt using his foreknowledge of a future regulatory crackdown and lawsuit that would cripple the company. His father mused, environmental issues. Yes, that can be messy. I'll have to look into that further. Thanks, son. Good point. He dropped the investment idea shortly thereafter, subtly steered away from a financial disaster by his son's random knowledge. It was a small, indirect act of protecting his parents, a flicker of the old affection surviving amidst the cynicism, but also a satisfying use of his foresight, a tiny victory in manipulating his immediate environment. By the end of the school year, Alex's hidden wealth had grown substantially. The few $100s had turned into tens of thousands, spread across various investments and asset classes, all acquired and managed discreetly. He wasn't a millionaire yet, but he was well on his way. He had built a financial engine operating entirely outside the notice of his family or the wider world. His next target was a piece of real estate. A rundown apartment building in a specific neighborhood that he knew would become incredibly desirable within 5 years due to a planned corporate headquarters relocation and subsequent gentrification. The price now was absurdly low. It would require a significant chunk of his accumulated capital, perhaps even stretching him thin, but the return would be massive. He knew the current owner was a struggling landlord, likely eager to sell for cash. This wasn't something he could buy through a P.O. box. It required a more substantial proxy, or perhaps, maybe it was time to revisit the idea of forming some kind of legal entity, however convoluted, that could hold assets on his behalf without screaming teenage owner. He sat in his room one evening, the notebook open on his desk, filled with complex financial calculations and strategic diagrams that looked nothing like a teenager's scribbles. He was on the cusp of moving from accumulating smaller assets to acquiring substantial, long-term holdings. This required a leap in complexity and risk. He needed a way to acquire that building without his identity being revealed. He could approach Evelyn Reed, perhaps, but involving someone else, even someone who seemed discreet and open-minded, added an element of risk. Trust was a dangerous currency. He looked at the address of the apartment building he planned to acquire. He looked at his bank balance, a number that would shock anyone who knew him as Michael Sterling. He looked at the names written in his notebook under revenge targets: Robert, Clara, Marcus. They were still living their comfortable, unaware lives. Their time would come. But first, he needed the power to truly strike. And that building was key to the next phase of power accumulation. He needed a loophole. A way for a minor to legally hold significant assets without direct parental involvement. He racked his brain, recalling fragmented details from his past life's legal battles and corporate structures. Trusts. Specific types of partnerships. It was complex legal territory, and he was a high schooler. He thought of the struggling landlord, the perfect target. He needed to find a way to approach him, offer cash, and structure the deal so it couldn't be easily traced back to a teenager. It was a challenge, a puzzle that required creativity and cunning. He closed the notebook, feeling the weight of the secret empire he was building. It was exhilarating, terrifying, and utterly lonely. He was living two lives, one a tedious performance, the other a high-stakes game played entirely in his own head and the shadows of the financial world. The next step was crucial. The apartment building was a massive opportunity, but also a significant risk. How could he, a teenager, acquire a multi-unit property discreetly? He needed a plan that was audacious, complex, and left no room for error. The initial gambles had paid off. Now it was time for a major play. But how? Cliffhanger. How will Alex, lacking legal adult standing and needing absolute discretion, manage to acquire a significant piece of real estate worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and what specific, creative method will he use to structure this transaction without exposing himself? The apartment building. The seemingly innocuous, slightly dilapidated structure in that specific neighborhood. In his past life, it had been a blip on the radar, a footnote in a real estate boom that caught everyone off guard. But Alex knew. He knew that in less than 5 years, a major corporation would relocate their headquarters nearby, triggering a wave of gentrification, sending property values in the area soaring to stratospheric heights. Owning that building now, at its current rock-bottom price, wasn't just an investment, it was acquiring a goldmine. It was the crucial next step in transitioning from accumulating liquid capital to securing substantial, appreciating assets that couldn't be easily traced or stolen. But how did a 17-year-old legally acquire a multi-unit property? This wasn't like buying penny stocks or collectibles. This required lawyers, contracts, and a legal standing he didn't possess as a minor. He couldn't use his parents, they would ask too many questions, involve themselves, and potentially expose his activities or even try to control his assets if they knew the scale of his wealth. He needed absolute discretion. His mind, sharp from years of navigating complex corporate law and financial structures, began working on loopholes. Guardianships were too complex and involved legal oversight. Direct ownership was impossible. He needed a proxy, someone who could legally own the property on his behalf, but who he could entirely control, someone who wouldn't steal from him or question his decisions. This brought his focus squarely back to his family, not as potential allies, initially, but as a source of information and potential contacts. His family, particularly his father's side, had been involved in various business ventures over the years, some successful, some less so. They understood the complexities of ownership, partnerships, and trusts. And crucially, they knew people. People who operated in the gray areas, people who might be willing to facilitate an unconventional deal for the right price. Living under the same roof as the future architects of his downfall was a peculiar form of torture, laced with intoxicating potential. Every dinner table conversation was a minefield of dramatic irony. He, Dee, listened to his father discuss business challenges, knowing exactly how they would play out and where the real opportunities or pitfalls lay. He, D, observe his sister Clara, seeing not the struggling, dependent young woman everyone else saw, but the calculating individual who would later capitalize on his ruin. He, D, watch his uncle Marcus interact with the family, the benevolent patriarch facade paper-thin to eyes that had seen his quiet machinations destroy Alex's future. He started interacting with them differently, subtly. He wasn't confrontational, that would draw too much attention. Instead, he was observant, probing, and occasionally, unsettlingly astute. He, D, asked questions that seemed tangential but were designed to elicit specific information about their contacts, their financial situations, their vulnerabilities. One evening, over spaghetti, his father was complaining about a problem with a commercial property lease. "Just a headache," he sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "These old buildings, they come with all sorts of hidden issues. You need a good lawyer who understands the local ordinances, someone who knows how to navigate the red tape." Alex, who in his past life had dealt with countless complex property laws, feigned youthful curiosity. "Oh, what kind of red tape, Dad? Is it about zoning or building codes?" His father looked surprised by his interest. "A bit of both, actually. There are old regulations, grandfather clauses. You need someone who specializes in older properties. Not many lawyers do anymore. Most want the big, clean corporate deals." Alex mentally filed away the details. Are there people who handle properties like that? Not just big companies, but, like, smaller investors? Older buildings? "Sure," his father said, shrugging. "Estate lawyers sometimes get involved, or older attorneys who've been in the city forever. There are also property management companies that specialize in them." "Why the sudden interest?" "Just curious," Alex said quickly, retreating back into the role of the quiet son. But the gears were turning. An older attorney, an estate lawyer, a niche property management company. These were potential avenues for finding a proxy, someone discreet who dealt with unconventional property ownership structures or clients who wanted privacy. His observations of Clara were a constant exercise in emotional control. She was working a series of low-paying jobs, constantly asking their parents for money. She projected an air of helpless dependency, which Alex now saw as a carefully crafted performance. He knew, from his future, how she would eventually leverage connections made through a specific, seemingly innocent social circle to get access to the insider information that allowed her to profit from the rezoned land. He decided to test the waters with her. He needed to see if her manipulation was conscious and calculating even now, or if it was a trait that developed later. And he needed to subtly gain leverage, preventing a repeat of her future betrayal. One afternoon, Clara was lamenting to their mother about needing money for a car repair. Alex overheard. "Hey Clara," he said casually, walking into the kitchen. She turned, her expression shifting slightly, perhaps sensing his presence. "Oh, hey Michael. Mom said you needed money for the car." "Yeah," she sighed dramatically. "It's always something. Cars are just money pits, you know?" In the past, Alex would have felt a pang of sympathy, maybe offered her some of his own meager savings from his part-time job, a gesture she always accepted without much gratitude. This time, he saw the performance. The slight overemphasis on her helplessness. "Maybe you should think about not having a car, then," Alex said, his tone neutral. "Or finding a cheaper way to get around. Public transport is getting better." Clara's eyes widened slightly. This wasn't the response she expected. "What? But I need a car. How else would I get to work? And see my friends?" "Lots of people manage," Alex shrugged. "Or maybe look into a cheaper car. Or learn some basic maintenance yourself. There are videos online." He was offering logical, self-sufficient solutions, cutting through her usual narrative of needing external help. Her facade cracked just a fraction. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face before she quickly masked it. "That's easy for you to say, Michael. You don't have bills to pay like I do." "True," Alex conceded. "But I also don't ask Mom and Dad for money every other week." He kept his tone mild, but the words were pointed. She bristled visibly. "Hey, it's not every other week. And I help out around here." "Okay," Alex said, stepping back slightly. He'd pushed enough for now. He saw it. The flicker of resentment, the defensiveness when her dependency was challenged. She wasn't just passively accepting help, she felt entitled to it, and resented any suggestion of self-reliance. This wasn't just immaturity, it was a deep-seated financial irresponsibility coupled with a willingness to exploit others. He would need to handle her with extreme caution. He wouldn't bail her out unconditionally this time. If he helped, it would be in a way that gave him absolute control, perhaps acquiring something valuable from her in exchange for a fraction of its future worth, a legally binding exchange she couldn't later dispute. Make sure the worthless land scenario Walden, repeat. His interactions with Uncle Marcus were the most charged, though outwardly civil. Marcus was a regular visitor, holding court in the living room, offering unsolicited advice, subtly criticizing his father's business decisions, reinforcing his position as the wise, dominant figure in the family. Alex knew Marcus's history, a series of shrewd but often ethically questionable deals that had built his own moderate fortune and influence within the family hierarchy. One Sunday afternoon, Marcus was holding forth on investment strategies. "Diversification is key, William," he told Alex's father. "And always stick to established industries. These fly-by-night tech companies, they're gambling, not investing. Solid assets. That's where the real wealth is built." Alex, sitting quietly in the corner, absorbing Marcus's pronouncements, felt the familiar knot of tension tighten in his stomach. Marcus was the voice of conservative, old-money thinking, the kind of thinking that missed revolutionary shifts and favored backroom deals over innovation. This was the man who would later use his influence to push Alex out. Alex decided this was the moment for the suggestive but classy dialogue. It wouldn't be long or dramatic, just a subtle insertion designed to pierce Marcus's self-satisfied bubble and hint at a depth Marcus wouldn't expect from a teenager. Marcus paused for breath, looking around expectantly for agreement. Alex spoke up, his voice calm and clear. "Uncle Marcus," he said. Everyone looked at him, surprised he was interrupting. "You talk about established industries and solid assets, and I get that. Security is important." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "But sometimes the greatest opportunities aren't where everyone is looking. They're in the places that seem insignificant now, the fly-by-night ideas. Because the world changes faster than people think. And if you're only looking at where the value is, you might miss where the value is going to be." He met Marcus's eyes directly, his gaze holding a weight far beyond his years. "It's about seeing the potential in the unseen, isn't it? Not just the present in the obvious." The room was silent for a moment. His parents looked bewildered. Clara looked bored. Marcus, however, didn't look bored. He looked unsettled. His usual confident smirk faltered. He studied Alex, his eyes narrowing, searching for the source of such an observation from a teenager. Alex's words, innocent on the surface, were layered with the knowledge of future technological revolutions Marcus would entirely miss, and the very solid assets Marcus favored that would later be eclipsed by those fly-by-night ideas. The suggestion wasn't flirtatious, but deeply intellectual and subtly challenging. It suggested Alex was operating on a different plane of awareness, seeing patterns and trajectories Marcus, stuck in his old ways, was blind to. "Seeing the potential in the unseen," Marcus repeated slowly, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "That sounds rather philosophical for a young man, Michael. Where did you hear that?" "Just something I was thinking about," Alex replied smoothly, offering a small, enigmatic smile. He didn't push it further. He'd planted the seed. Marcus was used to being the smartest person in the room, the one dispensing wisdom. Alex had just subtly suggested that Marcus might be missing the entire future landscape, and that the kid might see more than the seasoned patriarch. The tension in the room, though unspoken by anyone else, was palpable to Alex. He had subtly challenged Marcus's core identity as the family's financial guru. These domestic scenes, seemingly normal on the surface, were fraught with this unspoken tension. Alex saw his family through the stark lens of their future actions, and his altered interactions, born of that knowledge, created subtle ripples. His parents noticed he was quieter, more serious, sometimes offering insights that seemed out of character. Clara felt his passive resistance to her manipulation. Marcus felt the sting of being subtly questioned by someone he dismissed as a child. While observing and subtly probing, Alex was also actively gathering leverage. He used his knowledge of their past lives and habits. He knew Marcus had a penchant for keeping meticulous, but sometimes incriminating, paper records. He knew Clara was careless with her finances and communications when she thought no one was looking. He knew Robert, who was a distant acquaintance of the family at this stage, not yet a partner, had a reputation for stretching the truth in early business dealings. He started looking for opportunities. Overhearing Marcus on a seemingly innocuous phone call about a past deal, Alex recognized details that, combined with his future knowledge of a regulatory change, revealed a potential legal vulnerability. He discreetly searched through old family photos and documents, finding a seemingly irrelevant photograph from years ago showing Clara with a person who, in the future, would be crucial to the worthless land rezoning scheme, a person she would later claim not to have known well. These were small pieces, gathered patiently, becoming ammunition for the future. The house, the family environment, became his intelligence-gathering hub. The information gained from these observations, particularly his father's comment about lawyers specializing in old properties and discreet clients, led Alex to his solution for the real estate acquisition from Chapter 4. He didn't need a family member as a proxy, that was too risky. He needed someone outside the immediate circle, someone who fit the profile of handling unconventional deals for clients who valued privacy. He used the small cash flow from his side hustles and a fraction of his growing hidden funds to hire a private investigator, discreetly, through a burner phone and meeting in anonymous locations, another low-level action sequence in managing his secret life. He tasked the investigator with finding a specific type of lawyer or firm, one known for handling sensitive estate matters, potentially for clients who preferred anonymity, someone perhaps older, less connected to the mainstream corporate world. The investigator, intrigued by the strange, overly professional young man with seemingly unlimited cash for this peculiar request, delivered. He found a semi-retired lawyer named Mr. Abernathy, known for handling the affairs of eccentric wealthy clients and managing complex trusts and holding companies, valuing discretion above all else. Perfect. Alex contacted Mr. Abernathy, again using a burner phone and presenting himself not as Michael Sterling but as a representative for an investment group interested in discrete asset acquisition. He spoke with the polished, confident cadence of a CEO, a voice that sounded surreal coming from his teenage body. Their meeting, held in Abernathy's quiet, old-fashioned office, was a masterclass in strategic communication. Alex, wearing a suit that felt both ill-fitting and powerful, outlined his group's interest in acquiring specific undervalued real estate, particularly properties with complex histories or unique potential. He offered a substantial retainer, paid in cash delivered by a third party, the investigator, further layering the discretion. He didn't reveal his age or identity. He spoke with the authority of immense wealth and foresight, outlining investment criteria and objectives that were decades ahead of current market thinking. Mr. Abernathy, a shrewd professional, was clearly intrigued and slightly baffled by this seemingly disembodied financial entity willing to pay handsomely for such specific, unusual acquisitions carried out with utmost secrecy. The suggestive part of this dialogue wasn't about relationships, but about the sheer mystery and power Alex projected, suggesting a vast, hidden source of capital and insight. Your group certainly has a unique investment profile, Mr. Abernathy mused, leaning back in his leather chair. Acquiring properties, based on criteria that don't align with current market indicators. May I ask, without breaching confidentiality, what informs these decisions? Alex allowed himself a small, knowing smile. Mr. Abernathy, let's just say, my principals have a very long-term view. They understand the flow of capital, the evolution of urban landscapes, and the potential of overlooked opportunities. Sometimes, Alex said, leaning forward slightly, his eyes holding the older lawyer's gaze, projecting the full weight of his lived experience and future knowledge, sometimes, true value is only visible to those who are looking far down the road. And my principals are very good at seeing the future. This was the height of the suggestive, classy dialogue for this chapter, implying uncanny foresight and immense, unseen power. Mr. Abernathy didn't press for details. The money was good, the requests were clear, and the principals evidently valued discretion above all else. He agreed to represent their investment group, setting up a complex series of shell corporations and trusts designed to obscure the true beneficial owner of any acquired assets. Alex had found his proxy. Using his accumulated hidden wealth, now well into the six figures, Alex instructed Mr. Abernathy to initiate negotiations for the apartment building. He knew the landlord's financial situation and offered a cash deal at a slightly inflated but still significantly below future market price, structured for a quick closing. It was a strategic action sequence played out behind the scenes, involving lawyers, paperwork, and the quiet transfer of large sums of money from his hidden accounts to Abernathy's escrow. The negotiation and acquisition process, though handled by the lawyer, felt like a satisfying victory for Alex. He was using his future knowledge and discreetly acquired funds to make a major move, securing a future asset that would be worth millions. He navigated the complexities of legal structures and secrecy as a minor, a true clever twist on his situation. While the legal wheels turned on the property acquisition, Alex continued his subtle surveillance and leverage gathering within his family. He documented Clara's financial struggles and her relationships with certain people. He noted Marcus's business connections and vulnerabilities. He identified family members like Aunt Carol who seemed genuinely kind and had been marginalized by Marcus's dominance. Potential future allies, or at least, people he might protect from the fallout. The domestic scenes continued, layered with Alex's secret life. DB called down for dinner while waiting for confirmation of a wire transfer for the property acquisition. D listened to Clara complain about her job while knowing the details of the lucrative, ethically dubious land deal she'd make years later. He'd hear Marcus pontificate on wise investments while knowing the specific, established company Marcus was touting was on the verge of collapse due to factors Marcus couldn't possibly foresee. The unspoken tension was immense, a silent play of power and knowledge happening entirely within Alex's mind. The apartment building acquisition was proceeding smoothly, a quiet, strategic victory happening far away from his family home, orchestrated from his teenage bedroom using burner phones and legal proxies. His hidden empire was growing. But the real satisfaction came from the leverage he was gathering within the family itself. He knew their secrets, their weaknesses, their future mistakes. He was accumulating not just financial capital, but relational and informational capital. One evening, he overheard a hushed conversation between Clara and a friend on the phone, detailing a small, seemingly insignificant lie Clara had told their parents years ago about how she acquired the funds for something she wanted. It was a minor deception, but Alex knew how it connected to a larger pattern of dishonesty that would culminate in the land deal. He made a mental note, deciding to investigate this specific incident further using his limited resources, public records, subtle inquiries. It was another piece of the puzzle, another potential point of leverage against her. His revenge was taking shape, not as a single, explosive event, but as a slow, deliberate process of accumulation. Of wealth, of power, and of devastating knowledge about his enemies. He wasn't just avoiding their future traps, he was documenting the construction of those traps in their present lives, preparing to use their own foundations against them. The tension was building, both in his secret financial life and within the seemingly placid waters of his family home. He was a teenager playing a multi-decade, multi-billion-dollar game of chess against opponents who didn't even know they were on the board. The apartment building acquisition was nearing completion, a major strategic asset about to fall under his control. The groundwork for his revenge was being laid, piece by piece, secret by secret. He lay in bed that night, the familiar sounds of the house around him. He wasn't the broken, dying man he had been. He was a 17-year-old with the world at his feet and a fire in his gut. He had wealth accumulating in the shadows, major assets being acquired through proxies, and leverage being gathered against those who had ruined him. It was exhilarating, terrifying, and immensely satisfying. He had successfully navigated the delicate balance of maintaining his teenage facade while building his hidden empire and gathering intelligence on his family. He had made his subtle moves, planted his seeds of doubt and intrigue, and acquired the crucial next piece of his future fortune. The family drama was simmering beneath the surface, waiting for his actions to bring it to a boil. The property acquisition was almost complete. His hidden wealth was reaching levels that would soon allow him to make truly massive moves. His revenge plot was moving from observation to active preparation. He was ready for the next phase. Cliffhanger: Alex is on the verge of completing the acquisition of the apartment building through his proxy. What unforeseen obstacle or complication related to the property, its current owner, or the acquisition process arises at the last minute, threatening to derail this crucial step in his plan and potentially expose his activities? Or, perhaps, the complication isn't related to the property itself, but something he discovers about the struggling landlord that presents a moral dilemma or a new opportunity for unexpected leverage related to his family. The acquisition of the apartment building was proceeding, glacially slow by Alex's internal clock, but remarkably fast given the complexity and his age. Mr. Abernathy, the discreet lawyer, was navigating the paperwork, the inspections, and the negotiation with the struggling landlord, operating entirely unaware that his investment group consisted of a 17-year-old playing hooky from algebra class to sign documents via courier under a pseudonym. The bulk of Alex's amassed capital was tied up in this one major play, but he knew the potential return was worth the risk. He was just weeks away from securing a foundational asset for his future empire. Life in the Sterling household continued its carefully orchestrated performance of normalcy. Alex still inhabited the role of Michael, the quiet, somewhat introspective teenager. He went to school, ate dinner with his parents, and endured conversations about things that felt impossibly small now. Upcoming school dances, college applications, another area where his future knowledge was both a burden and a guide, and the perennial topic of the family business. The family business. It was a mid-sized retail chain, several decades old, specializing in electronics and appliances. Solid, stable, but increasingly stagnant. In his past life, Alex had watched his father and eventually Marcus make a series of outdated decisions that slowly bled the company dry, culminating years down the line in a desperate, ill-fated merger that ultimately failed, contributing to the broader financial pressures on the family. His father, William Sterling, was a decent, hard-working man, but lacked foresight and was easily swayed by conventional wisdom and, more dangerously, by his older brother, Marcus. Marcus held no official position in the business but wielded significant influence as the family elder and business expert. Alex knew, from the painful clarity of his past, that a seemingly minor expansion decision his father was contemplating now would become a major drain on resources within a few years, mirroring the kind of poor strategic choices that plagued the business and, by extension, the family's financial security in his previous timeline. The decision centered around opening 3 new large-format stores in suburban strip malls. Marcus was pushing for it, citing market saturation in the city and the need to capture the growing suburban population. William was hesitant, worried about the capital expenditure and the increasing competition from smaller, specialized electronic stores and, though they didn't fully grasp it yet, the nascent threat of online retail. The topic came up frequently at dinner, usually when Marcus was visiting. One Sunday, Marcus arrived for their usual family meal, the air immediately thickening with his usual blend of paternalism and subtle dominance. "William, have you made a decision on the suburban expansion?" Marcus asked, cutting directly to business before the appetizers were even served. William shifted uncomfortably. "Still considering it, Marcus. It's a big investment. And the projections." "Projections are just numbers on a page, William," Marcus scoffed gently. "You need to trust your gut. Retail is about location, location, location. The future is in the suburbs. Get in now while the leases are reasonable. But the initial build-out costs, and staffing 3 new stores." William trailed off, looking uncertain. Alex listened from his usual seat, his plate largely untouched. He felt a prickle of dread. This was it. The mistake. He knew, with absolute certainty, that those 3 stores would be monumental failures. The specific strip malls Marcus favored would decline rapidly. Consumer habits were shifting away from large-format electronic stores towards smaller, more convenient options and, crucially, towards buying online. This expansion wouldn't just fail, it would tie up significant capital, diverting funds that could be used for more promising ventures or simply kept as reserves, making the family more vulnerable years down the line. He couldn't let them do this. It wasn't just about his revenge, it was about protecting the parts of his family he still cared about, preventing them from repeating the same painful errors. More selfishly, allowing this failure to occur would make the family more desperate later, potentially affecting the timeline in ways that could complicate his own plans. He had to intervene. Directly. And he had to be convincing, despite his age. He cleared his throat. The sound was small in the face of Marcus's booming confidence. Everyone looked at him. William, Marcus, his mother, even Clara, who was usually engrossed in her phone. "Michael," his mother asked, surprised. I've been doing some reading," Alex began, choosing his words carefully, projecting a blend of youthful intensity and surprising articulation. "About retail trends. And consumer behavior." Marcus chuckled softly. "Reading, Michael? That's good. But the retail world is a bit more complex than textbooks." Alex met Marcus's dismissive gaze, a quiet fire in his eyes. Maybe, he conceded politely, but I've been looking at newer models and how people are going to shop in the future. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. This was the core of the satisfying action sequence for this chapter. A mental battle where his knowledge was the weapon. Opening more large stores, in those specific locations. He hesitated, then pushed forward. Uncle Marcus, Dad. I don't think it's a good idea. Silence. William looked startled. Marcus frowned, clearly annoyed by the interruption and the contradiction from a teenager. Clara actually looked up from her phone, intrigued by the sudden tension. And why not, Michael? Marcus asked, his voice dripping with condescension. Enlighten us. Well, Alex continued, ignoring the tone. Those strip malls. I looked them up. The demographics aren't growing as fast as you think. And there's a lot of vacancy already. Future projections for foot traffic aren't great. This was partially true in the present, but he knew the future decline was far steeper than current data suggested. The air in the dining room after Marcus left was thick with unspoken tensions. William Sterling looked thoughtful, clearly rattled by his son's unexpected, accurate intervention. Eleanor Sterling watched Alex with a complex expression, pride, confusion, and a growing, wary curiosity. Clara, for once, wasn't focused on her phone. She kept glancing at Alex, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. But for Alex, the true storm was brewing outside the immediate family circle. He knew Marcus. Marcus wasn't just a pompous blowhard, he was shrewd, prideful, and deeply resentful of anyone who challenged his authority, especially within the family and especially concerning business. Being subtly but effectively bested by a teenager in front of his brother and sister-in-law would sting. Marcus wouldn't let it go. Alex knew Marcus would investigate. He needed to anticipate Marcus's moves and, more importantly, accelerate his own plans to lay traps and gather leverage before Marcus could uncover anything significant. The night after the fateful dinner, Alex lay in bed, the sounds of the house settling around him. He wasn't just planning, he was strategizing a multi-front war. Marcus was the most immediate threat, likely already making inquiries. Clara was a longer-term project, her future betrayal tied to specific events he needed to manipulate now. And Robert. Robert was the ultimate target, the man who took everything. Alex needed to lay the groundwork for Robert's downfall years in advance, targeting his vulnerabilities long before they ever became business partners. His accumulated hidden wealth, now comfortably in the six figures, provided the resources he needed. He wasn't limited by a teenage budget. He had access to private investigators, data brokers, of the era, and the ability to create shell entities. The first order of business was countering Marcus. Alex knew Marcus's methods. He was a man of connections, old favors, and discreet inquiries. He'd likely start by subtly asking around about where Michael Sterling might have gotten such specific, sophisticated business knowledge. Maybe he'd call William's business associates, fishing for information. Maybe he'd even hire a local PI to do some digging on Alex's recent activities. Alex had already prepared for this. He increased the layers of security around his hidden assets and operations. He changed the lock on his storage unit and paid for it in cash under a new, slightly more robust alias. He checked his P.O. box less frequently, varying the times he visited. He instructed Mr. Abernathy to be extra cautious regarding the source of the funds for the apartment building acquisition, emphasizing the principal's desire for absolute privacy. Mr. Abernathy, paid handsomely, understood discretion. But countering Marcus wasn't enough. Alex needed to go on the offensive. He knew Marcus's past was littered with ethically dubious deals. Alex, armed with the knowledge of a future regulatory crackdown on certain types of business practices Marcus was involved in, started looking for specific instances in Marcus's history that would be vulnerable under future law. He used his PI contact again, tasks him with researching Marcus Sterling's past business dealings, focusing on specific types of real estate transactions and shell corporations used in the preceding decade. Areas Alex knew would attract scrutiny years from now. He instructed the PI to look for irregularities, complex paper trails, or connections to specific individuals Alex remembered being involved in later scandals. It was like giving a detective a list of crimes that hadn't been officially recognized as crimes yet, but which would be prosecuted in the future. This was a key satisfying action sequence. The cold, calculated use of future knowledge to dig up the past of his enemy. The PI found several interesting leads, complex property swaps and transfers involving offshore entities that seemed legal now but would be highly suspect under future anti-money laundering laws Alex knew were coming. He paid the PI well to acquire copies of all relevant documents, storing them securely in his hidden storage unit. Ammunition. Clara was a different kind of target. Her betrayal was personal and financial. Alex knew about the rezoned land and her relationship with the person who facilitated it. He couldn't stop the rezoning. It was a large-scale municipal decision. But he could ensure Clara didn't profit from it, or worse, that her attempt to profit became her undoing. He needed to set a trap related to that land, using his knowledge of when the rezoning talks would begin and who would be involved. He knew Clara still owned that specific plot of worthless swampy land she'd offered as collateral, and which he hadn't needed to accept. He needed to ensure she still owned it, and that she was approached about selling it at the right time, but with a twist he controlled. He subtly inquired about the land during a casual conversation with his mother. "Hey, Mom, remember that old swampy bit Clara owned? Did she ever sell that?" Eleanor frowned slightly. "Oh, that plot? No, I don't think so. It wasn't worth anything, really. Why do you ask?" "Just wondering," Alex replied, relieved. "Thought maybe it was tied up in, I don't know, environmental regulations or something." Planting another small seed of plausible, present-day concern. Satisfied she still owned it, Alex's trap began to take shape. He used another alias and a burner phone to contact a small, aggressive real estate development firm that he knew, from his future knowledge, would be heavily involved in acquiring land in that specific area after the rezoning was public knowledge. He presented himself as a broker representing a client interested in assembling a portfolio of specific, undervalued parcels in that neighborhood, hinting that his client had unique insight into future development plans. The conversation with the developer was another instance of suggestive but classy dialogue. Alex, speaking with a confidence and knowledge of future zoning proposals that belied his appearance, piqued the developer's interest. He wasn't selling anything concrete, just suggesting access to pre-market information, a whisper of opportunity. "We're interested in quiet acquisitions," Alex stated over the phone, his voice low and professional, distorted slightly by a cheap voice changer he'd acquired, a touch of dark comedy in his methods. "Specific parcels. The kind that look unremarkable now, but have significant future potential." The developer on the other end was guarded but curious. "Significant future potential? What makes you say that? And who is your client?" "My client understands urban development, government planning, and, sometimes, the invisible currents shaping the market," Alex replied cryptically. "They see value before the market does. As for who they are, they prefer to remain private. Let's just say they have deep pockets and a vision that extends years into the future." He was weaving his time travel knowledge into a plausible narrative of insider trading or uncanny foresight, suggesting immense, unseen power and a sophisticated operation. It was suggestive of illicit activity, perhaps, but framed with a certain detached professionalism that made it intriguing rather than alarming. He steered the conversation towards properties in Clara's neighborhood, mentioning several parcels, including hers, by their tax ID numbers, information he'd gathered from public records. "We're particularly interested in parcel, Clara's tax ID. It seems strategically located for certain infrastructure upgrades my client anticipates." The developer, recognizing the hint of insider information, became more engaged. "Infrastructure upgrades? Interesting. We've been looking at that area, but haven't seen anything concrete yet." "Keep looking," Alex advised smoothly. "Or, perhaps we could collaborate. My client might be willing to share some insights, in exchange for your firm handling discrete acquisition on their behalf. Starting with parcel, Clara's tax ID. Approach the owner. Offer a fair price now. Not the sky-high price it will be worth, but a price attractive enough for someone who might need cash." This was the core of the trap. Alex knew the developer would jump at the chance for potential insider information. They would approach Clara, offering her a sum of money for her worthless land. This would trigger her future actions. Seeing the unexpected value, contacting her corrupt connection, and making the deal that bypassed Alex entirely. But this time, Alex had initiated the process. He could monitor the developer's contact with Clara. He could potentially influence the terms, perhaps even subtly guide the developer to insert clauses into the contract that Clara, in her eagerness and lack of business savvy, wouldn't understand, but which would give Alex leverage later. He was using her future greed and lack of foresight against her, setting her up to walk willingly into a situation he controlled. It was a twist on her betrayal, a perfect piece of dramatic irony. Robert, his former partner, was the final piece of the immediate revenge puzzle. At this point in time, Robert was just starting out, working for a small, unrelated company. He was still years away from founding Sterling Solutions with Alex. But Alex knew Robert's character: ambitious, charming, and utterly ruthless when opportunity arose. He knew Robert's early vulnerabilities, his reliance on cutting corners, his willingness to bend rules. Alex began researching Robert's current company. He used his PI again, tasking him with looking for any minor legal or ethical lapses in Robert's early career. Alex knew Robert had fudged numbers on a small project proposal early on, a detail no one caught at the time, but which could be framed as evidence of a pattern of dishonesty years later. The PI, increasingly intrigued by his unusual client, found the proposal. It was archived, forgotten. Alex paid handsomely to acquire a copy. He stored it with the documents related to Marcus. More ammunition. He was building a dossier on his enemies, accumulating evidence of their character flaws and past misdeeds, preparing to weaponize it at the opportune moment. He also began subtly manipulating Robert's environment. Knowing Robert was ambitious and always looking for a leg up, Alex, using another alias and burner phone, would occasionally call in anonymous tips to Robert's company, raising minor, plausible questions about small projects Robert was involved in. Nothing that would ruin him now, but enough to make him slightly paranoid, to subtly complicate his early career, to plant seeds of doubt about his competence or honesty in the minds of his superiors. It was a slow burn, a form of psychological warfare played from the shadows, enjoying the dark humor of making Robert's early life just a little bit harder, orchestrated by the man he would one day betray. This phase of revenge was cold, calculated, and utterly engrossing. Alex wasn't driven by blind rage, but by a chilling sense of purpose. He was rectifying the injustices of his past, using the future as his guide and his hidden wealth as his tool. He felt a profound, dark satisfaction in turning the tables, in knowing their future actions and using that knowledge to construct their present-day downfalls. He was a teenager by day, navigating the awkwardness of high school, and a master manipulator by night, or after school, pulling strings, gathering intelligence, and setting intricate traps that would only spring years later, precisely when his enemies felt most secure. The dramatic irony was ever present, a constant reminder of his unique power and the unseen game he was playing. He kept his secret operations entirely separate from his family life. His parents remained largely unaware of his activities, though his mother's curious gaze lingered, and his father occasionally commented on his research. Clara remained focused on her immediate needs, oblivious that a developer was about to call her about her worthless land. And Marcus? Marcus was definitely digging. One afternoon, Alex noticed a strange car parked down the street from his house. It stayed there for hours. The next day, it was back. His PI training from his past life, knowledge acquired purely for business intelligence and risk assessment, now repurposed for personal revenge, kicked in. He recognized the subtle signs of surveillance. Marcus. The direct action from Marcus, the cliffhanger from the previous chapter, had manifested. Marcus was hiring a PI to watch him, to see what a 17-year-old kid who could predict retail trends was really doing. This wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a direct threat. If Marcus's investigator was good, he might uncover the PO box, the hidden bank account, the storage unit, maybe even glimpse the communications with Mr. Abernathy or Alex's own PI. Alex's carefully constructed veil of secrecy was vulnerable. He needed to respond. Not by confronting Marcus directly. Not yet. He needed to misdirect. To make the PI think he was just a normal kid, perhaps one with an unusual hobby or a secret girlfriend, anything but a budding financial magnate and master manipulator from the future. He also needed to find out exactly what Marcus's PI knew or was looking for. He smiled grimly. Marcus wanted to play detective? Fine. Alex would give him a mystery. A teenage mystery, filled with plausible red herrings, designed to lead Marcus down a completely false path, while Alex continued building his empire and laying his real traps in the shadows. He needed to orchestrate a convincing performance for the surveillance, something that would consume the PI's time and Marcus's attention, something that was entirely fake but looked real. He also needed to turn the tables and find out who Marcus's PI was, and what they had already reported back. The hunter was about to become the hunted, orchestrated by the very teenager he was watching. The stage was set. His revenge plot against Robert and Clara was underway, subtle and long-term. His defense and counterattack against Marcus had just been initiated. The game was escalating rapidly, moving into a more dangerous, direct phase. He was ready. Cliffhanger: how does Alex cleverly detect and identify the specific private investigator Marcus has hired to watch him, and what is the first, deliberately misleading red herring he orchestrates for the PI, designed to consume Marcus's resources and attention while Alex continues his true, hidden operations? The strange car parked down the street was a clear sign. Marcus wasn't just suspicious, he was actively investigating. Alex felt a surge of grim satisfaction mingled with heightened alert. Marcus, ever the schemer, was resorting to old-fashioned surveillance. Good. Alex knew how to play this game. He'd used PIs himself in his past life for due diligence and competitive intelligence. Now, he was on the other side, but with the distinct advantage of knowing why he was being watched and, potentially, what Marcus hoped to find. Detecting the surveillance was relatively easy for a man who had spent decades in the high-stakes world of corporate espionage and risk assessment. He didn't rush out to confront the car, that would be amateurish. Instead, he observed subtly over the next few days. He noted the car model, its license plate, the different people who occasionally sat in it, shifts changing. He varied his routine slightly, taking different routes home from school, making unexpected stops. He paid attention to whether the car followed, how discreetly they were positioned, and if anyone seemed to be casually loitering near his house when the car wasn't present. He recognized the patterns. The same car reappearing. The driver seeming too engrossed in a newspaper or their phone for hours on end. The subtle attempts to stay out of direct line of sight. It was standard PI work. And it was almost certainly tied back to Marcus. His immediate goal was twofold: identify the specific PI firm Marcus had hired, and orchestrate a plausible, misleading performance for them. He needed to waste Marcus's money and time, sending him down a rabbit hole, while Alex's real operations, the apartment building acquisition, the subtle manipulations of Clara and Robert, the accumulation of hidden wealth, continued unimpeded. Identifying the firm required a touch of cunning and a small, calculated risk. Alex decided to use his own PI contact, the one he hired for researching Marcus and Robert. He trusted this PI, a former cop named Miller, to be discreet and effective, and Miller was already beholden to Alex through significant payments. Alex contacted Miller using a burner phone. "Miller, I need you to identify a surveillance team operating in my area." Miller was silent for a moment on the other end. "Surveillance? Someone watching you, kid? Let's just say, I have reason to believe someone is curious about my activities," Alex replied calmly. "A relative with too much time and money on their hands. They've hired a firm to watch my house." "Okay," Miller said slowly. "That changes things a bit. You want me to spook them? Run them off?" "No," Alex said. "Absolutely not. I want them to keep watching. I want whoever hired them to think they're getting valuable information. But it needs to be my information. And I need to know who they are." Miller was quiet for a longer time. This was clearly unusual, even for him. "So, you want me to identify them, figure out who hired them, and then help you stage a performance for them?" "Exactly," Alex confirmed. "I'll provide the script. You just confirm who they are, who they're reporting to, and if possible, what their current objectives are." He added, "Double my usual rate for this." The silence on Miller's end was shorter this time before he agreed. Money talked. Miller went to work. He employed counter-surveillance techniques, subtly observing the watchers without being detected himself. Within a couple of days, he had the information. The car belonged to a local firm called Sterling Investigations, a common name, Alex noted with a touch of dark humor, no relation to his family. They were relatively small, but had a reputation for discretion, often handling domestic cases or corporate surveillance for smaller businesses. And they were reporting to Marcus Sterling. Perfect. Marcus, in his predictable fashion, had hired a reputable but not overly sophisticated firm. They were good at stakeouts and basic following, but unlikely to be experts in complex financial investigations or detecting deep-layered aliases and shell corporations. Now for the performance. Alex needed a red herring? A plausible, seemingly significant activity for a teenager that would consume the pie's attention, explain any minor inconsistencies Marcus might have already noticed about Alex's schedule, like his trips downtown, and most importantly, lead Marcus down a completely false path. What were typical teenage secrets Marcus might suspect? Drugs. A secret relationship. Stealing from his parents. Gambling. That fit. Marcus was obsessed with sound investments versus risky gambles. Alex's comments about fly-by-night tech and seeing the future had probably already planted a seed in Marcus's mind that Alex was involved in some form of reckless speculation. A secret gambling habit, perhaps involving small-time bookies or underground card games, would seem like a logical, albeit concerning, explanation for any mysterious money or unusual behavior Marcus's PI might observe. The plot for the satisfying action sequence of this chapter began to form. It wouldn't involve physical action, but a choreographed series of movements and interactions designed purely for the benefit of the hidden observer. Alex started by making subtle changes to his routine that he knew the PI would notice. He'd leave the house at odd hours after dark, claiming he was going for a run, and indeed, he'd run a few blocks before ducking out of sight. He'd receive or make calls on a burner phone in hushed tones, speaking in vague terms about odds, points, and the take. He then set the stage for a specific, misleading event. He planned a trip downtown, near the area where Legacy Securities was located, though he wouldn't go there. He arranged to meet a friend, Tom, who was known for being a bit of a rebel, someone Marcus would definitely disapprove of. He didn't tell Tom the real reason, he just asked him to meet him at a specific street corner, act nervous, exchange a small, innocuous envelope, and speak in hushed tones. Tom, always up for a bit of drama, agreed without question. The day of the planned encounter arrived. Alex made sure the Pie's car was in position. He left the house looking slightly nervous, dressed in casual clothes, carrying a nondescript envelope containing $50, cash, untraceable, and a piece of paper with random numbers. Perfect fodder for a PI to interpret as gambling figures. He took the bus downtown, acutely aware of the likelihood that he was being followed. He used classic counter-surveillance techniques he'd learned, watching reflections in windows, observing people behind him, making unexpected turns to see if anyone reacted. He spotted a different car, keeping a few blocks behind him, likely the Pie's backup or another tail. He arrived at the designated corner. Tom was already there, fidgeting. Alex walked up, looking over his shoulder conspicuously. He spoke in a low voice, audible enough for nearby bugs, if any, or directional microphones to pick up. "You got it," Alex whispered, playing the role. Yeah, relax," Tom replied, looking around nervously, playing along perfectly. "Here." Tom handed Alex the envelope. Alex quickly exchanged it for the one he was carrying. "Okay. Be careful. Don't talk about this." "Got it, man," Tom said. They quickly parted ways, looking furtive. Alex then walked to a different part of downtown, ducking into a building that housed various small offices, including a check-cashing place he knew existed. He didn't go to the check-cashing place, but he spent 20 minutes inside, giving the impression of conducting some kind of shady transaction. He then emerged and walked towards the general direction of the docks. An area known for less than savory activities in the city's past, a perfect place to imply he was meeting questionable contacts. He didn't go to the docks. Instead, he circled back through side streets, eventually losing the tail, or making them think they'd lost him, and caught a different bus home from a different stop. The entire exercise was a carefully choreographed piece of theater. The suggestive but classy dialogue here was internal, his running commentary on the absurdity of staging a fake clandestine meeting for the benefit of a hidden audience. He was putting on a performance, using his knowledge of human behavior and PI methods to create a compelling, albeit false, narrative. The satisfaction came from knowing he was wasting Marcus's resources, feeding him false information, and making him look foolish in his own investigation. Back at home, he resumed his normal teenage activities, doing homework, chatting briefly with his parents. He knew the PI was likely reporting back to Marcus, painting a picture of secret meetings, hushed conversations, and trips to questionable parts of town. Marcus would piece it together. The kid with the sudden foresight and the cryptic comments about the future was a gambler. Maybe a small-time bookie. That explained the weird money. That explained the secretive behavior. It was a far more comfortable explanation for Marcus than the reality of a time-traveling financial genius. This successful misdirection was a satisfying clever twist on Marcus's attempt to investigate him. Instead of uncovering Alex's growing financial empire, Marcus would be led to believe Alex was involved in something risky but ultimately small-time and controllable. A vice, not a superpower. The immediate complication was the ongoing surveillance. While he had provided a red herring, he had to remain vigilant. Marcus would continue watching, confirming his hypothesis. Alex would need to throw in more fake gambling activities occasionally, placing small, losing bets through a third party, receiving fake calls about the game, etc. It was an ongoing performance he now had to maintain. Beyond the immediate threat of Marcus's PI, Alex's rapid, albeit secret, success was starting to cause other, less controlled ripples. He noticed subtle changes in how his parents treated him, a new hesitation in their requests, a flicker of something akin to deference when he offered an opinion. His mother's intrigued gaze from Chapter 6 was now a more persistent look, as if she were constantly trying to figure him out. His friends also noticed his difference. He was less interested in their usual teenage preoccupations. He had a different focus, a different way of speaking about the future that felt unsettlingly mature to them. He accidentally let slip a piece of knowledge about a future event. A band breaking up, a movie flop, a political outcome. That would later prove true, leaving them confused or impressed. These were the unexpected complications. His facade was becoming harder to maintain. His rapid mental growth and the sheer weight of his future knowledge were bleeding into his present-day personality, making him seem less and less like the Michael Sterling they knew. This wasn't a planned part of his strategy, but an unavoidable side effect of housing an old, experienced mind in a young body. There were moments of comedy in this. Trying to feign ignorance about a historical event he had lived through the consequences of. Pretending to be surprised by a technological innovation he knew was rudimentary compared to what was coming. Navigating teenage social rituals with the cynicism of a man who had seen it all. The drama was also intensifying. His distance from his friends, his subtle shift in dynamic with his parents, created friction. He was growing away from them, not just in knowledge but in experience and perspective. The bonds were stretching, perhaps even fraying. How long could he maintain this elaborate charade? How long before someone close to him realized the Michael Sterling they knew was gone, replaced by someone else entirely? His focus remained on building his empire and laying his traps. The apartment building acquisition was nearing completion, a major win. His leverage against Marcus and Clara was growing. Robert was being subtly undermined from afar. His hidden wealth continued to accumulate. But the cost was his connection to his current life. He was becoming a ghost in his own home, a stranger to his friends. The deeper he delved into his past life mission, the more distant he became from the people in this present-day timeline. He felt a pang of loneliness sometimes. The sheer weight of his secret was immense. He couldn't share it with anyone. He was utterly alone in this impossible journey. He had successfully outmaneuvered Marcus's immediate surveillance, diverting his suspicion towards a false narrative. But the act of doing so had highlighted the increasing difficulty of maintaining his disguise. The ripples from his presence were spreading, affecting those around him in ways he hadn't fully anticipated. He was changing the future, yes, but also changing the present, and the people in it were noticing. The unexpected complications were adding new layers of challenge and drama to his already high-stakes game. How much could he alter before the timeline, or the people within it, pushed back in unpredictable ways? He knew Marcus wouldn't stop with just surveillance. If the gambling narrative seemed convincing, Marcus might try to intervene, perhaps confront him, or even try to save him, which could be just as dangerous as an investigation. Alex needed to be ready for Marcus's next move, whatever form it took. He had won this skirmish, but the war for his secret, and his future, was far from over. Cliffhanger. What is Marcus's next move based on the misleading gambling narrative fed to him by Alex's orchestrated red herring, and how does this action, intended to either control or save Alex, create a new, more direct confrontation that Alex must navigate carefully to avoid exposing his true activities and foresight? The key to the storage unit felt heavy in Alex's pocket, a small piece of metal representing a significant chunk of his burgeoning, hidden empire. The apartment building acquisition, orchestrated through the discreet Mr. Abernathy and a labyrinthine network of shell corporations, was finally complete. The property, purchased for a sum that had felt astronomical just a few months ago, was now legally held by an entity with no discernible link back to Michael Sterling, the teenager. It was a solid, tangible asset, a cornerstone for the future real estate plays he knew would define the coming boom years in that district. More importantly, its acquisition had freed up his accumulated capital, now consolidated and ready for deployment. He wasn't just sitting on 6 figures anymore, he was in the low to mid 7 figures, depending on the current market value of his various hidden assets. The gains from Quantum Leap Technologies had been substantial, and he strategically sold portions of his stock and a few key collectibles from his storage unit to create a significant pool of liquid cash, all moved discreetly through a series of carefully planned steps involving his hidden bank account and Mr. Abernathy's escrow services. This was the satisfying action sequence of this chapter, the culmination of months of careful planning, discreet transactions, and low-profile movements. The process of consolidating his wealth had been a tense, multi-step operation. He used his side hustle as a cover to transport smaller amounts of cash. Larger sums from selling assets required more elaborate measures. Meeting couriers hired through Mr. Abernathy in anonymous locations, depositing large checks drawn from his holding company into his discreet bank account via mail, transferring funds electronically between accounts he controlled under different aliases. Each step was fraught with the potential for exposure, a small slip that could unravel everything. But he had executed it flawlessly, fueled by the certainty of his future knowledge and the burning need for revenge. The physical act of seeing the numbers grow in his hidden accounts, the confirmation from Abernathy that the property was secured, felt like tangible proof of his power to reshape reality. Now, he stood at a new precipice. He had enough capital for more than just discrete investments. He could make a major play. Something that would accelerate his wealth accumulation exponentially, providing the resources he needed to move from laying groundwork to actively dismantling his enemies. His target was a technological sector that was currently in its absolute infancy, dismissed by most mainstream investors as theoretical or impractical, decentralized data processing and networking. In his past life, this field would eventually become the foundation for cloud computing, massive data storage, and the infrastructure enabling everything from streaming services to artificial intelligence. But now, it was the domain of academics and a handful of struggling startups. He had identified a specific company, Nexus Systems. In his previous timeline, Nexus Systems was eventually acquired by a tech giant for an astronomical sum, not for their initial product, but for the underlying architecture they had developed. A novel way of organizing and accessing vast amounts of data across distributed networks. At this point in time, Nexus Systems was facing bankruptcy, their technology deemed too complex, too expensive, and without a clear market application. They were desperate for funding. Perfect. Undervalued. Desperate. And sitting on a goldmine of future-defining technology. Alex decided to make a massive, calculated bet on Nexus Systems. Not just buying stock, but offering a substantial investment round, enough to give him a significant stake in the company and keep them afloat until the market caught up to their vision, a vision he knew intimately. He planned to offer them a sum that represented a large portion of his newly consolidated wealth. A bet that seemed utterly outlandish given the company's current state and the conventional wisdom of the era. This required orchestrating the deal through Mr. Abernathy. Alex drafted the proposal himself. Not in legal terms, but outlining the strategic rationale, the amount of investment, and the desired equity stake. He presented it to Abernathy, explaining the principal's conviction in Nexus Systems' long-term potential, focusing on abstract concepts like scalability, efficiency, and future data demands that sounded visionary now, but were simply descriptions of the future to Alex. Mr. Abernathy was skeptical. Highly skeptical. This was the core of the challenge, and the source of dramatic irony. Here was a seasoned lawyer, used to dealing with the eccentricities of the wealthy, but even he found this particular instruction bizarre. Michael, Abernathy said during one of their hushed phone calls, Alex using a new burner phone and a distorted voice. My principals are interested in Nexus Systems, I understand. But the valuation, and the technology, candidly, the reports are not encouraging. Their current models are prohibitively expensive to implement, and the market isn't demanding this kind of infrastructure yet. Most analysts see it as science fiction. Mr. Abernathy, Alex replied calmly, projecting the unwavering confidence of someone who had already seen the future market demand. Your analysts are looking at the present. My principals are looking 10, 15 years down the road. The cost issue is temporary. Technological advancement will solve that. The market demand isn't there now, but it will be. It will be immense. Every industry will rely on this kind of data infrastructure. Nexus Systems has the foundational architecture. Abernathy was silent for a moment. 10, 15 years, that's an incredibly long-term perspective, Michael. And a significant risk. Putting this much capital into a company on the brink of collapse, based on hypothetical future demand. It's not hypothetical to my principals, Alex stated, his voice firm. He decided to use a variation of the suggestive but classy dialogue strategy again, this time framing his foresight in business terms for the experienced lawyer. Let's just say, they have a unique method for forecasting market evolution. They aren't investing in what Nexus Systems is today, but what it will enable tomorrow. They see the patterns in technological development, the way societal needs drive innovation, and they see Nexus Systems architecture as a critical, foundational piece of the future digital landscape. It's about recognizing the value of the unseen foundation, Mr. Abernathy, not just the visible structure. The suggestion wasn't personal, but intellectual, implying an almost superhuman ability to predict the future, framed as sophisticated market analysis. It was classy in its detachment and the immense power it subtly suggested. Abernathy still sounded hesitant. Seeing the value of the unseen. I understand the concept. But the practicalities, Michael. It's a substantial amount. It will require convincing Nexus Systems, who are desperate but still want to understand who is investing in them. And potentially involving other financial institutions if the deal is structured in certain ways. Structure it for maximum control and discretion, Alex instructed, sidestepping the questions about his identity. Offer them the lifeline they need, but ensure my principals have a significant equity stake and influence. As for convincing Nexus Systems, perhaps a meeting? A brief demonstration of my principals, insights into their technology's future applications? This was another risk, another layer of the suggestive but classy dialogue. Alex considered whether he could, through Abernathy, orchestrate a brief interaction with the founders of Nexus Systems, posing as a brilliant young PROTG of the mysterious investment group, someone who could articulate their technology's future value in a way that would blow them away and seal the deal. It was audacious, but he knew he could do it. He understood their tech better than they did, because he'd lived in the world it created. Abernathy was reluctant to put Alex directly in front of them, even in a limited capacity, citing the potential legal complications of having a minor represent such a significant investment group. But Alex was insistent. He needed to ensure the deal went through on his terms, and he knew he could convey the conviction and specific future applications that no one else, not even Abernathy, could. They compromised. Alex would draft detailed, highly technical memos outlining the future applications of Nexus Systems architecture in specific industries, telecommunications, data storage, scientific research, presenting them as coming from the principal's research team. Abernathy would present these to Nexus Systems during negotiations. If necessary, a brief, controlled phone call might be arranged where Alex, using a sophisticated voice modulator, another piece of technology he knew would become common, but was rare and expensive now, requiring discreet acquisition via Miller, could speak to the founders, posing as a lead researcher for the investment group. The negotiation process, conducted by Abernathy based on Alex's precise instructions, was a complex, drawn-out, satisfying action sequence. It wasn't physical, but a strategic battle fought with information, offers, and counter-offers. Alex, juggling this with his teenage life, dictated terms that bewildered Nexus Systems founders. He wasn't just offering money, he was outlining a future for their technology they hadn't fully envisioned, demonstrating an understanding that was both thrilling and unsettling to them. He knew exactly what clauses to demand in the investment agreement. Control over certain patent applications, rights to specific future developments, priority in future funding rounds. Elements that seemed minor now but would be crucial for his future control over the company. The dramatic irony was immense. Nexus Systems was being saved by a teenager who saw their future while they could barely see their own present. The terms they were agreeing to, based on a desperate need for cash and a profound misunderstanding of their own long-term potential, were handing significant control to a hidden entity that knew exactly where their technology would lead. Skepticism wasn't just coming from Abernathy, it came from within Nexus Systems. Some of the engineers were wary of this sudden, secretive investment from an unknown group making outlandish claims about future market size. They questioned the research memos, finding them both brilliant and baffling, filled with concepts that felt years ahead of their time. Despite the skepticism and complexity, the deal moved forward. Nexus Systems was out of options. Alex's offer was a lifeline, even if the source was mysterious and the terms were demanding. The sheer scale of the investment, representing a conviction no one else had, was compelling. While this monumental investment was being negotiated, Alex was still living his teenage life. The contrast was sharp. He, D.B. sitting in class, enduring a boring lecture, while his mind was millions of dollars away, calculating the future valuation of Nexus Systems. He, D. come home to the subtle tension with his parents, the veiled suspicion from Marcus, still believing the gambling red herring, according to Miller's reports, and the mundane worries of his peer group. The unexpected complications from Chapter 8 lingered. His mother continued to watch him with that new, speculative gaze. His interactions with friends felt increasingly distant. He was successfully maintaining the illusion of a secret gambling habit for Marcus's PI, throwing in fake bets and hushed calls occasionally, which Miller confirmed was keeping Marcus focused on the wrong track. But the strain of the double life was immense. The Nexus Systems investment was the culmination of months of planning and capital accumulation. It was his first truly massive bet, requiring a level of conviction only his future knowledge could provide. It wasn't just about money, it was about seizing control of a piece of the future infrastructure he knew would be essential. The deal was complex, requiring multiple legal steps and the movement of substantial funds. It was the most satisfying action sequence yet, not in terms of physical action, but in the intricate execution of a high-level financial maneuver from the shadows, culminating in a potentially life-altering investment. Finally, after weeks of tense negotiation conducted through Abernathy, the call came. Michael, Abernathy's voice was weary but held a note of accomplishment. The deal is signed. Funds transferred. Your principals now hold a significant stake in Nexus Systems. It was challenging. Their founders are brilliant, but they don't see the forest for the trees. Those research memos you provided, they were instrumental in convincing them of the potential market. They were quite taken aback by the depth of insight. Alex felt a wave of exhilaration. It was done. The bet was placed. His millions were now tied up in a struggling tech startup dismissed by most of the world. But he knew. He knew what Nexus Systems would become. Excellent, Mr. Abernathy, Alex said, allowing a hint of genuine satisfaction to color his modulated voice. Now we wait. And watch. There will be challenges ahead for Nexus Systems. Market adoption will be slow initially. Competition will emerge. But the architecture is sound. It's just a matter of time. Abernathy cleared his throat. Speaking of challenges, during due diligence, a minor issue came up. A patent dispute, years ago, involving a small, unrelated company. It was settled out of court, but it's flagged in their records. My team is confident it's dormant, but it's a small, loose end. A patent dispute? Alex frowned. He didn't recall a significant patent issue in Nexus Systems history that threatened their core tech. There was a minor one, settled quickly, but Abernathy seemed more concerned than that warranted. Yes, Abernathy confirmed. It involved a company that no longer exists. Innovate Solutions filed a claim regarding some shared underlying principles in networking protocols. It was dismissed, but the paperwork is incomplete. And the contact for Innovate Solutions at the time was listed as a Robert Sterling. Alex froze. Robert Sterling. His future partner. His future betrayer. A minor patent dispute, years ago, involving a company that no longer existed, linked to Robert Sterling. Robert Sterling, who Alex knew had a history of cutting corners and bending rules in his early career, exactly what Alex's PI had been investigating. Could Robert have tried to steal or undermine Nexus Systems' early tech, even back then? Was this dormant dispute connected to the minor ethical lapses Miller had uncovered? Abernathy continued, oblivious to the seismic shift he had just triggered in Alex's understanding. We documented it, of course. It seems like a non-issue from this distance, but it's logged in the acquisition paperwork. Just wanted to inform you. Alex's mind was racing. A connection. A direct, early connection between Robert and the technology Alex had just invested millions in. This wasn't just a minor loose end, it was a terrifying, potential complication. Did Robert's early attempt to steal or undermine Nexus Systems tech somehow impact the future? Could this forgotten dispute be a key to Robert's character, a pattern of behavior established years before their partnership? And how could it affect Alex's massive investment now? He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the present day's weather. His revenge against Robert had been a long-term plan. But this minor detail Abernathy had just mentioned, it suggested Robert had been operating in Alex's orbit, potentially even targeting the same future tech, years before Alex even knew him. The Nexus Systems investment was secured, a monumental step. But this revelation about Robert, his ultimate enemy, being potentially linked to the company's early history, it wasn't just a complication. It was a fundamental shift. It suggested Robert was a more dangerous, more prescient adversary than Alex had given him credit for in this timeline. And it raised a terrifying question. Had Robert's actions in the past already subtly altered the timeline, creating unforeseen risks for Alex's massive bet? The clever twist wasn't just in the investment itself, but in the revelation it unearthed, linking his greatest enemy to his most significant asset at the earliest possible stage. Alex ended the call with Abernathy, his mind reeling. The satisfaction of the completed investment was overshadowed by this chilling discovery. His revenge plan had just become infinitely more complicated and potentially dangerous. He had invested millions in a company his future betrayer might have tried to steal from years ago. What did that mean? He needed to know more about this Innovate Solutions and Robert Sterling's involvement. He needed to delve deeper into Robert's early history than just looking for ethical lapses. There was a hidden connection here, a dark thread linking his enemy to his greatest asset, stretching back years. The cliffhanger wasn't just the completion of the bet, it was the terrifying possibility that his most calculated move had unknowingly brought him into direct, early contact with the man who would destroy him, revealing a hidden layer of Robert's character Alex had never known. The future he was so confidently betting on might have already been subtly compromised by the very person he sought to destroy. Cliffhanger: how does Alex investigate Robert Sterling's connection to Innovate Solutions and the dormant patent dispute, and what specific, alarming detail does he uncover about Robert's activities in this early period that reveals a level of ruthlessness or foresight Alex had not anticipated, fundamentally changing his perception of his primary enemy and the trajectory of his revenge plan? The name echoed in Alex's mind like a gunshot: Robert Sterling. Linked to a dormant patent dispute involving Innovate Solutions and Nexus Systems, the very company where Alex had just sunk a significant chunk of his newly amassed fortune. The sheer, gut-wrenching irony was almost too much to bear. He had made his biggest, most calculated play on the future, and in doing so, had stumbled upon a hidden thread connecting his primary enemy to the very foundation of that future, years before their lives were ever supposed to intertwine. The complacent satisfaction from securing the Nexus Systems investment evaporated, replaced by a cold dread. This wasn't a minor detail, it was a potential earthquake under the bedrock of his plans. Robert wasn't just the smooth-talking betrayer Alex had known in the future, he was a man operating in the shadows, potentially targeting the same future tech, years earlier than Alex had ever realized. What did this mean? Had Robert's actions in the past already subtly altered the timeline? Was his massive bet on Nexus Systems unknowingly compromised from the start? He had to investigate. Immediately. His other operations? Managing the apartment building acquisition, handled by Abernathy, maintaining the gambling red herring for Marcus's PI, subtly gathering leverage against Clara, faded into the background. Robert was the priority now. He contacted Miller, his private investigator, the morning after Abernathy's call. Alex skipped the burner phone and voice modulator, the urgency was too great for unnecessary steps. He used a clean, payphone line downtown, speaking in hushed tones. Miller, new priority, Alex said, his voice sharp, devoid of any teenage affectation. I need everything you can find on a company called Innovate Solutions. Operated, let's say roughly 10 to 15 years ago. Focus on their activities, their dissolution, and anyone associated with it, specifically a Robert Sterling. He gave Miller Robert's approximate age and general location at the time, information he knew from Robert's past life. Miller, by now used to Alex's unusual requests, didn't ask questions. Innovate Solutions, Robert Sterling. Got it. Might take some digging. Records from that far back for a small company can be spotty. Especially if they went under quietly. Spotty isn't good enough, Alex said, a hard edge to his voice. I need details. What were they working on? Why did they fold? And what exactly was Robert Sterling's role? Was he just an employee? An owner? Was he involved in any legal disputes, particularly patent-related? All right, kid, Miller said slowly, perhaps sensing the shift in Alex's tone. Sounds important. I'll put a rush on it. While Miller worked, Alex wrestled with the implications. Robert, years ago, involved with a company seemingly connected to Nexus Systems technology. It suggested a level of foresight or predatory opportunism Alex hadn't attributed to Robert at that stage of his past life. He had always seen Robert as a charming opportunist who got lucky by partnering with Alex and then seized his chance for a hostile takeover. But this suggested Robert had been sniffing around future tech trends long before Alex founded Sterling Solutions. His mind churned with possibilities. Had Robert tried to steal Nexus Systems' IP back then? Had his patent claim been a veiled attempt to extort them or gain access to their research? Had the dispute left some unresolved vulnerability in Nexus Systems patents that could be exploited later, perhaps by Robert himself? The tension was immense. His most significant investment, the one that held the key to exponential wealth growth, might be built on a foundation secretly targeted by his ultimate enemy decades ago. The dramatic irony was a bitter pill to swallow. He, the man from the future, so confident in his foreknowledge, might have walked right into a trap laid years ago by the man who would ruin him, a trap he didn't even know existed in his previous timeline. Days passed in agonizing suspense. Alex maintained his teenage FA aide, but his internal turmoil was immense. He went through the motions of school and family life, his thoughts constantly circling back to Robert and Innovate Solutions. He watched Clara and Marcus, continuing his quiet observation and leverage gathering, but with a new layer of anxiety. If Robert was more cunning than he'd thought, perhaps Marcus and Clara were too. Then Miller called back. His voice was grave. Kid. I found some things. Innovate Solutions. Small startup, operated briefly. Focused on, wait for it, decentralized networking protocols. Sound familiar? Alex's blood ran cold. Go on. They folded because they couldn't secure funding, same story as a lot of startups, Miller continued. But before they did, they were involved in a patent dispute. Against a company called Nexus Systems. Filing was dismissed, like you said. But, there's more. Miller paused, and Alex held his breath. Robert Sterling wasn't just involved, Miller said. He was one of the founders of Innovate Solutions. And the lead name on that patent claim. Alex closed his eyes, a wave of shock washing over him. Robert was a founder of a company working on the exact same technology as Nexus Systems. And he had filed a patent claim against them. This changed everything. Robert wasn't just an opportunist, he was a visionary, or at least, someone who had seen the potential in this technology at an incredibly early stage, just like Alex himself. And he had been a competitor to Nexus Systems, years ago. What else? Alex asked, his voice barely a whisper. Innovate Solutions folded quickly, but my sources say Robert Sterling didn't disappear from the tech scene, Miller reported. He pivoted. Used the little funding they had left, plus some seed money from, get this, a distant relative involved in real estate. Clara's worthless land. Marcus's influence. The pieces clicked into place with terrifying speed. Robert, years ago, had funding connections within Alex's own family circle. He started consulting, Miller finished. Branding himself as an expert in future technologies and market disruption. Building connections. Charming people. Getting his foot in the door. This was the genesis of the Robert Sterling Alex knew. Not just a smooth talker, but someone who had seen the future tech landscape, failed in his first attempt, but learned from it, pivoted, and started building a network, using connections potentially tied to Alex's own family to get ahead. The charming opportunism wasn't the core, it was a tool used by someone with genuine, albeit ruthless, foresight. The twist was devastating. Alex had come back in time, confident in his unique knowledge of the future, believing he was the only one operating with such an advantage. But Robert Sterling, his primary enemy, had also seen glimpses of that future, had tried to capitalize on it, and had failed, learning crucial lessons in the process. Robert had been building his own path towards future success and influence, perhaps even using connections within the Sterling family before Alex entered the picture as an adult businessman. The suggestive but classy dialogue scene requirement seemed absurd now, overshadowed by this chilling revelation. What could be suggested? That his greatest enemy was a dark mirror of himself, someone who also saw the future, someone who was perhaps already a step ahead in this timeline? He sat there, reeling. Robert wasn't just a target for revenge, he was a potential rival from the get-go, someone who might recognize Alex's methods, someone who might already be wary of the Sterling family due to past failed ventures, like Innovate Solutions. He had to see Robert. Not confront him, not interact in any way that would reveal his identity or intentions. But he had to see him in this timeline. Observe him. Get a feel for the man Robert Sterling was now, knowing what he would become. He needed to assess the threat, to understand the early version of the man who would ruin him. He learned Robert's approximate location, the kind of circles he moved in at this stage of his career, small business meetups, tech consulting events. Using his PI's information and his own knowledge of the city, Alex staked out places Robert was likely to be. This was the satisfying action sequence of this chapter, not a physical fight, but a tense, nerve-wracking act of surveillance. Alex, in his teenage body, feeling utterly out of place, would loiter near conference centers or business hotels, dressed as inconspicuously as possible, trying to catch a glimpse of his future enemy. He saw him eventually, at a seemingly mundane networking event held in a downtown hotel conference room. Robert Sterling. Younger, yes, perhaps a bit leaner, his hair slightly different. But the face was unmistakable. Charming smile, confident posture, working the room, shaking hands, laughing easily. He looked successful, charismatic, already possessing the surface qualities that had fooled Alex in the future. Alex watched from a distance, hidden behind a pillar, a non-alcoholic drink in his hand, feeling like an alien. He observed Robert's interactions. How he listened, how he spoke, the subtle ways he steered conversations. He saw glimpses of the man who would become his partner and betrayer. The easy charm, yes, but also a calculating look in his eyes when discussing business, a subtle dismissiveness of people he deemed unimportant, a relentless focus on opportunity. He overheard snippets of conversation. Robert talking about disruptive technologies, leveraging connections, and identifying early trends. It wasn't just generic business speak, it felt informed, focused on the kind of future-oriented thinking Alex himself employed. The experience was unsettling. Seeing the younger Robert, knowing what he would do, knowing he had already been involved in tech related to Nexus systems, it was like looking into a dark mirror. Robert, in his own way, was also a product of the future, perhaps having glimpsed its potential through Innovate Solutions. He spent an hour observing, a ghost watching his own past tragedy unfold in slow motion. He saw Robert laugh with someone, a genuine laugh, and for a fleeting second, Alex was reminded of the early days of their partnership, the camaraderie that had felt real. The memory was a fresh wound. He had come back to change the future, armed with knowledge. But Robert, it seemed, was already operating with a degree of foresight and ruthlessness Alex hadn't accounted for. This wasn't just a simple matter of avoiding Robert's traps, it was a complex dance against an opponent who might already be aware of some of the same future trends. He had also encountered someone else in this chapter. Perhaps not a rival, but a significant figure from his past life. Someone who represented a path not taken, a missed opportunity for connection or alliance. Isabella Rossi. He knew she was likely working in the financial sector in the city at this time. He had thought about seeking her out, using his knowledge of her future success to form an early alliance. But the revelation about Robert had overshadowed that thought. Yet, as he was leaving the hotel, a face caught his eye. Across the lobby, looking just as sharp and insightful as he remembered, was Isabella Rossi. She was speaking to someone, her expression animated, her dark eyes assessing. He froze. Seeing her now, after the crushing revelation about Robert, was jarring. Isabella, with her sharp mind and ability to see things others missed. What if she, too, possessed a different kind of foresight? What if she could be an ally against the unexpected depth of Robert's early ambition? Their eyes met across the crowded lobby for just a fleeting second. She didn't recognize him, of course. He was just a kid. But her gaze, even in that brief moment, was assessing, intelligent, seeing him as more than just background noise. It reminded him of their negotiation years ago, that subtle spark of recognition, that understanding that they operated on a similar level of perception. He quickly looked away, melting back into the crowd. Now was not the time. He had too much to process about Robert. But seeing Isabella, a figure from his past who represented potential connection rather than betrayal, immediately after confronting the reality of his greatest enemy's early cunning, added another layer of complexity. His interaction with Isabella was fleeting, a silent acknowledgement across a crowded room, a memory resurfaced. The suggestive element wasn't dialogue, but the recognition, the shared sense of operating on a different level, the potential for connection that had been there years ago and was perhaps still possible. He left the hotel, the images swirling in his mind, the younger Robert, confident and cunning, the complex financial web Miller had uncovered, the brief, meaningful glance from Isabella Rossi. His world felt larger, more dangerous, and more full of unexpected connections than it had just hours ago. He had made his first major investment in Nexus Systems, a crucial step in building his empire. But the cost was uncovering a truth about Robert Sterling that changed everything. His revenge wasn't against a simple betrayer, it was against a man who had been operating with a disturbing level of foresight and cunning from the very beginning, a man who might have already attempted to leverage the very technology Alex was now banking on. The simple narrative of revenge had become a complex dance against an enemy who might be just as adept at seeing the future, or at least, exploiting its early signs. And the path ahead was now shrouded in a new layer of uncertainty, a chilling unknown about Robert's early actions and how they might intersect with Alex's own carefully constructed future. Cliffhanger, armed with the knowledge of Robert's early connection to Nexus Systems tech and the dormant patent dispute, Alex decides he must delve deeper, beyond just Miller's reports, into the specifics of Robert Sterling's activities at Innovate Solutions. What specific action does Alex take to gain access to more detailed, perhaps hidden, information about Robert's actions during that time, and what does he discover that reveals a truly dark or unethical dimension to Robert's early attempts to capitalize on future tech, confirming Alex's worst fears and raising the stakes of their future confrontation even higher? The revelation about Robert Sterling's past connection to Nexus Systems, his role as a founder of Innovate Solutions, and his early patent claim against the very technology Alex had just invested millions in, was a chilling wake-up call. Robert wasn't just the opportunist who had betrayed him in the future, he was a man with a disturbing level of foresight and ruthless ambition from the very start. He had been operating in Alex's potential orbit, attempting to capitalize on future tech trends, years before Alex even founded Sterling Solutions. This changed everything. The Nexus Systems investment, his first major gamble, suddenly felt precarious. Had Robert's past actions, that dormant patent dispute, left a hidden vulnerability that could be exploited later? Could Robert, armed with his early knowledge of decentralized networking, pose a future threat to Alex's stake in Nexus? He needed more information about Robert's time at Innovate Solutions. Miller's investigation had provided the broad strokes, confirming Robert's role and the patent dispute. But Alex needed the details. What exactly was Innovate Solutions working on? What were the specifics of that patent claim? Why was it dismissed? And how did Robert's early actions reflect the character of the man who would eventually betray him? Accessing detailed information about a defunct startup from years ago, particularly sensitive legal or technical documents, was difficult. Corporate records from that era weren't always digitally archived, and legal filings could be buried deep in physical storage. He needed a more direct approach, something beyond what a standard PI could easily uncover. He needed to exploit a specific weakness. Miller's report had mentioned that Innovate Solutions had briefly operated out of a small office in a now gentrifying part of the city. Alex knew, from his future knowledge, that the building had been bought years later by a property developer and most of the old tenant records and physical archives might have been carelessly stored, perhaps in a basement or off-site storage, before the building was renovated or demolished. This presented a potential opportunity for a physical search. This was the setup for a satisfying action sequence, requiring stealth, planning, and a degree of risk. Alex couldn't hire Miller for this. A PI doing a physical break-in or trespass was too risky for both of them. This was something he had to do himself. In his teenage body, he spent days researching the building's history, finding out when it was sold, who the developer was, and what might have happened to the old tenant's belongings. He learned the building was currently empty, slated for renovation, with minimal security. The key, he realized, might be gaining access to whatever storage area held the remnants of the previous tenant's archives. He planned the operation meticulously, drawing on fragmented memories of security systems, building layouts, and discrete entry methods he'd encountered in his past life while dealing with corporate espionage or acquiring competitors. He purchased necessary supplies. A simple lockpicking set, learned from an old hobbyist manual years ago, now proving unexpectedly useful, a small, powerful flashlight, gloves, and dark clothing, using cash and taking circuitous routes to avoid surveillance. He chose a night when he knew his parents would be out late at a family event Marcus was also attending, allowing him to kill two birds with one stone, having a plausible excuse for his absence and knowing Marcus was distracted. He told his parents he was staying at a friend's house to work on a school project. Under the cover of darkness, Alex made his way downtown to the old building. The streets were quiet. He felt the familiar mix of adrenaline and cold calculation. This was dangerous, illegal, and far removed from the world of stocks and property deals. It was thrilling and terrifying. He approached the building, scouting its perimeter, checking for cameras or sensors he hadn't anticipated. He found a service entrance in the back that seemed less secure. Using the lockpicking set, his fingers working deliberately in the dark, he managed to bypass the simple lock. It took several tense minutes, each click of the tumblers echoing loudly in the silence, but the lock finally yielded. He slipped inside, the door closing quietly behind him. The air inside was stale, dusty, smelling of neglect. He moved through the dark hallways, guided by the faint beam of his flashlight, his senses on high alert. He navigated the building, looking for signs of storage areas, old file rooms, anything that might hold the detritus of defunct companies. He found the basement. A sprawling, unfinished space, filled with discarded office furniture, old equipment, and stacks of dusty boxes. This was it. He began searching, going through the boxes, looking for anything labeled Innovate Solutions. It was tedious, grimy work, hours spent sifting through junk, always listening for sounds, ready to hide or flee. He found them eventually. A small stack of boxes, tucked away in a corner, labeled with the Innovate Solutions logo and archives, 19x × 19 y. His heart pounded. He opened the boxes, pulling out files, technical documents, financial records, and legal correspondence. He worked quickly, scanning documents, looking for anything related to the patent dispute with Nexus Systems. Most of it was standard corporate paperwork, but then he found it. A file labeled Nexus Systems, Patent Claim. He pulled out the contents. It included copies of legal filings, correspondence between lawyers, technical descriptions of both companies' technologies, and internal memos from Innovate Solutions. He sat there in the dusty basement, reading by flashlight, a teenager uncovering secrets from the past that had profound implications for his future. The documents confirmed Robert's role as a founder and his direct involvement in the patent claim. The claim alleged that Nexus Systems' core technology infringed on foundational concepts developed earlier by Innovate Solutions. The technical descriptions were complex, but Alex, with his deep understanding of decentralized networking from living in the future, could grasp the nuances. But the crucial detail, the clever twist and the alarming revelation, came from the internal memos. They weren't just about the patent claim, they revealed Innovate Solutions' strategy. Robert and his co-founders weren't just claiming infringement, they were attempting to use the patent claim as leverage. Their true goal, outlined in chilling detail in the memos, was to force Nexus Systems into a merger or acquisition on terms highly favorable to Innovate Solutions, or, failing that, to cripple Nexus Systems with legal battles to eliminate a competitor they saw as a threat, even if it meant Innovate Solutions didn't survive either. The patent claim wasn't just about IP, it was a weaponized tactic for market dominance or destruction. And there was more. One memo, written by Robert, discussed exploring alternative methods to gain access to Nexus Systems' internal research if the legal route failed. The wording was vague. Leveraging existing contacts, exploring alternative data acquisition, minimizing digital footprint. But combined with Alex's future knowledge of Robert's later actions, the subtle sabotages, the data siphoning during their partnership, it painted a disturbing picture. Robert had been contemplating corporate espionage or unethical data acquisition years ago. Alex felt a profound chill. Robert Sterling wasn't just an opportunist who later betrayed him. He was a ruthless, strategic operator who had been willing to use aggressive, potentially unethical tactics to get ahead from the very beginning. The charm was a facade for a deeply ambitious and immoral core. This wasn't just a blast from the future past, it was a glimpse into the dark heart of his enemy, revealed years before Alex ever saw it. Robert's early actions confirmed Alex's worst fears and raised the stakes of their future confrontation exponentially. Robert was a more dangerous, more determined adversary than Alex had ever known. He quickly gathered the most crucial documents. The patent claim filings, the internal memos outlining the strategy, anything with Robert's direct involvement or signature. He photographed other key documents with a small digital camera he'd acquired, ensuring he had a comprehensive record. He repackaged the remaining files, leaving the boxes as undisturbed as possible. He needed to leave no trace. He crept out of the basement, through the dark building, and back into the quiet night streets. The tension remained, a physical ache in his chest, not from the exertion, but from the weight of what he had uncovered. He made his way back home, slipping in through a basement window he'd subtly rigged earlier. He was physically safe, but the implications of his discovery were immense. He spent the rest of the night in his room, poring over the documents he'd taken and the photos he'd taken. The narrative was clear. Robert Sterling, years ago, had attempted to use a dubious patent claim to either acquire or destroy a competitor, Nexus Systems, whose technology he recognized as potentially revolutionary. When that failed, he pivoted, using connections, including, possibly, through the Sterling family network mentioned by Miller, to build a career based on identifying future trends and leveraging contacts. The charm and partnership in the future were just tools in his long game. This meant his investment in Nexus Systems, the cornerstone of his wealth, might be vulnerable to Robert in ways he hadn't anticipated. Robert understood that technology, had tried to control it before, and clearly harbored a willingness to use unethical means. What if Robert still had connections to people who worked at Nexus Systems back then? What if he had access to information that could undermine their patents, perhaps information gained through those alternative methods hinted at in the memo? The potential for a future confrontation over Nexus Systems, a battle for control of the company, loomed large. Robert might eventually realize the potential of Nexus Systems again, especially as the market started to shift. If he discovered Alex, or the entity representing Alex, was a major investor, his past history suggested he might employ ruthless tactics, perhaps even leveraging that dormant patent claim or exploiting any vulnerabilities he knew about from his time at Innovate Solutions. This was the true blast from the future past. Not just a person, but a hidden history, a secret dimension to his enemy's character and past actions that fundamentally altered Alex's understanding of him and the potential trajectory of their conflict. Robert wasn't just a future problem, he was a ghost from the past, potentially haunting Alex's most significant investment. The drama was escalating rapidly. He had acquired a major asset, confirming his ability to manipulate the timeline. He had outmaneuvered Marcus's initial investigation. But uncovering Robert's early history had opened up a new, terrifying front in his personal war. His revenge was now intertwined with the potential defense of his most valuable asset against an enemy who was far more cunning and ruthless than he had ever known. He felt a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. The game had just become infinitely more dangerous and complex. His initial plan for revenge felt almost simplistic now. He wasn't just building an empire to escape Robert and his family, he was potentially building it to fight a battle for the future itself against an enemy who had already tried to seize it once. The documents lay spread out on his desk, damning evidence of Robert's early ambition and ruthlessness. They were his weapon, but they also highlighted his vulnerability. Robert Sterling, his past betrayer, was also a man of chilling foresight and questionable ethics from the start, a man who might still pose a threat to everything Alex was building. He needed to be ready. The next phase of his plan wouldn't just involve accumulating wealth and laying traps, it would involve actively anticipating and neutralizing the potential threat Robert Sterling represented, using the very information he had just uncovered in that dusty basement. The stakes had never been higher. Cliffhanger. Armed with the documents outlining Robert Sterling's ruthless tactics and early interest in Nexus Systems technology, Alex realizes he needs to go beyond just defensive measures regarding his investment. What specific, proactive step does Alex take? using the information he gained from the Innovate Solutions archives to begin subtly undermining Robert Sterling's career or reputation in the present timeline, years before their paths would normally cross, planting seeds of future doubt or difficulty for his most dangerous enemy. The quiet victory of acquiring the apartment building and the chilling discovery about Robert Sterling's past were monumental shifts in Alex's secret war, but the ground beneath his feet at home was also beginning to crack. His actions, both deliberate and unintentional, were straining the delicate fabric of his family life. The subtle interventions, the unusual knowledge he displayed, the layers of secrecy he maintained, they were all slowly eroding the image of Michael Sterling, the quiet, predictable teenager. His father, William, still smarting from Marcus's thinly veiled disapproval, seemed both impressed and unsettled by Alex's foresight regarding the retail expansion. He started asking Alex questions about potential business decisions, seeking his input in a way he never had before. It should have been satisfying, a chance to subtly guide his father towards a better future, but it felt heavy, tinged with the knowledge that his father's business, even with his guidance, was facing headwinds only Alex could truly see coming. Sometimes William would look at him, a furrow in his brow, and murmur, You see things, Michael. Where does that come from?" Alex would deflect, mumbling about reading or research, but the questions were becoming harder to answer convincingly. His mother, Eleanor, was perhaps the most perceptive. Her gaze, once just curious, now held a constant, searching quality. She noticed his late nights, ostensibly studying but spent poring over financial reports and planning complex maneuvers. She noticed the infrequent, hushed phone calls on a phone she didn't recognize. She noticed his growing detachment from his old friends and hobbies. She didn't confront him directly, not yet, but the unspoken questions hung in the air whenever they were alone. There were moments, mundane moments, where their eyes would meet, and he would see a flicker of worry, a mother's fear of a child slipping away into something unknown and potentially dangerous. He yearned to tell her, to explain, but the secret was too immense, the risk too great. Clara remained focused on her own immediate needs and social life, but Alex's earlier subtle defiance regarding her financial dependency hadn't gone unnoticed. She seemed wary of him now, less likely to openly ask him for favors, occasionally making passive-aggressive comments about him being too busy or too serious for family time. The call from the developer about her worthless land, orchestrated by Alex, had happened, and according to his surveillance network, Miller, and strategically placed questions to family friends, she was now intrigued and discussing the offer, just as he predicted. The trap was set, but it also meant Clara was now moving on the path towards her potential future betrayal, making their interactions fraught with a different kind of tension. He watched her, knowing her future actions, feeling a cold resolve mixed with a strange, distant sadness for the person she chose to become. And then there was Marcus. The surveillance confirmed Marcus was still getting reports from Sterling investigations, still focused on the gambling narrative. Alex continued to feed the PI plausible red herrings. Staged phone calls with aliases about the game, trips to parts of town where betting was rumored to happen, even strategically losing a small amount of cash from his wallet where his parents might find it, allowing him to act flustered and defensive when questioned, reinforcing the secret vice persona for anyone watching or listening. This ongoing performance was a draining, elaborate piece of theater, a constant low-level action sequence of misdirection and careful observation. But the longer it went on, the more impatient Marcus would become. A gambling addiction was something a family elder like Marcus would feel obligated, perhaps even entitled, to intervene in. It was a way for him to reassert his authority, to save the wayward youth, and simultaneously discredit Alex's earlier display of business acumen by framing it as reckless risk-taking fueled by a vice. Alex knew a confrontation was coming. He just didn't know when or how Marcus would stage it. The trigger arrived on a rainy Saturday afternoon. Alex was in his room, engrossed in planning his next strategic investment. Using a portion of his Nexus Systems gains, already appreciating nicely, to acquire a stake in an early e-commerce platform he knew would become a household name. He was sketching out a complex offshore holding structure when there was a sharp knock on his door. His father stood there, his face unusually grim. Behind him, his mother, her expression tight with worry. And behind them, Marcus, his face set in a mask of stern concern, eyes holding a hint of triumph. Clara hovered awkwardly in the background, looking apprehensive. "Michael," his father said, his voice low and serious. "We need to talk. All of us." Alex felt a jolt of adrenaline. This was it. The planned confrontation. He closed his notebook discreetly, trying to project confusion rather than alarm. Okay, what's going on? They ushered him downstairs, into the living room, a place usually reserved for casual family gatherings, now transformed into an impromptu tribunal. They sat opposite him, a united front that immediately put him on edge. Marcus took center stage, his posture authoritative. Michael, Marcus began, his tone heavy with false concern. We're here because we're worried about you. Your parents are worried. I'm worried. Alex maintained his feigned confusion. Worried? About what? Marcus leaned forward, his eyes sharp. We've noticed changes, Michael. Secretive behavior. Unexplained trips downtown. Hushed phone calls. And other things. He paused for dramatic effect. Things that suggest you might be involved in something risky. Something dangerous. Risky? Alex repeated, trying to sound bewildered. Yes, Michael. Gambling, Marcus stated directly, dropping the word like a stone. We have reason to believe you've gotten involved in gambling. Perhaps with some unsavory characters downtown. Is that true, Michael? Are you in trouble? Marcus was using the red herring Alex had so carefully constructed. The dramatic irony was thick enough to cut with a knife. Marcus, in his attempt to expose Alex's vice and regain control, was accusing him of the very thing Alex had orchestrated to mislead him. Alex had prepared for this. He knew he couldn't just deny it outright. The staged evidence was too compelling for that. He had to deflect, twist the narrative slightly, and most importantly, avoid revealing the true source of his hidden money and activities. Gambling? Alex said, forcing a nervous laugh. That's ridiculous, Uncle Marcus. I'm not gambling. Don't lie to us, Michael, his father said, his voice filled with pain. We found this. William held up a crumpled envelope. It was a notice from the P.O. Box service, demanding payment, mailed to the house because Alex had missed the last bill. He had been so focused on the Nexus Systems deal and Robert's past, he overlooked a piece of basic administrative upkeep. The unexpected complication from Chapter 8 had just landed on his parents' doorstep. And these phone records, his mother added, holding out a printout. Numbers we don't recognize. Calls made late at night. The envelope, the P.O. box, it's just for a small business thing, Alex stammered, trying to sound convincingly flustered, like a teenager caught with a secret. Selling things online. Like I told you. Selling things doesn't require trips downtown to back alleys, Michael, Marcus interjected, his voice hardening. Or meeting with people who use burner phones. My sources are reliable. We know you've been seen. We know you're involved in something you're hiding. He gestured to the P.O. box notice and the phone records. This isn't the behavior of someone running a harmless online shop, Michael. This is the behavior of someone in too deep. Too deep in what, Marcus? Alex challenged, his voice losing its feigned nervousness and gaining a sharp edge he usually only used in his hidden life. He looked from Marcus to his parents, feeling a surge of frustration and anger. They were so focused on the fake problem, entirely blind to the real life-altering events he was navigating. In gambling, Michael, and maybe worse, Marcus exclaimed, his facade of concern slipping, revealing genuine anger and accusation. We're trying to help you. To stop you before you ruin your life. Ruin my life? Alex almost laughed. He had already ruined his life, or rather, they had helped ruin it, in a future they didn't know about. The dramatic irony was overwhelming, almost suffocating. You think gambling is going to ruin my life? It starts small, Michael, William said, his voice pleading. We're worried. Where is this money coming from? How are you funding these activities? Is it from that online businesses? It doesn't add up. This was the crux. The money. He couldn't explain the money. Not without revealing everything. The money it's from investments, Alex said, choosing his words carefully. Smart investments. Things I've researched. He sounded too confident for a teenager, too measured. Marcus scoffed. Investments? A 17-year-old? On $50? Don't insult our intelligence, Michael. You're getting money from somewhere. Someone is giving it to you. Or you're winning it. This is serious. The accusations flew, a barrage of suspicion and misunderstanding. His parents, genuinely terrified by the narrative Marcus was painting, pressed him for answers, hurt that he was hiding something so seemingly serious. Marcus, emboldened by their visible fear and Alex's defensive posture, pushed harder, determined to break him, to force a confession that would re-establish his own perceived wisdom and authority. "Who are these people you're meeting downtown, Michael?" Marcus demanded. "Are they threatening you? Are you in debt?" Alex felt cornered. He could maintain the gambling lie, let them believe he was a reckless youth in trouble, which would require a future rescue orchestrated by Marcus, giving Marcus control. Or he could try to defend himself, hint at the truth, and risk exposing everything. He looked at Marcus's smug, authoritative face, the face of the man who had orchestrated his downfall in the future, the man whose own past was littered with ethical compromises. The anger, the resentment boiled over. He chose to defend himself, but not by revealing his secret. By attacking Marcus's credibility. This was the core of the satisfying action sequence for this chapter. A verbal counterattack, using his secret knowledge as a devastating weapon in a domestic setting. "You want to talk about risky, Uncle Marcus?" Alex said, his voice dropping, the teenage uncertainty gone, replaced by a cold, hard edge that shocked everyone in the room. "You want to talk about unsavory characters and hidden activities? Let's talk about your investments, Uncle Marcus. Let's talk about where your money came from." Marcus's face froze. William and Eleanor exchanged confused glances. Clara looked up, her phone forgotten. "What are you talking about, Michael?" Marcus said, his voice tight, wary. "I'm talking about Innovate Solutions," Alex said, watching Marcus's reaction closely. He saw the subtle flicker of recognition, of alarm, in Marcus's eyes. It was a name Marcus clearly didn't expect to hear, especially from him. "That little tech company you helped seed years ago. The one Robert Sterling was involved in. The one with the aggressive patent strategy against Nexus systems." Alex spoke the names deliberately, letting them hang in the air. Silence descended on the room, broken only by the relentless drumming of rain against the window pane. William and Eleanor looked utterly bewildered. Clara seemed lost. Marcus, however, was pale, his usual ruddy complexion gone. How do you know about that?" Marcus stammered, completely blindsided. His accusation of gambling was forgotten, replaced by a raw, exposed fear. "I do my research, Uncle Marcus," Alex said, his voice dangerously calm. "Just like you taught Dad to do, right? Except I look a little deeper. I look into the companies. And the people behind them. I look into their strategies." He emphasized the word, recalling the ruthless plans outlined in Robert's memos. "I saw the documents, Uncle Marcus. I saw the plan. Using a patent claim not just for protection, but for leverage. To force a takeover. Or to destroy a competitor. That's aggressive business, isn't it? Maybe even unethical." He was using the documents he, D, stolen, the knowledge he, D, gained from his illicit break-in. He wasn't just deflecting, he was going on the offensive, revealing that he knew about a hidden, potentially damaging part of Marcus's past, something Marcus clearly thought was buried and forgotten. Marcus recovered slightly, forcing a strained laugh. "Nonsense. Old business, long ago. Perfectly legitimate. Perfectly legitimate." Alex challenged, pushing harder. "Even the part about alternative methods if the legal strategy failed? Exploring ways to acquire data discreetly." He was quoting directly from Robert's memo, framing it as Marcus's knowledge or instruction, leveraging the fact that Marcus had seeded the company. He was projecting Robert's ruthlessness onto Marcus, muddying the waters, sowing suspicion, and turning Marcus's past actions into a potential liability. William and Eleanor were staring at Marcus, their faces questioning. "Marcus, what is Michael talking about?" William asked, his voice hesitant. "Alternative methods. Data acquisition?" Marcus glared at Alex, his eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and fear. He knew Alex had somehow uncovered something deeply incriminating, something tied to Robert Sterling's early, questionable activities Marcus had financially supported. The gambling accusation had backfired spectacularly. His lying. Marcus roared, his voice cracking. His making things up. This is what the gambling does. It makes him desperate. Unstable. His trying to deflect. "Am I, Uncle Marcus?" Alex asked quietly, his gaze unwavering. Or are you just afraid that your sound business principles aren't quite as clean as you pretend? Afraid that your past might catch up to you? He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Maybe you should focus on your own secrets, Uncle Marcus, instead of inventing vices for me. The room was a maelstrom of shock and accusation. William and Eleanor were looking between Alex and Marcus, clearly disturbed by Alex's sudden knowledge and Marcus's panicked reaction. Clara was watching, her eyes wide, perhaps realizing there were layers to her family she'd never seen. This was the peak of the family drama. Accusations had turned into raw conflict, revealing not just Alex's hidden depth, but Marcus's vulnerability and potentially questionable past. The dramatic irony was complete. Marcus's attempt to expose a fake secret had led to the exposure of a real, damaging one, thanks to Alex's foresight and investigation. The clever twist was Alex using his knowledge of Robert's past against Marcus, tying Marcus to the very ruthless tactics Alex had uncovered. The confrontation broke down into chaos. Marcus, furious and cornered, lashed out verbally, not just at Alex, but at William and Eleanor for believing him, for not controlling their son. William, torn between his loyalty to his brother and his shock at Alex's revelations, tried to mediate, but the damage was done. Eleanor, silent for a moment, finally spoke, her voice trembling, telling Marcus to leave, that he had gone too far. Marcus, sputtering with rage and humiliation, stormed out, vowing this wasn't over. Clara, looking stunned, retreated to her room. William slumped into a chair, looking utterly drained. Eleanor stood her ground, her face a mixture of defiance and deep pain. Alex stood in the center of the room, the silence ringing in his ears after the storm. He had survived the confrontation. He had defended his secret, at least the core of it. He hadn't admitted to time travel or his vast fortune. He had successfully planted a seed of doubt about Marcus, forcing him onto the defensive. But he had also shattered his family. The tension was no longer unspoken, it had exploded, leaving behind wreckage. His relationship with Marcus was openly hostile. His parents were reeling, confused, perhaps terrified by the intensity he had shown and the dark knowledge he possessed. They didn't understand him anymore. He was an enigma, perhaps even a threat to their comfortable reality. He looked at his parents, their faces etched with pain and confusion. He had protected them financially by stopping the retail expansion, but he had destroyed their peace of mind, perhaps even their trust. He had revealed secrets, sown discord, all in the service of his own survival and revenge. The cost was immense. He realized then, with a cold certainty, that he couldn't stay here much longer. This house, once a symbol of the life he lost and sought to reclaim, was now a battleground. His presence, and his secret, were too destabilizing. He needed to operate independently, fully separate from his family, to protect his operations and perhaps, paradoxically, to protect them from the fallout of his true actions. He had secured his wealth, acquired key assets, and gathered leverage. He had faced his first major family confrontation and survived, even turning the tables. But in doing so, he had burned down the bridge behind him. His home was no longer a safe haven. It was a liability. He needed to accelerate his plans. He needed a place of his own, a secure base of operations, somewhere he could be the man he truly was, without maintaining the exhausting FA-aid of a teenager or risking exposure by those closest to him. The apartment building he'd just acquired, it wasn't just an investment. It was his potential escape. He stood there in the silent, wrecked living room, the weight of his actions settling upon him. He had come back for revenge, for riches, for a second chance. He was achieving it, piece by painful piece. But the price was higher than he'd anticipated. He was winning, but he was losing his family in the process. The cliffhanger wasn't an external threat, but the internal realization of the profound, personal cost of his mission, and the urgent need to sever the ties he had fought so hard to preserve. He had to leave. Soon. Very soon. But how would he explain it? How would he, a 17-year-old, convincingly move out and establish himself independently without confirming his parents' worst fears or arousing further suspicion? And what would be the final straw that broke the camel's back, the event that forced his hand? Cliffhanger. Following the explosive confrontation and the damage to his family relationships, Alex realizes he must move out immediately to secure his operations and create a necessary distance. What specific, immediate event or final argument triggered by the lingering tension or Marcus's retaliation, forces Alex to make the decision to leave the family home abruptly, propelling him into the next phase of his independent operation and adding urgency to his need for a secure base. The living room felt like a battleground, littered with the debris of shattered trust and exposed secrets. Marcus had stormed out, furious and humiliated. William and Eleanor were left reeling, staring at Alex with a mixture of shock, fear, and confusion. Clara remained a silent, wide-eyed witness to the implosion. The immediate aftermath was tense and painful. William tried to talk to Alex, to understand where he'd gotten the information about Innovate Solutions, to reconcile the quiet son he thought he knew with the sharp, cutting individual who had just dismantled his uncle's authority. Eleanor oscillated between concern for Alex's well-being and apprehension about the dark knowledge he possessed. Alex offered limited, carefully worded explanations, vague references to deep research and connecting the dots, doing his best to sound like an overly ambitious, perhaps slightly misguided, but fundamentally honest teenager, rather than a time-traveling financial and espionage expert. The emotional cost of the confrontation was immense. He had won the battle against Marcus's accusation, but he had lost the war for normalcy within his family. The facade was irrevocably broken. He was now an enigma, a source of anxiety and suspicion, even to his loving parents. He saw the pain in their eyes, the confusion in their voices, and it was a deeper ache than any financial loss he endured in his past life. The lingering tension made living in the house unbearable. Every conversation was strained. Every glance felt like scrutiny. He was a foreign body in his own home, his secret life pressing down on the mundane reality he was forced to inhabit. He knew, with absolute certainty, that he couldn't stay. His presence was too disruptive, and more importantly, his secret operations, the managing of multi-million-dollar investments, the planning of revenge, the need for absolute discretion, were too vulnerable under his family's watchful, worried eyes and Marcus's likely continued, albeit perhaps more cautious, surveillance. He needed to leave. Immediately. But orchestrating a departure as a 17-year-old required a plausible narrative, something that wouldn't escalate his parents' fears or give Marcus more ammunition. He couldn't just announce he was moving into an apartment building he'd secretly purchased through shell corporations. The opportunity, the final push that made his departure necessary and somewhat understandable, arrived 2 days later. The air in the house was still thick with the aftermath of the argument. Marcus, despite his bluster, had been unusually silent, no calls, no attempts to re-engage. This worried Alex more than open hostility. Marcus was plotting. The trigger was another seemingly small thing, a direct consequence of Alex's earlier intervention in the family business and Marcus's subsequent bruised ego. Marcus called William, ostensibly to clear the air, but the conversation quickly devolved into a thinly veiled attack on Alex. Alex overheard it from his room. The house was too small for secrets anymore. William, Marcus's voice, though lowered, carried through the phone. About Michael. I'm still very concerned. That behavior, the things he said, it's not normal. I think he might need professional help. And frankly, I'm rethinking my involvement in the business if his theories are going to dictate major decisions. Maybe it's best if I step back. Let you handle it, and his problems, on your own. This wasn't just a withdrawal of business advice, it was a threat to sever ties, a manipulation using his concern for Alex as leverage against William. William, stressed and torn, argued back, defending Alex weakly, but clearly shaken by Marcus's ultimatum. Alex listened, a cold rage building inside him. Marcus wasn't just trying to discredit him, he was hurting his father, using their relationship and the family business as pawns in his petty game for dominance. He was framing Alex's foresight as mental instability or moral failing. He waited until the call ended. He walked downstairs, his face set. His parents were sitting in the living room, looking even more strained than before. I heard, Alex said quietly. William looked up, startled. Michael, that wasn't for your ears. He's trying to turn you against me, Alex stated, cutting to the chase. He's using me to get at you, Dad. Because you didn't agree with him about the business. Because I challenged him. Michael, your uncle is worried about you. Eleanor began, her voice gentle but firm. Worried? Alex scoffed, the sound devoid of humor. He's humiliated. And he's petty. He doesn't care about me, Mom. He cares about being right, about being in control. He's doing this to punish you, to punish Dad, for not falling in line. He looked at his father, his heart aching at William's visible distress. He's threatening to abandon the business, just to make you doubt yourself, to make you feel like you need him. That's a harsh thing to say about your uncle, Michael, William said, frowning. Is it? Alex challenged, his voice rising slightly. Or is it just the truth? You want to talk about people with hidden agendas in business, Dad? Look closer to home. Look at who benefits when you're uncertain, when you're dependent on their wisdom. He wasn't just accusing Marcus, he was subtly hinting at the deeper patterns of manipulation he'd seen in his past life, the way Marcus had always positioned himself as indispensable while subtly undermining others. The air crackled with tension. The simmering conflict of the past few days boiled over. Accusations flew, frustrations that had been building for months finally erupted. His parents, caught between their son and his uncle, between their love and their fear, lashed out. They accused him of being reckless, of being involved in something dangerous, of pulling away from them, of becoming someone they didn't recognize. We don't know who you are anymore, Michael, his mother cried, her voice breaking. You're keeping secrets. You're involved in things we don't understand. You're changing. Yes, I'm changing, Alex retorted, the pain and frustration finally overwhelming his need for perfect control. Because I have to. Because staying the same wasn't working. Because sometimes you see things that make you realize you can't just keep pretending everything is fine. He knew he was revealing too much, letting his true feelings show, but he couldn't stop. The weight of the double life, the burden of his secret, the pain of their misunderstanding, it all came crashing down. The argument was raw, emotional, devastating. They accused him of shutting them out, of being ungrateful, of jeopardizing his future. He accused them of being blind, of trusting the wrong people, of not understanding the real dangers in the world, the dangers he, D, already experienced. He didn't reveal time travel, but he revealed the depth of his cynicism, his mistrust, his burning focus that seemed utterly alien to them. The climax of the argument came when William, his voice shaking with anger and hurt, said, Maybe you think you know everything, Michael. Maybe you think you don't need us anymore. Maybe you'd be better off on your own, since you're so determined to keep your secrets and live this other life. The words hung in the air. Alex stared at his father, the raw hurt in his eyes. This was it. The final push. William hadn't meant it as a literal eviction, but as an expression of despair, of feeling pushed away. But for Alex, it was the opening he needed, the plausible excuse. Maybe I would, Dad, Alex said, his voice quiet now, the anger draining away, leaving behind a profound sadness. Maybe I would be better off on my own. Since you don't trust me. Since you don't understand. He looked from his father to his mother, their faces etched with regret the moment the words left William's mouth. If you're that worried, if you think I'm heading for trouble, then maybe it's better if I don't drag you down with me. I can manage on my own. The silence that followed was deafening. The unspoken words hung heavy. Is that what you want? For me to leave? William and Eleanor looked devastated, realizing the implication of what he was saying, the consequence of their fear and frustration. But the words were out there. The offer, however unintentional, had been made. Michael, no, that's not what I meant. William started, reaching out a hand. But Alex was already retreating emotionally. He saw the opportunity, painful as it was. This was the moment he would seize his independence, necessary for his safety and the progression of his plans. The family drama had reached a breaking point, forcing his hand. This was the satisfying action sequence of this chapter, the painful but necessary severing of ties, the dramatic decision to forge his own path. I understand, Alex said softly, backing away towards the stairs. I'll figure something out. I have some money saved. He was vague about the amount, leaving them to assume it was from his supposed online businesses or dreaded gambling. He went upstairs, the silence following him. He began packing a bag, moving with a swift, focused energy that belied the turmoil inside him. He packed clothes, essentials, and most importantly, his notebook filled with future knowledge and the documents incriminating Robert and Marcus he'd retrieved from the basement. He didn't take much. His true assets weren't here. They were hidden, secured, waiting for him. This wasn't an escape, it was a strategic relocation. He was moving his base of operations to the only place he could truly control, the apartment building. He went back downstairs an hour later, bag in hand. His parents were still in the living room, looking lost. Clara was peering from the hallway, her face pale. "I'm going now," Alex said, his voice quiet. Eleanor stood up, tears in her eyes. "Michael, please, let's just talk. Don't do this." "We have talked, Mom," Alex said, his voice gentle but firm. "You're worried. I understand. Maybe having some distance is best. Just for a little while." It was a lie. He knew this departure was likely permanent, at least in terms of living together. He looked at William. "Dad, I can take care of myself. Don't worry about Marcus. He's just being Marcus." He offered a small, genuine smile, a final attempt to convey some affection and reassurance amidst the pain. He didn't wait for them to say anything else. He walked to the door, the key to the apartment building secure in his pocket. He opened the door and stepped out into the fading light. The rain had stopped. He walked away from the house, from the life he had tried to protect and inhabit, but which he had ultimately outgrown and fractured. The dramatic irony was profound. He was leaving his family, ostensibly because they feared he was in trouble, while in reality, he was leaving to consolidate the power needed to protect himself and exact revenge on those who had truly ruined his life and threatened his family. He was alone now. Completely independent. His hidden empire, built in the shadows, was about to become his primary reality. The performance of being Michael Sterling, the teenager, was over. Now, he was Alex Sterling, the Chrono-Capitalist, stepping out of the shadows to build his public-facing empire. He walked towards the downtown bus stop, his destination, the apartment building. It wasn't just an investment property, it was his new home, his fortress, his base of operations. He had left the family drama behind, the arguments, the suspicion, the pain. But he knew the ripples would continue. Marcus wouldn't stop. His parents would worry. Clara would still be on her path towards her future betrayal. He hadn't escaped the consequences of his presence, he had merely changed the battlefield. He reached the bus stop, the city lights twinkling in the distance. He looked back once at the street his house was on, a pang of something akin to regret in his chest. But it was quickly replaced by a steely resolve. He had chosen his path. He was alone, but he was powerful. He had wealth, knowledge, and a burning purpose. He was building his empire outward, from the shadows into the light. His first major step, leaving home, was complete. The next step was establishing himself, publicly, as a force to be reckoned with. He looked at the key in his hand, then at the city skyline. The future was his to shape. He was ready to emerge from the hidden world he'd built and begin operating in the open, building his public persona and preparing for the inevitable confrontations with his enemies. His independent operation was about to begin in earnest. The quiet accumulation was over. The public emergence was nigh. Cliffhanger. Alex arrives at the apartment building, his new home and base of operations. However, upon entering, he discovers something unexpected about the property, the current tenants, who he hadn't directly interacted with during the proxy purchase, or an unforeseen structural issue that presents an immediate challenge or reveals a hidden vulnerability he was not aware of, adding a new layer of complication to his attempts to establish his independent operation and secure his base. Stepping through the front door of the apartment building felt like crossing a threshold, leaving behind the strained, fractured world of his family and entering the domain of his own making. The air inside was cooler, quieter than the emotional storm he left behind. This wasn't just an investment property, it was his fortress, his base of operations, the physical manifestation of the empire he was building outside the shadows. The acquisition process, handled by Mr. Abernathy, had been thorough, but focused on the legal and financial aspects. Alex hadn't directly interacted with the tenants. He knew there were several units occupied. His plan was to live in one of the vacant units, establish his base, and then decide the future of the property and its residents. However, upon entering, Alex immediately sensed something was off. The building wasn't just quiet, it felt deserted. A faint, unpleasant odor hung in the air, something metallic and musty. Dust motes danced in the single beam of sunlight slicing through a grimy window. He moved cautiously through the small lobby, his senses on high alert. This was the unforeseen obstacle from the previous chapter's cliffhanger. Something was wrong with the property, something Abernathy hadn't mentioned or hadn't known. He checked the vacant unit he intended to occupy. It was empty and relatively clean, but the strange odor seemed stronger there. He explored the building, checking the other units. They were all locked. He knocked on the doors, listening. Silence. No sounds of life, no muffled TVs, no footsteps. It was eerily quiet. He found his way to the basement. Not the dusty archive basement he'd broken into earlier, but the building's utility basement. The odor was strongest here. He found the source near a leaking pipe. A rusty, stagnant puddle that seemed to be growing some kind of dark, viscous mold. It looked like a long-neglected plumbing issue, potentially serious and definitely unhealthy. Abernathy hadn't mentioned plumbing problems. Was this a pre-existing condition the previous owner had hidden? Or something that had developed since the purchase? This was a significant issue, potentially requiring expensive repairs, disrupting tenants, if there were any, and immediately complicating his plan to establish a secure, unnoticed base. He needed to assess the scale of the problem and, more importantly, understand why Abernathy's report hadn't mentioned it. Had he been negligent? Or had the previous owner actively concealed it? He contacted Abernathy using his secure line. "Mr. Abernathy, it's Michael's principal. I'm at the property. There seems to be a significant plumbing issue in the basement. A leak, and a rather unpleasant smell. Was this noted during the inspection?" Abernathy sounded surprised. "A plumbing issue? No, that wasn't in the report." The inspector noted some minor wear and tear typical of a building that age, but nothing significant regarding the plumbing. The seller provided a clean bill of health. "Well, there's something here, and it looks like it's been ongoing," Alex said, his frustration mounting. This wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a potential liability and a breach of trust, either by the seller or, less likely, by Abernathy's team. Also, the building feels empty. "Are the tenants still here?" "Empty." Abernathy sounded genuinely confused. "No, the rent roll indicated several occupied units. Their leases were part of the documentation. Something was seriously wrong. The previous owner had provided a fake rent roll, concealed a major building defect, or both. This wasn't a minor complication, it was a significant problem requiring immediate attention and potentially legal recourse against the seller. And it meant his base of operations was compromised from the start. He instructed Abernathy to initiate an immediate investigation into the plumbing issue and the validity of the tenant roll, putting legal pressure on the previous owner. He had the capital to handle repairs, but the disruption and the breach of trust were infuriating. With his base of operations immediately complicated, Alex pivoted. He couldn't fully move in and settle as planned. He needed a temporary solution while Abernathy sorted out the building issues. He found a discreet, extended-stay hotel under another alias, a temporary, secure location from which he could manage his operations without the risk of being discovered in the compromised apartment building or being under his family's gaze. Despite this setback, the urgent need to accelerate his revenge plot intensified. Leaving home, revealing his depth to his family, and confronting Marcus had ignited a fire. Uncovering Robert's ruthless past had added a new layer of danger and purpose. He wasn't just reacting anymore, he was proactively striking. He began intensifying his actions against his primary targets, Marcus, Clara, and Robert. He was no longer just gathering leverage, he was actively using it, or preparing to use it, to dismantle them. For Marcus, Alex focused on the documents from the Innovate Solutions archives. The internal memos outlining the aggressive, potentially unethical strategy regarding Nexus systems. He couldn't expose them publicly yet, it might draw too much attention to Nexus systems, potentially complicating his investment, and it would certainly reveal the questionable means by which he obtained them. But he could use the knowledge gleaned from those documents to sow discord and create problems for Marcus. Alex used his PI, Miller, in a new capacity. He instructed Miller to subtly leak anonymous information about Marcus Sterling's past business dealings to specific individuals Marcus interacted with. Minor business rivals, associates he was trying to impress, or even journalists who covered local business with a slightly sensationalistic bent. The leaks weren't direct accusations, they were questions, hints, whispers. Heard Marcus Sterling was involved in that old Innovate Solutions mess years ago. Something about patent disputes and trying to force a merger didn't sound clean. Or, Funny how Marcus Sterling always talks about sound investments, considering his early backing of that startup that tried to strong-arm Nexus systems. This was a continuous, low-level satisfying action sequence. The cold, calculated use of information as a weapon. Alex dictated the subtle phrasing of the leaks, the timing, the specific targets. He enjoyed the dark humor of using Marcus's own buried history against him, planting seeds of doubt and suspicion in the minds of the people Marcus cared about impressing. The information wasn't enough to ruin Marcus, not yet, but it was enough to make people look at him differently, to question his ethics, to perhaps pull back from deals, subtly undermining his reputation and influence. He could imagine Marcus's frustration, the bewildered attempts to figure out where these whispers were coming from, who knew about Innovate Solutions and why they were suddenly talking about it now. It was a slow burn, designed to make Marcus increasingly paranoid and defensive. For Clara, his approach was more direct, tied to the developer he'd sent her way. He knew Clara, driven by greed and a desperate need for financial independence from her parents, would be tempted by the developer's offer for her land, even if it was below its future value. He let the negotiation proceed, watching from a distance, confirming through Miller's continued surveillance, and his parents' worried comments about Clara's sudden secretive phone calls and meetings, that she was indeed engaging with the developer. Then, Alex subtly intervened in the negotiation process, not by contacting Clara, but by leaking specific, verifiable information to the developer about the imminent start of preliminary government discussions regarding the area's rezoning. This information, delivered anonymously, was strategically timed to align with a point in the negotiation where Clara might be hesitant. The developer, seeing this proof of the area's future potential, information provided by Alex, who knew the future, would immediately become more aggressive in their offer to Clara. They'd sweeten the deal, offer better terms, or set a tight deadline, pushing Clara to make a decision quickly before the rezoning became public knowledge and the price skyrocketed further. This was the core of the clever twist in his revenge against Clara. He wasn't just preventing her from profiting, he was accelerating her move to sell, pushing her towards a deal with the developer that he could later manipulate or expose, or which would solidify her future ties to questionable real estate dealings, providing him with leverage. He was using her greed and his future knowledge to make her an active participant in her own potential downfall, ensuring she couldn't later claim ignorance or coercion. He considered including a suggestive but classy dialogue scene here, perhaps a final, brief, coded conversation with Clara where he hints at knowing more than she realizes about her deals, phrased in a way that makes her uneasy without giving away his source. Or perhaps using Abernathy to insert a complex, legal clause into the purchase agreement for her land, a clause Clara wouldn't understand, that silently benefits Alex or creates a future vulnerability for her, a legal manipulation hidden within the sophisticated language of a property contract. He opted for the latter, a subtle, intellectual form of dominance. He instructed Abernathy, through his proxy identity, to contact the developer's lawyers and insist on a specific, seemingly innocuous clause regarding environmental liability or future development rights, arguing it was standard for the principal's portfolio. This clause, he knew from his future knowledge of environmental regulations and property law, would become a legal nightmare for the eventual owner if certain conditions were met. Conditions he could potentially orchestrate or reveal later, trapping whoever held the land. Robert was the most complex target. The revelation of his past ruthlessness at Innovate Solutions meant Alex needed to go beyond just subtle undermining. He needed to strike at the foundation of Robert's rising career, years before Robert became the powerful figure who would betray him. Alex used the documents from the Innovate Solutions basement. The memos outlining the aggressive strategy, the hint of alternative methods for data acquisition, to craft a new form of attack. He couldn't expose Robert directly without exposing himself. But he could subtly damage Robert's reputation and create obstacles in his early career path. He identified companies Robert was currently consulting for or trying to build relationships with. Using burner phones and various aliases, Alex would call or send anonymous emails to key individuals within those companies, subtly raising questions about Robert Sterling's background. The leaks were carefully worded, designed to plant seeds of doubt. Just a friendly tip to look into Robert Sterling's early history. Heard he was involved with a startup called Innovate Solutions? Had some interesting business practices back then. Might be worth checking out his references thoroughly. Or, regarding Robert Sterling's proposal, just a thought, but maybe double-check his claims about proprietary technology. Heard something about past patent issues he was involved in. This was the intensive phase of his revenge. It was relentless, calculated, and entirely satisfying. He was using his foresight and his resources to systematically dismantle his enemies from the ground up. He wasn't waiting for them to make mistakes, he was creating the conditions for their future failures, using their past actions and character flaws as the blueprints for their present-day problems. The subtle undermining of Marcus's reputation, the acceleration of Clara's potentially ruinous land deal, the planting of seeds of doubt about Robert's ethics and past. These were interconnected elements of a grand strategy. He was creating chaos and vulnerability around them, ensuring that when the time was right, their carefully constructed lives would be ripe for collapse. He was operating from his temporary hotel base, a strange, anonymous world of sterile rooms and hallway carpets, a stark contrast to the complex, high-stakes game he was playing. He managed his investments, monitored his enemies through Miller's reports and careful observation, and planned his next moves. He was building his public-facing empire, not yet in person, but through strategic, unseen maneuvers. Directing Abernathy on further investments, establishing relationships with financial institutions that handled his holding companies, creating the infrastructure for his eventual public emergence as a significant player. The plumbing issue at the apartment building was being investigated by Abernathy, and the lack of legitimate tenants was confirmed. The previous owner had indeed committed fraud. Abernathy was pursuing legal action, but repairs and finding new, legitimate tenants would take time. His planned base of operations was compromised for the foreseeable future. This unforeseen complication was a persistent annoyance, a reminder that even with future knowledge, the present could still present unexpected challenges. Despite the setbacks and the loneliness of his isolated existence, Alex felt a growing sense of power. He was a conductor, orchestrating a symphony of ruin for those who had wronged him, while simultaneously building a future of immense wealth and influence for himself. The dramatic irony of his position fueled him. He was a teenager living a double life, pulling strings that impacted powerful adults, using knowledge they couldn't possibly comprehend. He reviewed Miller's latest report. Marcus was definitely agitated, trying to trace the source of the whispers about Innovate Solutions. Robert had lost a potentially lucrative consulting contract after his references were rechecked following an anonymous tip. Clara was proceeding with the sale of her land, eager to close the deal the developer was now aggressively pushing. Everything was moving according to his new, accelerated plan. The revenge plot was intensifying, moving from subtle manipulation to active sabotage. He was no longer just anticipating their future actions, he was actively shaping their present, ensuring their future downfalls would be swift and devastating. He sat alone in his hotel room, surrounded by the temporary, impersonal decor, feeling a profound sense of solitude. He had wealth accumulating, power growing, and revenge being meticulously delivered. But the cost of leaving his family, of severing those ties, weighed heavily on him. He had chosen his path, a path of solitary dominance and cold retribution. He looked out the window at the city lights, a vast, intricate network of human lives and ambitions. He was a hidden player in that network, pulling threads only he could see. He was building his empire outward, brick by invisible brick, preparing to emerge from the shadows. But the question lingered, how long could he operate like this, unseen, unknown? When would the culmination of his actions force him into the light? When would his enemies realize the true source of their misfortunes? The intensification of his revenge plot was increasing the risk of exposure, accelerating the timetable for a direct confrontation with those he sought to destroy. The stage was being set for a reckoning, a clash between the man who saw the future and the enemies who were only just beginning to feel the consequences of their past and present actions. Cliffhanger: one of Alex's subtle acts of sabotage against Robert Sterling has an unforeseen, significant consequence beyond just costing Robert a contract. What specific, negative ripple effect is triggered by Alex's actions against Robert, and how does this consequence unexpectedly lead Robert to either seek new, potentially dangerous alliances, or become directly involved in a situation that brings him onto Alex's radar in a way Alex hadn't planned, accelerating their potential future confrontation? The anonymous hotel room, despite its comfort, felt increasingly confining. Alex was a man of action, a builder of empires, not a ghost lurking in the shadows. The apartment building, his intended base, remained uninhabitable due to the concealed plumbing disaster, adding a layer of logistical frustration to his complex operations. Abernathy was pursuing legal action against the previous owner, But resolving building issues and finding legitimate tenants would take time. His hidden wealth, now substantial, and his intricate revenge plot were humming along, but he lacked a stable, secure headquarters from which to fully launch his public emergence. The subtle sabotages against Marcus, Clara, and Robert were yielding results. Miller's reports indicated Marcus was increasingly agitated and paranoid about the source of the leaks regarding Innovate Solutions. Clara had finalized the sale of her worthless land to the developer Alex had sent, securing a modest payout now, completely unaware of the future value she'd forfeited and the legal complexities Alex had subtly woven into the deal via Abernathy. Robert, according to Miller's network, had indeed lost a significant consulting contract due to the anonymous questions Alex had raised about his past, fueling a palpable sense of frustration and suspicion in his camp. But this specific act of sabotage against Robert had an unforeseen consequence, the cliffhanger from the previous chapter. Instead of simply causing Robert a temporary setback, it triggered a significant, negative ripple effect. The lost contract wasn't just income, it was a crucial stepping stone in Robert's career progression at this stage. Without it, Robert, desperate to regain momentum and prove himself, took a riskier path. Miller's latest report detailed Robert's response. Facing a sudden cash crunch and a damaged reputation in his current professional circles, Robert had aggressively pursued an opportunity outside of the usual domestic network. He was leveraging distant contacts to secure a new, potentially lucrative deal, but one that required him to travel internationally, to a region Alex knew was unstable and notoriously difficult to navigate politically and financially at this time. The deal involved brokering a large technology transfer, ironically, related to early networking infrastructure, similar to Nexus Systems Field, between a Western company and a powerful, state-backed entity in a volatile Eastern European country. This was the unexpected ripple effect. Alex's attempt to subtly hinder Robert had pushed him towards a high-stakes, international venture that could either make Robert incredibly powerful if successful, or expose him to significant risk. And it immediately complicated Alex's ability to monitor and manipulate Robert from afar. Robert was leaving the country, entering a black box where Alex's usual methods of surveillance and subtle interference would be severely limited. This required a shift in Alex's own strategy. He couldn't just let Robert disappear into an environment he couldn't control. He needed to understand this deal, assess the risk it posed, and potentially find a way to interfere, even on foreign soil. This meant undertaking a high-stakes adventure abroad. Traveling internationally as a teenager with a hidden fortune required a new level of logistical complexity and plausible deniability. He couldn't just buy a plane ticket and fly off. His parents, though strained, would immediately alert authorities if he left the country without their knowledge. He needed an excuse, a way to explain his absence, and a method of travel that obscured his true identity and purpose. He spent days planning, researching visa requirements, currency exchange, international banking, and, crucially, security in the volatile region Robert was heading to. He leveraged his knowledge of future geopolitical events and regional conflicts to understand the risks involved. He directed Abernathy to make arrangements for discreet access to funds internationally, setting up mirror accounts and legal structures that could operate across borders. His excuse for international travel was tied to a school trip. He knew his high school offered a biannual cultural exchange program to a European country, not the one Robert was going to, but close enough geographically to be plausible for a side trip. He applied for the program, navigating the application process and parental permissions with a carefully crafted narrative of wanting to broaden his horizons and experience new cultures, playing the part of the ambitious, slightly unusual student. His parents, perhaps seeing it as a chance for him to escape the recent tension and regain some normalcy, reluctantly agreed, despite their lingering worries. The dramatic irony was acute. They were signing permission for him to go on a school trip, entirely unaware that he was using it as cover for a high-stakes international mission to sabotage their future betrayer. He funded the school trip himself, discreetly transferring money from his hidden accounts to cover the fees, claiming it was from his burgeoning online business profits, which his parents, confused but hopeful, accepted. He even convinced his parents to give him spending money for the trip, adding another layer of plausible legitimacy. The actual school trip was an exercise in maintaining a dual existence on foreign soil. By day, he was Michael Sterling, the slightly reserved but intelligent student, touring museums, practicing rudimentary foreign language phrases, and enduring forced group activities. by night, or during carefully planned solo exploration time, he was Alex Sterling, the Chrono-Capitalist and spy master, using burner phones purchased locally, accessing encrypted communications channels, set up with Miller's help, leveraging contacts from his PI past, and coordinating with international private investigators. Miller had vetted to track Robert's movements and meetings. This was the core of their adventure abroad. It wasn't a physical action sequence in the sense of fighting, but a high-stakes game of cat and mouse across borders. Navigating unfamiliar cities, constantly being aware of his surroundings, making subtle inquiries through intermediaries, avoiding being detected by Robert's security or by any local authorities who might be watching Robert's sensitive dealings. He used his foreign language skills, rusty from decades of disuse but surprisingly resilient, and his knowledge of local customs, gleaned from future travel and research, to blend in. He tracked Robert to a specific city known for its backroom deals and political instability. Robert was operating under a tight schedule, meeting with powerful individuals connected to the state-backed tech entity. Alex needed to get close enough to understand the deal's specifics and find a vulnerability. He used a combination of bribing low-level hotel staff for information, leveraging local contacts provided by Miller, and outright surveillance, positioning himself discreetly near meeting locations Robert frequented. He wore disguises. A different haircut, different clothes, even practicing a slightly different posture, to avoid being recognized by anyone who might have seen him with his family or during his earlier subtle surveillance back home. He managed to overhear fragmented conversations, piece together details from discarded documents, and get reports from his local PI network. The deal was indeed substantial, involving the sale of critical networking technology. If successful, it would provide Robert with a significant financial windfall and, more importantly, establish him as a major player in international tech brokerage, giving him connections and resources that would make him even more formidable in the future. The dramatic irony was palpable. Alex was risking exposure and navigating a dangerous foreign environment to sabotage a deal for Robert, a deal that Robert was only pursuing because Alex's earlier sabotage had cost him a domestic contract. He had inadvertently pushed his enemy into a position of potentially greater power, forcing himself to undertake a perilous international mission to correct his own unintended consequence. He needed to find a way to disrupt the deal. Not just delay it, but poison it. He looked for weaknesses in Robert's approach, in the technology being sold, or in the foreign entity acquiring it. His deep technical knowledge of networking, honed by years of experience and his foresight, was his greatest asset here. He saw flaws in the technology's implementation plan, vulnerabilities in the proposed network architecture that the foreign entity's engineers, stuck in their current understanding, were missing. He decided on a strategic leak, a clever twist that would use Robert's own deal against him. He would anonymously provide key technical information about the technology's vulnerabilities to a competing international entity or perhaps to a specific, influential individual within the foreign government who might be wary of the deal's implications for national security or internal power struggles. This required delicate handling. He drafted a technical report, detailing the vulnerabilities in the proposed network architecture, written in the precise language of the industry and tailored to raise specific concerns he knew would resonate with technical experts and security hawks in that region. He couldn't send it himself. He used a complex chain of intermediaries, anonymous online services, cutouts provided by Miller's international contacts, dropping off physical copies in carefully chosen dead drops, to ensure the report's source was untraceable. This was a high-stakes, satisfying action sequence. The intricate planning and execution of a covert information transfer in a foreign country, designed to undermine a multi-million-dollar deal brokered by his enemy. The tension was immense, the risk of detection ever present. But the potential payoff, derailing Robert's rise on the international stage, was worth it. He orchestrated a brief, suggestive encounter during this international adventure. Not romantic, but professional, hinting at his true capabilities. While attending a small, public tech forum in the foreign city, he saw an older, respected European tech journalist he recognized from his future. He knew this journalist was known for exposing flawed tech deals and asking difficult questions. Alex, using a carefully constructed alias and a brief moment alone with the journalist, subtly slipped him an envelope containing a single, cryptic piece of information, a seemingly minor technical detail related to early networking protocols that, to an expert, would immediately signal potential vulnerabilities and echo the issues from the old Innovate Solutions patent dispute. "Excuse me," Alex said, his voice low, using a practiced accent. "Mr. Du Bois, I admire your work." The journalist, a seasoned man, looked at the young person addressing him with mild surprise. "Yes. This might be unusual," Alex continued, maintaining a discreet, serious demeanor. "But I believe there are certain deals happening in your city right now that warrant deeper investigation. Particularly those involving older networking technology being presented as cutting edge. Sometimes, the flaws in the foundation are only visible if you know exactly where to look. And I suspect you are very good at knowing where to look." He subtly handed over the envelope. "A small detail. Perhaps it is nothing. Or perhaps it is a thread that, if pulled, will reveal much." He held the journalist's gaze, conveying a sense of deep knowledge and purpose that transcended his youthful appearance. "Consider it a matter of ensuring transparency in a world that prefers shadows." This was the suggestive, classy dialogue, implying significant, hidden knowledge and a shared sense of purpose in uncovering hidden truths, all delivered with a detached professionalism that made it intriguing rather than threatening. The journalist, intrigued by the unusual encounter and the cryptic message, took the envelope, his eyes assessing Alex with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Alex didn't wait for a response. He melted back into the crowd, another ghost in the machine. His mission abroad was nearing its end. He had tracked Robert, understood the stakes of his deal, and, he hoped, planted the seeds of its destruction through the strategic leak and the cryptic message to the journalist. He couldn't stay longer, his school trip was ending, and his absence would become harder to explain. He returned with his school group, re-entering the world of bewildered parents and the persistent tension with his family. He had a plausible cover for his time away, but the real story of his international adventure remained hidden. He had successfully navigated the complexities of operating abroad as a miner, managing his hidden wealth, and conducting subtle sabotage. The adventure was high stakes, demanding, and ultimately, exhilarating. He had taken his revenge plot to an international level, fueled by the need to counter Robert's unexpected move and by the sheer scale of the future he was building. He returned to his temporary hotel base, the apartment building still undergoing repairs. He waited anxiously for news. Had his sabotage worked? Had the technical report and the hint to the journalist derailed Robert's deal? Or had he simply pushed Robert into a corner, making him more desperate and potentially more dangerous? Miller's next report would be crucial. It would tell him if his adventure abroad had been a success, or if he had simply escalated his conflict with Robert Sterling, his most cunning adversary, on a global scale. The stakes were higher than ever, and his future empire hinged on the outcome of the battle he had just waged in the shadows of a foreign land. Cliffhanger, Miller's report arrives, detailing the immediate aftermath of Alex's intervention in Robert Sterling's international deal. What specific, significant outcome is reported? Either the deal is collapsing in a dramatic way, revealing Robert's vulnerabilities, or, conversely, Robert has unexpectedly countered Alex's sabotage and the deal is proceeding, potentially making Robert more powerful. And what new information or development about Robert's current activities or alliances does the report reveal that sets the stage for the next major confrontation? Returning from the carefully orchestrated cultural exchange in Europe felt like re-entering a slightly skewed version of reality. Alex was back in the anonymous comfort of his extended stay hotel room, the apartment building still undergoing repairs from the concealed plumbing disaster. The mundane details of teenage life, school, family tension, seemed distant, overshadowed by the memory of navigating foreign streets, subtly tracking his enemy, and executing a high-stakes international sabotage. He waited anxiously for Miller's report on the outcome of his intervention in Robert Sterling's deal in Eastern Europe. Had he successfully derailed Robert's ambitious play? Or had his interference backfired, making Robert more dangerous? The report arrived 2 days later. Alex opened the encrypted file with a sense of dread and anticipation. The tone of Miller's summary immediately told him this wasn't a simple victory. The international deal had been disrupted. The technical report Alex had leaked, detailing the vulnerabilities in the networking technology, had indeed found its way to influential parties within the foreign government. The European tech journalist, prompted by Alex's cryptic tip and his own investigation, had also started asking difficult questions, publishing preliminary articles that hinted at potential flaws in the proposed technology transfer and raising concerns about its long-term viability and security. However, Robert Sterling, facing the collapse of a crucial deal, had not folded. Instead, he had reacted with surprising speed and ruthlessness. According to Miller's sources, Robert had quickly identified the likely source of the leak. Someone with deep technical knowledge and an interest in derailing the deal, someone who understood the specific vulnerabilities of the technology. He didn't know who it was, but he knew it wasn't just a random hack or a disgruntled employee. He suspected a rival, a competitor who understood the technology on a fundamental level. Instead of abandoning the deal entirely, Robert had pivoted again. He had used his charm and connections to spin the narrative, reframing the vulnerabilities as minor issues that could be easily fixed with additional investment and expert oversight. Oversight he, Robert, was uniquely qualified to provide. He had even managed to secure a smaller, modified version of the deal, positioning himself as the indispensable consultant needed to navigate the technical challenges and ensure the project's success. The unexpected consequence, the cliffhanger from the previous chapter, was twofold. First, while the original, larger deal was stalled, Robert had managed to salvage a significant portion of it, demonstrating his remarkable resilience and ability to turn adversity into a new opportunity. He was still gaining a foothold in international tech brokerage and securing significant income, albeit less than originally planned. Second, and far more alarmingly, Miller's report included information about Robert's response to the sabotage. Robert was pouring significant resources into finding the source of the leak. He had hired his own team of investigators, focusing on technical experts, industry rivals, and anyone with potential motive or opportunity. He was described as being paranoid, intensely focused on uncovering who had tried to ruin him, and determined to make them pay. He was leveraging his salvaged funds and his growing network to conduct a sophisticated counter-investigation, operating across borders and employing methods that mirrored Alex's own discreet tactics. This was the core of Chapter 16, The Antagonist Responds. Robert Sterling, fueled by suspicion and the sting of being sabotaged, was now actively hunting the person responsible. He wasn't just a future threat, he was a present, active adversary, using his resources and cunning to track down the unknown entity who had interfered with his plans. Alex had struck, and Robert was striking back, focusing his considerable intellect and resources on finding him. Alex felt a jolt of fear, quickly suppressed by a surge of cold resolve. His actions had forced Robert's hand, accelerating their conflict. Robert was no longer just a target, he was now the hunter, and Alex was the elusive prey. This was a high-stakes game of cat and mouse, played in the shadows of the international tech and finance world. He reviewed Miller's report, noting the details about Robert's investigative team and their methods. They were good. They were looking in the right places. People with technical expertise, anyone who might have had a motive related to Nexus Systems technology, given the focus of the leak. They were tracing digital footprints, inquiring about recent unusual activity in the relevant technical communities, and even asking questions about individuals who had shown early interest in decentralized networking. This was a major challenge. Alex's public identity was still Michael Sterling, a high schooler. His secret identity was a ghost, a series of aliases, shell corporations, and discrete transactions. But every action left a trace, however faint. His inquiries about Innovate Solutions, his investment in Nexus Systems, his technical memos, his communications with Abernathy and Miller, his international travel, all were potential threads Robert's investigators could pull. The satisfying action sequence of this chapter wasn't about Alex striking, but about Alex defending. It was a tense, intellectual battle of evasion and counter-surveillance. Alex had to review all his steps, identify potential vulnerabilities, and strengthen his defenses. He needed to make his ghost identity even more opaque, his movements even more discreet. He instructed Abernathy to increase security around the holding companies and trusts, adding more layers of anonymity and ensuring no information about the ultimate beneficial owner could be legally compelled without significant cause. He directed Miller to shift focus from investigating Robert to monitoring Robert's investigators, feeding them misdirection, and identifying what specific leads they were pursuing. He had to know what Robert's team knew, and what they suspected. He also needed to ensure his cover as Michael Sterling remained completely separate. He had to be more careful than ever about his interactions, his conversations, Anything that could link the mundane teenager to the sophisticated phantom Robert was hunting. The tension was immense. Every email, every phone call, every trip outside his temporary base felt like a potential risk. He imagined Robert's investigators, faceless entities, quietly digging, piecing together fragments of information, getting closer. The dramatic irony was that the man they were hunting, the mastermind operating with future knowledge, was a high school kid living in a hotel room. Robert's response also included a specific, strategic move designed to flush out his opponent or at least gain leverage. According to Miller, Robert, leveraging his salvaged deal and new international connections, had initiated preliminary discussions about acquiring a stake in Nexus Systems. Alex's blood ran cold. Robert, after being sabotaged regarding technology similar to Nexus Systems, was now turning his attention directly to Nexus Systems itself. Was this a coincidence? Or did Robert, through his investigation or perhaps his lingering knowledge from the Innovate Solutions days, suspect that whoever sabotaged him had a connection to Nexus Systems? This move by Robert was a direct threat to Alex's most significant investment. Robert, with his international connections and newfound resources, could become a formidable rival for control of Nexus Systems. And if Robert's investigation led him to suspect that the anonymous investor in Nexus Systems was the same person who sabotaged him, that would expose Alex entirely. This was a major escalation, a terrifying twist. Robert wasn't just trying to find the saboteur, he was potentially targeting Alex's financial Achilles heel, the cornerstone of his future empire. Alex felt the pressure intensify tenfold. He had to protect Nexus Systems, both from Robert's potential acquisition and from Robert's investigation. He instructed Abernathy to quietly increase his holding in Nexus Systems on the open market, consolidating his control and making it harder for Robert to acquire a significant stake without a direct, and likely expensive, tender offer. He also needed to understand the specifics of Robert's interest in Nexus Systems. Was it purely opportunistic? Or did he suspect a deeper connection? Alex decided to use a variant of his suggestive but classy dialogue strategy, not in person, but through his intermediaries, designed to feel out Robert's intentions and perhaps subtly mislead his investigation. He directed Abernathy to reach out to Nexus Systems founders, casually mentioning that his principals were aware of Robert Sterling's inquiries and found them interesting, given Mr. Sterling's past history with Innovate Solutions and his recent international difficulties. The message, delivered through formal legal channels, would be subtle, professional, but filled with implications. It would signal to Nexus Systems founders that their major investor was aware of Robert's past and was watching him. It would also, he hoped, cause Robert to wonder how the anonymous investors in Nexus Systems knew about his past with Innovate Solutions, perhaps leading his investigation down a different path. He also considered staging a controlled, brief interaction with someone connected to Robert's investigation, perhaps feeding them carefully crafted, misleading information disguised as a helpful tip. This would be another intricate, high-stakes action sequence of misdirection and information control. While navigating this escalating conflict with Robert, Alex was still dealing with the fallout from his family confrontation. His parents were worried and distant. Marcus was silent, undoubtedly plotting. Clara was engrossed in the consequences of her land sale. The domestic drama simmered beneath the surface of his global machinations. He found moments of dark humor in the absurdity. Being a teenager explaining a school project while simultaneously coordinating international counter-surveillance against a ruthless adversary. Worrying about a pop quiz while managing multi-million-dollar assets and dodging a PI firm hired by his uncle and another hired by his future betrayer. The strain was immense, but it was also exhilarating. He was playing a game on multiple boards, against multiple opponents, with the highest possible stakes. His success wasn't just about accumulating wealth, it was about survival, about proving that he could overcome the forces that had destroyed him. Robert's direct move on Nexus Systems was a significant escalation. It meant the battle for his future empire was no longer theoretical, it was happening now, years ahead of schedule. He had successfully built a foundation of wealth and influence, but now that foundation was under direct threat from the very man he sought revenge against. Alex looked at the city lights from his hotel window, the vast, indifferent expanse of the world he was trying to conquer. He had struck at his enemies, and now they were responding, pushing back in ways he hadn't fully anticipated. The fight was getting closer, more personal, and infinitely more dangerous. He was ready. He had seen the future, But Robert Sterling was proving to be a wildcard from the past, operating with a cunning Alex had underestimated. The game had just entered a new, terrifying phase. He had to protect his empire, outwit Robert's investigation, and prepare for the inevitable confrontation that was now hurtling towards him. The clock was ticking. Cliffhanger: Robert Sterling's investigation into the source of the leak intensifies, potentially closing in on Alex's network of intermediaries or aliases. Simultaneously, the concealed plumbing issue at the apartment building, his intended base, escalates unexpectedly, causing a public or legally troublesome problem that draws unwanted attention to the property and, potentially, to its mysterious owner, creating a two-pronged threat that forces Alex to make a risky choice to protect either his identity or his assets. The pressure was mounting from multiple directions. Robert Sterling's investigation, fueled by the sabotaged international deal and his interest in Nexus systems, was intensifying. Miller's reports indicated Robert's team was skilled, systematically tracing digital footprints and sniffing around the edges of Alex's network of aliases and intermediaries. The ghost identity Alex had so carefully constructed was under threat. Simultaneously, the compromised apartment building, his intended secure base, was becoming a liability. The concealed plumbing issue, neglected for too long, escalated dramatically. A major pipe burst in the basement, flooding the lower levels and causing significant structural damage. The resulting chaos. Emergency services, frustrated former tenants demanding answers, local news reports about the abandoned, flood-damaged building, drew unwanted public attention to the property and, by extension, to its mysterious new owner, Alex's shell corporation managed by Abernathy. This was the two-pronged threat from the previous chapter's cliffhanger. Robert's investigation was closing in on his identity, while the building disaster was drawing attention to his most significant local asset. He was trapped between exposing his financial power and risking his entire operation. The climax of the family feud erupted amidst this external pressure. The tension within the Sterling family hadn't dissipated after Alex's departure, it had festered. Marcus, wounded and suspicious, was still spreading rumors and subtly undermining Alex's credibility, reinforcing the gambling problem narrative to anyone who would listen. William and Eleanor were caught in the middle, worried about Alex, confused by his secrecy, and strained by Marcus's relentless pressure. Clara, her land deal finalized, was eager to put distance between herself and the recent family unpleasantness, but her new, questionable contacts and activities were becoming more apparent. The final straw came when Marcus, emboldened by the chaos surrounding the apartment building, likely seeing it as proof of Alex's reckless investments or ties to shady dealings, decided to stage a final, decisive confrontation. He saw an opportunity to publicly discredit Alex, force his parents to save him from his supposed problems, and reassert his own authority within the family and business. He arranged a surprise family meeting, inviting not just William, Eleanor, and Clara, but also a few other key family members. Aunts, uncles, cousins, people who held influence within the broader family structure and were aware of Marcus's position as the patriarch. He did it under the guise of a family intervention for Michael's concerning behavior. Alex received a terse message from his father, insisting he come to the family home for an urgent discussion, emphasizing that everyone would be there. Alex knew instantly what it was. Marcus's play. He felt a surge of cold fury. Marcus was trying to corner him, to use the family as a weapon, to force him to reveal something or be publicly shamed. He went, but not as the cornered youth. He went as Alex Sterling, the Chrono-Capitalist, armed with his knowledge, his leverage, and the documents from the Innovate Solutions basement. He had carefully planned for this possibility, preparing specific pieces of information to use as devastating weapons against Marcus and Clara if necessary. This was the core of the satisfying action sequence for this chapter. A strategic verbal assault using devastating, hidden truths. He arrived at his parents' house, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The living room was packed with family members, their faces a mix of concern, curiosity, and veiled judgment. Marcus stood front and center, radiating righteous indignation. William and Eleanor looked apprehensive. Clara was there, trying to look concerned but subtly shifting uncomfortably. "Thank you for coming, Michael," Marcus said, his voice resonating with false sincerity. "We're all here because we care about you. And we're worried." The intervention began. Marcus laid out his case, painting a picture of a troubled youth involved in secret, dangerous activities. The unexplained money, the secretive trips, the P.O. box, the anonymous calls, the culminating proof of the flood-damaged, abandoned building he'd apparently invested in. He didn't explicitly use the word gambling this time, but the implication was clear: reckless, potentially illegal, behavior driven by desperation or misguided ambition. He emphasized how Alex's actions were causing his parents distress and jeopardizing his future. Other family members chimed in, expressing concern, some genuinely, others clearly influenced by Marcus. They asked pointed questions about his money, his activities, the source of his sudden business acumen that seemed to lead to disaster. Alex listened, his face calm, his eyes scanning the room. He saw the web Marcus had woven, the carefully constructed narrative designed to isolate and discredit him. He saw Clara subtly avoiding his gaze, perhaps worried he knew about her land deal. When it was his turn to speak, the room fell silent. He took a deep breath and began, not defensively, but with a quiet, devastating clarity that silenced the room. "I appreciate everyone's concern," Alex said, his voice calm but carrying. "Though I suspect for some, it's less about worry and more about judgment. Or perhaps, deflection." He looked directly at Marcus. Uncle Marcus is very good at deflection. And at painting pictures that aren't entirely accurate. Marcus's face tightened. "Michael, we are here to help you, not to." "You're here to expose me, Uncle Marcus," Alex interrupted, his voice gaining strength, filled with the cold power of his knowledge. "To paint me as a reckless kid involved in shady dealings. Using the fact that I chose to leave a difficult situation here to imply I'm running from something worse. Using the unfortunate incident at the building to portray me as a failure." He paused, letting the accusation hang in the air. "You want to talk about secrets, Uncle Marcus? Let's talk about your secrets." He pulled the carefully selected documents from the Innovate Solutions basement out of his bag. The room collectively gasped. "These," Alex said, holding them up, "are from a company called Innovate Solutions. A small tech startup from years ago. Uncle Marcus provided seed funding. Robert Sterling was a founder." He looked around the room, seeing the confusion on some faces, the dawning recognition and alarm on others who might have vaguely known about Marcus's early investments. He focused on Marcus again. "These documents detail Innovate Solutions' strategy regarding a competitor, Nexus Systems." He spoke the names clearly. Their plan wasn't just about patent protection. It was about leverage. Forcing a merger. Or destroying a rival. He looked at the family members, his voice unwavering. The internal memos, some written or approved by Mr. Robert Sterling, explicitly discuss alternative methods for acquiring data if the legal tactics failed. Methods that sound a lot like corporate espionage. Or worse. He watched the shock spread across the faces in the room. William and Eleanor stared, speechless. Clara looked horrified. Marcus was pale, his eyes wide with fear and rage. Other family members exchanged stunned glances. "This is a lie," Marcus finally sputtered. "Forged documents. His unstable." "Are they forged, Uncle Marcus?" Alex challenged, walking forward, placing the documents on a coffee table where family members could see them. "Or are they just inconvenient truths from your past? Truths about the real kind of risky and unsavory business practices you were involved in? The kind that involved trying to destroy companies and perhaps even engaging in illegal activities?" He was using the core of Marcus's own accusations against him, a brutal example of dramatic irony. He didn't stop there. He turned his gaze to Clara, who was trying to shrink into the background. "And since we're clearing the air, Clara, that plot of worthless land you sold recently, the one Uncle Marcus knew about? Did you know the developer you sold it to only approached you after someone else subtly pointed them towards the property, suggesting imminent rezoning? Did you know that plot of land is worth 10, maybe 20 times what you sold it for, now that the rezoning talks are public?" He was exposing Clara's greed and Marcus's potential passive involvement. Marcus knew she owned the land and its potential, and hadn't warned her, perhaps even encouraged her to sell early to a contact of his or Robert's. He was framing her hasty, self-serving deal as another instance of the family's questionable ethics or blindness, linking it back to Marcus's circle. The clever twist was using his knowledge of her deal and its future value, initiated by him, to expose her in front of the family. Clara gasped, tears welling in her eyes, less from remorse and more from humiliation and shock at being exposed. How do you know that? Like I said, I do my research, Alex said, his voice cold. I look into the details. The transactions. The people involved. The ones who benefit. He looked around the room, making eye contact with various family members. You're worried about my secrets. My activities. Maybe you should be more concerned about the secrets being kept from you. About the way some members of this family operate. He paused, letting the implication sink in. You're worried about a little gambling? Meanwhile, the people accusing me are involved in corporate espionage, questionable land deals, and trying to leverage family relationships for their own gain. The room erupted. Family members were talking over each other, some demanding explanations from Marcus and Clara, others still focused on Alex, confused and overwhelmed. William and Eleanor looked devastated, caught between the son they didn't understand and the brother and daughter whose integrity was now being publicly challenged in front of the whole family. Marcus, cornered and exposed, lashed out, not with words, but with a desperate, physical move. Seeing the documents on the coffee table, seeing his carefully constructed reputation crumbling, he lunged forward, grabbing at the papers, trying to snatch them, to destroy the evidence. This was the peak of the satisfying action sequence within the family drama. It wasn't a fight, but a desperate, revealing struggle over the physical proof of Marcus's linked history with Robert Sterling's unethical early ventures. Alex reacted instantly, pulling the documents away, a brief, tense tug-of-war that escalated the chaos. Other family members intervened, pulling Marcus back, shocked by his desperate action. The scene was one of utter chaos. Shouting, accusations, physical struggling over incriminating papers. In that moment, the family structure shattered. The carefully maintained facade of respectability and loyalty crumbled under the weight of Alex's revelations and Marcus's panicked response. Fortunes weren't lost in the moment, but reputations were destroyed. Trust was annihilated. The comfortable hierarchy, with Marcus at its head, was irrevocably broken. Alex, holding the documents, stepped back from the fray, letting the family members deal with the fallout of Marcus's outburst. He had exposed Marcus's connection to Robert's ruthless past and Clara's opportunistic land deal, all in one devastating blow. He had used his knowledge of their past actions, combined with the leverage he had gathered, to turn the tables completely. The family feud had reached its violent, dramatic climax, orchestrated by him. He looked at his parents, their faces a mixture of horror and dawning, painful understanding. They were seeing a glimpse of the dark underbelly of the family, exposed by their own son. They didn't fully grasp the depths of it, but they saw enough to know their comfortable world was not what it seemed. Alex knew he had pushed them to the brink. He had protected them financially by exposing Marcus's poor business judgment and Robert's ruthless past, but he had wounded them emotionally, shattering their illusions about their family. The cost was immense, but necessary. He had achieved a major objective, dismantling Marcus's power and influence within the family, preventing him from interfering further in Alex's life or the family business, and delivering a significant blow to his pride and reputation. He had also exposed Clara's self-serving nature, creating a rift between her and their parents that he could potentially use later. He looked at the documents in his hand. These weren't just leverage against Marcus, they were proof of Robert's character, his willingness to use unethical means, a confirmation of the threat Robert posed to Nexus systems. The family drama was over, leaving behind wreckage and scattered pieces. Alex had emerged from the shadows and delivered a devastating blow, using his secret knowledge to trigger a public family implosion. He had secured his position, not by being understood or accepted, but by being powerful and dangerous enough to turn the tables on his accusers. He knew this wasn't the end. Marcus would retaliate, perhaps not within the family, but through other means. Robert's investigation was still ongoing, now likely fueled by a new level of determination and a possible link back to the Sterling family. Clara, humiliated, would likely resent him fiercely. But in this moment, standing amidst the stunned silence after the shouting subsided, Alex felt a grim satisfaction. He had faced them all, head-on, and won. He had protected his secret, the time travel, the scale of his wealth, while exposing theirs. The family structure was shattered, but he was free. Free to fully embrace his independent operation, free to focus his resources and intellect on the true fight against Robert Sterling. He looked at his parents one last time. Their faces were a portrait of pain and bewilderment. He had saved them from some future problems, but he had also cost them their peace. The price of changing the past was often paid in the present. He turned and walked out of the living room, leaving the documents on the table, physical proof of the secrets he had just exposed. He didn't look back. The family feud was over. His war against Robert Sterling was just beginning. He had secured his position by destroying the very foundation he had initially wanted to protect, a tragic, necessary paradox. Cliffhanger. Following the family implosion, Alex fully retreats to his temporary base, focusing on securing his assets and preparing for Robert Sterling's escalating counter-investigation, which is now likely closing in due to the chaos surrounding the Sterling family name and the newly exposed link to Innovate Solutions. What specific information or development does Robert's investigative team uncover about Alex's activities or proxies that brings them perilously close to exposing his true identity or the source of his wealth, forcing Alex to take an immediate, high-risk action to protect himself and his empire? The air in the aftermath of the family implosion was thick with silence and the lingering echoes of shouted accusations. Alex had left the house, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the physical evidence of Marcus's tangled history with Robert Sterling's ruthless early ventures. He had successfully exposed the hypocrisy and hidden machinations within his family, shattering Marcus's authority and publicly shaming Clara for her opportunistic land deal. He had won the immediate battle, securing his position by demonstrating his formidable knowledge and willingness to wield it. He retreated to his temporary hotel base, the anonymous comfort of the room a welcome reprieve from the emotional battlefield of his former home. The apartment building remained uninhabitable, a frustrating reminder of unforeseen complications, but his focus had shifted. The family feud had climaxed, leaving his path clearer, albeit more solitary. The consequences of his actions rippled outward immediately. The family was in turmoil. Marcus, humiliated and exposed, faced the skepticism and quiet judgment of the relatives who had witnessed his outburst and the incriminating documents. His influence within the family business evaporated. William, though deeply wounded by the confrontation, was visibly shaken by the revelations about his brother and daughter, forced to confront uncomfortable truths about the people he had trusted. The documents Alex left behind served as irrefutable evidence, too complex and specific to be easily dismissed. Clara, her greedy land deal exposed for its true, undervalued nature and her opportunistic nature revealed, faced the disapproval of her parents and the quiet scorn of other family members. The superficial relationships she had cultivated, based on presenting a dependent image, were strained. The wealth she gained from the quick sale felt tainted, acquired at the cost of familial respect and exposed for its calculated nature. The fall of his betrayers, the architects of his future ruin, was beginning. It wasn't a sudden, clean break, but a process of unraveling, initiated by Alex. Marcus was marginalized, his reputation damaged, his authority within the family dismantled. Clara was exposed, her actions revealed as self-serving and ethically questionable. Their comfortable positions were destabilized, their relationships strained. But the satisfaction of this was complex. While there was a cold sense of justice served, watching his family fragment, seeing the pain on his parents' faces, knowing he was the one who had instigated it, this added a layer of profound sadness. He had sought revenge, but the cost was higher than he had anticipated. He had destroyed not just their power over him, but the illusion of a stable, respectable family. The theme of dramatic irony persisted. He had come back to save his future, and in doing so, he had shattered his past. His primary focus now shifted entirely to Robert Sterling. Robert's investigation into the source of the leak was intensifying, and the chaos surrounding the Sterling family name following the public implosion at their intervention had, predictably, drawn Robert's team's attention. They were aware of the family drama, and the mention of Innovate Solutions and Nexus Systems during the heated argument likely piqued their interest further. Miller's reports became more urgent. Robert's investigators were connecting dots, following threads that led dangerously close to Alex's network. They were asking questions about unusual financial activity in the region, specifically focusing on early tech investments. They were looking into PO boxes rented under aliases, discrete property acquisitions, and individuals who had shown an unusual interest in Nexus Systems or decentralized networking around the time of the sabotaged international deal. This was the perilous situation from the previous chapter's cliffhanger. Robert's team was getting too close to exposing Alex's identity, his timeline, and the source of his wealth. They were focusing on the very elements that constituted his hidden empire. One specific development in Miller's report sent a chill down Alex's spine. Roberts' investigators had identified a pattern of small, early investments in obscure tech stocks, mirroring Alex's initial quantum leap move. While they hadn't traced it back to Alex's specific transaction via legacy securities, they had flagged the strategy as highly unusual for the time, suggesting uncanny foresight or access to illegal insider information. More alarming, they were now looking into who might have been advising such an investor, potentially leading them towards Mr. Abernathy or the discrete bank account. They had also connected the dots between the apartment building's mysterious owner, Alex's shell corporation, and an unusual pattern of cash deposits into a specific local bank account. His hidden account. The scale of the cash, the irregularity of the deposits, and the link to the shell corporation acquiring local real estate screamed money laundering or hidden wealth to experienced investigators. They hadn't definitively linked it to Michael Sterling, the teenager, but they were getting perilously close to unraveling his financial trail. Alex had to act. He was on the verge of being exposed, not as a time traveler, but as a financial criminal. A reality almost as dangerous to his plans. He couldn't afford to let Roberts' team uncover his full financial network, which would lead them straight to his methods, his unique knowledge, and eventually, perhaps, the unbelievable truth. He needed a satisfying action sequence, a move to protect himself and his empire from immediate exposure. It wasn't a physical fight, but a high-stakes financial and informational maneuver, designed to create chaos, misdirection, and sever the links Roberts' team was finding. His knowledge of future financial regulations and the vulnerabilities of early digital systems was his weapon. He knew that in a few years, new, stringent anti-money laundering laws would make the kind of discrete cash deposits he had been using much harder to trace if they happened now. But he could use the threat of future scrutiny, combined with the existing, less sophisticated regulations, to create a diversion. He instructed Abernathy, through encrypted channels, to initiate a series of complex, high-volume transactions. He would deliberately trigger red flags in the current system, but in a way that pointed investigators towards a plausible, but false, narrative. Using funds from his hidden accounts and Nexus Systems gains, he directed Abernathy to make large, fragmented electronic transfers to various offshore accounts, using a convoluted network of intermediary banks. These transfers were designed to look like a sophisticated money laundering operation, exactly the kind of activity Roberts' team was likely looking for. This was a risky move. It would definitely attract attention from financial regulators in the present. But Alex knew, from his future perspective, that the regulatory systems of this era were less integrated, less sophisticated at tracing complex international transfers than they would become. He was betting that the sheer volume and complexity of the deliberately messy transactions would overwhelm and misdirect Roberts' team and any regulatory bodies that took notice now, sending them down a path that was ultimately dead ends for his true network. He also instructed Abernathy to quietly dissolve the shell corporation that owned the apartment building, transferring the asset into a newly created, even more complex trust structure located in a jurisdiction with extremely strict privacy laws, jurisdictions he knew from his future dealings. This would sever the most obvious link Roberts' team had found to his local assets. Simultaneously, Alex initiated a counter-surveillance operation using Miller, focusing intensely on identifying the key members of Roberts' investigative team. He needed to know who they were, what their methods were, and what specific information they had already gathered. This would allow him to tailor his misdirection more effectively and anticipate their next moves. The dramatic irony was sharp. Alex was deliberately making himself look like a more conventional financial criminal, a money launderer, to avoid being exposed as a time-traveling financial oracle, which would be even more unbelievable and harder to explain. He was using his vast future knowledge of financial systems and regulations to play a dangerous game of misdirection in the present. He also leveraged the chaos from the family feud. Miller reported that Marcus was indeed being questioned by Roberts' team, likely because of the mention of Innovate Solutions and Roberts' name during the family confrontation. Marcus, defensive and humiliated, was providing disjointed, perhaps even slightly incriminating, information about his past dealings and the Sterling family's internal conflicts, trying to shift suspicion away from himself. This was a bonus. Marcus was inadvertently creating more noise and confusion for Roberts' investigation. Clara, too, was likely a potential lead for Roberts' team, given her connection to the Sterling family and her recent, sudden, profitable land deal facilitated by a developer who might have loose ties to Robert's network. Alex didn't need to do anything. Clara's own actions and association with the family drama were already creating more threads for Robert's team to follow, further confusing the picture. The consequence of the family drama was the complete unraveling of their lives, their reputations damaged, their relationships strained, and, for Marcus and Clara, the dawning realization that their comfortable world was not secure. They were now facing the fallout of their own actions, and their association with Alex's public exposure of their secrets made them unintended targets or sources of information for Robert's escalating investigation. Their fall wasn't just financial, it was social and familial, a satisfying conclusion to that thread of the story. Alex watched the process unfold from his temporary base. He saw news reports about the flood-damaged apartment building, linking it to a mysterious offshore owner. He received updates from Abernathy about the complex financial transfers triggering alerts. He got reports from Miller about Robert's team focusing their attention on the deliberately complicated money trails and the dissolving Shell Corporation, momentarily distracted from the crucial links to his identity. The high-risk action of initiating the complex financial transfers was working. Robert's team, while highly suspicious, was now focused on tracing the deliberately convoluted path of money, a process that would take significant time and resources and ultimately lead to dead ends Alex had engineered using his future knowledge of international finance. He had successfully evaded immediate exposure. But the cost was creating a public profile, albeit a very negative and mysterious one, as someone involved in questionable financial activities. His name, or rather, the names associated with his proxies and transfers, was now likely flagged in early regulatory systems. The sense of profound isolation intensified. He was a ghost in the machine, manipulating systems and people from a distance, unable to truly connect with anyone in this timeline. His family was fractured, his enemies were hunting him, and his very identity was a carefully constructed series of lies and misdirections. He had ensured the fall of his betrayers, Marcus and Clara, by exposing their hidden truths and disrupting their power within the family. He had survived Robert's initial counter-investigation through calculated misdirection. But the battle was far from over. Robert Sterling was a formidable opponent, driven by a cunning and ruthlessness Alex now understood ran deep. He had bought himself time, but he knew Robert wouldn't stop. His vast wealth was now more secure, spread across multiple complex structures. His base of operations, while temporarily disrupted, was being legally protected and set up for future use. He had consolidated his power, but in doing so, he had revealed just enough to make himself a target for a determined adversary who was closing in. The confrontation with Robert was inevitable. Alex had laid the groundwork for Robert's eventual downfall years ago, but Robert's reaction to being sabotaged had accelerated the timetable. The next phase would be direct, a clash between two men who, in different ways, had both seen the future and were willing to use ruthless means to shape it to their will. The events of this chapter, the family implosion and the intensified counter-investigation, had cleared the board, leaving only Alex and Robert as the primary players. The stage was set for the final conflict, a battle for control of the future that would determine the fate of both their empires. Cliffhanger. Despite the misdirection, Robert Sterling's investigative team, perhaps leveraging a newly discovered connection through the chaos of the Sterling family drama or a lucky break, uncovers a specific, undeniable piece of evidence that directly links Alex Sterling, Michael Sterling, the teenager, to one of his secret operations or proxies. This evidence is concrete enough to bypass mere suspicion and force Robert to recognize the terrifying reality of who is truly opposing him, leading to a direct, personal confrontation between Robert and Alex that Alex cannot evade. The sterile air of the hotel room felt charged, buzzing with a tension that had nothing to do with the humming of the miniature refrigerator. Alex sat hunched over his laptop, the screen casting a pale glow on his face. Miller's latest report pulsed on the screen, the words stark and undeniable. Robert Sterling's investigative team had found it. The link. The concrete evidence that bypassed suspicion and pointed directly to Michael Sterling, the teenager. It wasn't one single smoking gun, but a constellation of undeniable facts pieced together from the chaos surrounding the Sterling family fallout and Robert's focused financial hunt. They had connected the unusual cash deposits at the local bank, Alex's hidden account, to specific timestamps that correlated with Michael Sterling's known whereabouts during school hours or extracurricular activities, his fake online business errands. They had found records linking the P.O. box used for early transactions and communications to an address frequently visited by Michael Sterling, the library near his family home, where he'd rented the box. Most damningly, perhaps leveraging a contact within the local property registry or exploiting a vulnerability exposed by the apartment building disaster's public fallout, they had found a faint, early breadcrumb. A temporary filing, a preliminary inquiry made under a less secure alias during the very initial stages of scouting the apartment building property, a mistake Abernathy's later, more secure structures hadn't fully erased. That alias, linked to a clumsy data entry error or a simple cross-reference, had led them to a name sometimes used by teenagers for online profiles or registration forms. Michael Sterling. The threads, disparate and seemingly insignificant on their own, wove together into an undeniable pattern for experienced investigators: secret money, hidden communication channels, property acquisitions, and a connection back to a specific, unusual teenager whose family had just experienced a very public, very strange implosion involving names like Innovate Solutions and Nexus Systems. Robert's team hadn't uncovered the time travel. They hadn't found the depths of Alex's financial empire spread across international trusts. But they had found enough to know that Michael Sterling, the kid whose family was in turmoil, was the mysterious entity who had sabotaged Robert's international deal and was linked to significant, hidden wealth and complex transactions. The report ended with Miller's stark assessment: Robert Sterling knew. He wasn't just suspicious, he had enough evidence to confirm Michael Sterling was his adversary. And Robert was making arrangements to meet him. Not through legal channels, not through intermediaries. Directly. Privately. Robert wanted to understand, to confront, and likely, to eliminate the threat. Alex felt a chilling calm settle over him. This was the confrontation he had both anticipated and dreaded. Robert, the man who had ruined his future, was here, in the past, forced into an early reckoning by Alex's actions. The battle was no longer in the shadows, it was face to face. He didn't run. He didn't hide. He made arrangements to meet Robert. He chose the location carefully, a neutral, public place, but one where he could control the environment as much as possible. A quiet, almost deserted park just before dusk. He went alone. This was his fight. The air in the park was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant traffic. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows. Alex sat on a park bench, dressed simply, looking like any teenager waiting for someone. But inside, the mind of a seasoned strategist was whirring, preparing. Robert arrived precisely on time. He walked with purpose, dressed in a sharp suit that seemed out of place in the park. He spotted Alex, his eyes narrowing as he approached. The charming facade was gone, replaced by a hard, focused intensity. He stopped a few feet away, assessing the teenager on the bench. Alex met his gaze, revealing nothing. Michael Sterling? Robert's voice was low, clipped. Robert Sterling, Alex replied, acknowledging him with a slight nod. Robert stared at him, a mixture of disbelief and grudging respect on his face. It's you. You're the one interfering with my deals. The one digging into my past. The one with the hidden money. The one behind all of it. He gestured vaguely, encompassing the chaos Alex had created. You interfered with my future, Robert, Alex said, his voice calm, carrying the weight of decades of pain. You took everything. My company. My life. This is just balancing the books. Robert's eyes widened slightly. Future? What are you talking about? And took everything? We've never met before. What is this? He was clearly confused by Alex's references to a shared past they hadn't lived. This was the ultimate dramatic irony. Alex knew their entire shared history of partnership and betrayal. Robert only knew the present, where this mysterious teenager was dismantling his life. We haven't met yet, Alex clarified, a faint, grim smile touching his lips. In the future I came from, you were my partner. In Sterling Solutions. We built something great. And then you betrayed me. You stole it all. Left me with nothing. Robert stared, stunned. Time travel? You're claiming to be from the future? He scoffed, but there was a tremor in his voice. The accusation, the sheer impossibility of it, shook him. It doesn't matter if you believe me, Alex said. What matters is that I know you, Robert. I know what you did. I know about Innovate Solutions, your plan against Nexus Systems, your alternative methods. I know about your network, your weaknesses, your ambitions. I know the future. This was the satisfying action sequence of the chapter. A direct verbal and psychological battle. Alex wasn't fighting with fists, he was fighting with information, with the devastating power of his knowledge, weaponizing Robert's own past and future against him. So, what do you want? Robert demanded, recovering his composure, the ruthlessness returning to his eyes. Money? Control? Is this some kind of elaborate blackmail? I already have more money than you can imagine, Alex said, gesturing to his simple clothes. I want justice, Robert. And I want to ensure you never get the chance to do to anyone else what you did to me. He paused, letting the full weight of his intent land. Your investigation led you here. Now it ends. The leaks about your past, the complications in your deals, that was just the beginning. I have the documents from Innovate Solutions. I have proof of your plans, your methods. I have information on every shady deal you've done since, every corner you've cut. Robert's face was pale. You can't prove anything. Those are old documents. My team is good. You're just a kid. Your team is good, but they don't know what they're looking for, Alex countered. They're looking for a criminal. They found a ghost. And now the ghost is showing you his face. He held Robert's gaze. I can release those documents. I can provide specific information about your current operations that would trigger investigations you couldn't evade. I can connect you to people and activities that would destroy your reputation and land you in prison. Your ambition, your network, everything you're building. I can make it crumble overnight. He wasn't bluffing. He had the proof, the resources, and the knowledge to do it. He had spent months preparing for this moment, gathering leverage, anticipating Robert's every move. Robert stared at him, reading the absolute certainty in his eyes. He saw the cold resolve, the depth of knowledge that this was no ordinary teenager. The sheer impossibility of the situation warred with the undeniable evidence Robert's team had found and the precise, devastating information Alex was laying bare. You can't. Robert stammered, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. I can, Alex stated. And I will. Unless what? Robert demanded, a flicker of desperate hope in his eyes. Unless you disappear, Alex said. You liquidate your assets. You sever all ties with your current operations and network. You sign a comprehensive non-compete agreement covering every industry I specify, including tech, finance, and real estate, globally. You leave the country, and you never contact anyone from your current life, professionally or personally, ever again. Including my family. He delivered the terms with the cold precision of a businessman closing a deal for Robert's entire future. Robert looked aghast. Disappear? Leave everything? That's insane. Is it? Alex challenged. Or is it the only way to avoid ruin? Prison. I know what you've done, Robert. Not just to me, but in your attempts to get ahead. Those documents, the details I possess, they are your life's work, your ambition, your freedom, held in my hand. This is your only out. You walk away now, quietly, and you keep your freedom, if nothing else. You fight me, and you lose everything. He waited. The tension was unbearable. Robert Sterling, the man who had destroyed him, was standing before him, stripped bare, facing a consequence he couldn't comprehend, delivered by the person he had wronged. It was the culmination of his revenge plot, brutal and absolute. Robert's shoulders slumped. He was beaten. Not by a larger company or a market crash, but by a ghost from the future armed with knowledge. He saw the trap Alex had laid, the leverage he held, the inescapable truth of his exposure. I'll need proof, Robert said, his voice hoarse. That you have what you say you have. Mr. Abernathy will be in touch, Alex said, mentioning his lawyer's alias. He represents my interests. He has copies of the key documents. He will arrange the legal framework for your retirement. If you cooperate fully, your departure will be quiet. If not, the information will be made public. He stood up from the bench. You have 24 hours to agree. Your team will be monitored. Any attempt to resist, to retaliate, to contact anyone, will trigger the release. Robert stared at him, defeated. He had faced a threat he couldn't comprehend or fight against. The suggestive but classy dialogue. It was the entire conversation, conducted with the detached professionalism of a high-stakes negotiation, hinting at impossible knowledge and unseen power, a sophisticated exchange of terms between two adversaries on a battlefield only one of them fully understood. This was the end for Robert. His empire, built on charm and ruthlessness, was collapsing, not in the future, but now, years before it ever reached its peak, thanks to Alex's intervention. He would disappear, his ambitions thwarted, his power neutralized, living the rest of his life knowing he was defeated by a teenager from the future. With Robert neutralized, the immediate threat gone, Alex turned his attention fully to consolidating his empire. The apartment building was still an issue, but Abernathy was handling the legal action and repairs. Alex focused on integrating his various ventures. He streamlined his holding structures, bringing his various assets. The Nexus Systems stake, the apartment building, once habitable, the international investments, the liquid capital, under a more unified, albeit still discreet, corporate umbrella. He began building a public-facing structure. He couldn't operate solely through proxies forever. He needed a legitimate presence, a face for his empire. He knew, from his future life, the importance of having a trusted team. He brought Mr. Abernathy into a more formal, permanent role, establishing him as the public head of a new investment firm. Abernathy, discretion assured and compensation generous, was willing. Alex remained the unseen principal, the strategic mind, but Abernathy provided the legal front and professional credibility. He also considered who else he could bring into his structure. Miller, his PI, had proven loyal and effective. Perhaps a security and intelligence role? What about family members? His parents were too damaged by the recent events, too tied to the past. Clara was too unreliable. But what about Aunt Carol, the kind, marginalized aunt? Could she offer a different kind of support, perhaps managing a charitable foundation he planned to establish later? He also considered Isabella Rossi. He knew her future trajectory, her sharp mind. Could she be an ally, a partner in his public ventures? He decided to approach her, cautiously, not by revealing his secret, but by presenting himself as an exceptionally talented, well-funded young investor with a unique vision, seeking equally talented partners. He arranged a meeting with Isabella through professional channels, presenting himself as Michael Sterling's advisor, a new alias, slightly older, professional. This would be his chance for the suggested dialogue with Isabella, hinting at his foresight and unconventional methods, inviting her into his world on a professional level. The meeting was set. Robert Sterling was neutralized, his revenge delivered. Marcus and Clara were defeated, their family positions shattered. His empire was consolidating, moving from hidden accumulation to public operation. The path ahead was clear, his power immense. He had rewritten his past, secured his future, and destroyed those who had wronged him. But as he finalized the arrangements for the meeting with Isabella and awaited confirmation of Robert's compliance, a new thought crept in. He had focused entirely on revenge and riches. He had achieved them. But what came next? The future he was building was vast and undefined. What would he do with infinite wealth and a lifetime ahead of him, completely alone in his knowledge? The finalization of his empire brought not just triumph, but a sense of emptiness. The fight was over. The goals were met. But the life he had reclaimed felt strangely hollow. He had secured his position at the top, but the view from the summit was solitary. He had consolidated his power, integrated his ventures, and eliminated his direct threats. He was at the pinnacle of his self-made world. But as he looked out at the future he had so fiercely fought for, a new question arose, one that held the potential for a different kind of adventure, or a different kind of challenge. What was missing? And what would he pursue now that the purpose of revenge and survival was fulfilled? Cliffhanger. As Alex solidifies the final structures of his empire and prepares to step further into the public eye, a subtle, unforeseen consequence of his time travel or his drastic alterations to the timeline manifests. Not a threat, but a strange anomaly or discovery related to the fabric of reality itself, or perhaps a cryptic message or object that appears, hinting that his actions have not gone unnoticed by forces beyond human comprehension, leaving him with a profound mystery and the realization that his journey is far from over. The air in the newly renovated penthouse of the apartment building felt clean, sharp, a stark contrast to the dusty basement where he'd uncovered Robert Sterling's secrets or the sterile anonymity of the hotel. The plumbing disaster had been resolved, the previous owner sued and forced into a punitive settlement by Abernathy. The building was repaired, revitalized, a gleaming, modern structure in a neighborhood on the cusp of its future boom. Alex had moved into the penthouse unit, a vast, luxurious space with panoramic views of the city he had left broken and returned to conquer. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the glittering expanse. Below, the world hummed with a future he had meticulously crafted. Robert Sterling was gone, vanished from the financial world after signing the comprehensive agreement dictated by Abernathy, his ambitions crushed years before they could peak. Marcus Sterling's reputation was in tatters, his influence within the family business non-existent, a cautionary tale of old money arrogance exposed. Clara, her land deal finalized but her family relationships fractured and her opportunism laid bare, was struggling to find her footing, her modest gain paling in comparison to the future wealth she had missed and the trust she had lost. His betrayers had fallen, their ruin orchestrated by his hand. His empire was consolidated. The Nexus Systems investment had, predictably, soared, turning his initial multi-million-dollar gamble into a colossal fortune. The apartment building, his revitalized base, was appreciating rapidly, and he had initiated plans to acquire more properties in the area through his various holding companies. His wealth was now measured in the high hundreds of millions, on the cusp of billions, spread across diverse assets and managed through complex, secure legal structures orchestrated by Mr. Abernathy, who now publicly headed Alex's burgeoning investment firm, Sterling Equities, a name chosen with a touch of dark humor, a reclamation of the name that had once been stolen from him. He was no longer just a ghost in the machine. Sterling Equities was becoming a known entity in the investment world. Aggressive, insightful, with a knack for spotting undervalued opportunities years before anyone else. The face of the company was Abernathy, the wise, discreet older lawyer, but the strategic brain, the uncanny foresight, was entirely Alex's, the unseen principal operating from the penthouse. He had built a structure around him. Abernathy handled the legal and public relations aspects. Miller, discreetly compensated and loyal, managed security and sensitive information gathering, building a small, trusted team of former law enforcement and intelligence contacts. Alex was the conductor, directing the orchestra from the shadows, but the music was now playing out in the open, its power undeniable. He was preparing for his public emergence. Not as Michael Sterling, the suddenly wealthy teenager. That identity was too compromised, too linked to the family drama and Robert's investigation. Michael Sterling, the quiet son, had effectively ceased to exist. He would emerge as Alexander Sterling, a plausible new identity, perhaps a relative or protege of the mysterious principles behind Sterling Equities, a young man with an uncanny talent for finance. He had the resources, the legal framework, and the carefully constructed backstory to make it believable. He had even taken tentative steps towards building different kinds of relationships. He had reached out to Isabella Rossi. Their meeting, orchestrated through Abernathy, was a masterclass in revealing just enough to intrigue without exposing the impossible truth. Alex, still presenting himself as their advisor or representative for the mysterious principles, spoke with a blend of youthful energy and seasoned wisdom, outlining investment strategies and market insights that were years ahead of the curve. The suggestive but classy dialogue centered on their shared ability to see patterns others missed, hinting at a deeper understanding of market dynamics and future trends. Ms. Rossi, Alex, as the advisor, had said, his voice confident, meeting her sharp gaze. My principals are always looking for individuals who possess not just analytical skill, but true vision. The ability to see not just the numbers on the page, but the forces shaping the future. They recognized that quality in your work. He paused, allowing a small, knowing smile. Some might call it intuition. Others, something more. It's about understanding the invisible currents, isn't it? The way technology, society, and economics converge. And recognizing opportunity where others see only chaos. He had mirrored her language from their past interaction, inviting her to see him as a kindred spirit, someone who operated on her level, hinting at the extraordinary source of his insight without ever mentioning time travel. Isabella, intrigued by the offer of a senior position at Sterling Equities, the resources available, and the undeniable brilliance of the principal's strategic thinking, which she clearly sensed was coming from the young man across the table, not the quiet lawyer beside him, was seriously considering the offer. She represented the potential for a different kind of relationship. A professional partnership built on mutual respect and a shared vision, devoid of the betrayal and manipulation that had defined his past. He had consolidated his power, integrated his ventures, and achieved his revenge. The world he looked out upon was a canvas for new opportunities. He could reshape industries, influence economies, pursue ventures that benefited society, or simply accumulate more wealth and power. The possibilities were endless. But beneath the satisfaction, a subtle disquiet lingered. The climax of the family drama had left emotional scars. The cost of revenge had been personal. He had secured his solitude at the top, but it was still solitude. And then, the final, unexpected complication, the cliffhanger from the previous chapter, manifested. It wasn't a threat, but something far stranger. He was in his penthouse office, reviewing market data, the city lights spread out below like a circuit board. He felt a faint, almost imperceptible shift in the air, a vibration that wasn't a tremor or a building settling. It was internal, a subtle hum within his own being. He glanced down at his desk. Lying on the polished surface, where it hadn't been a moment before, was a small object. It looked like a smooth, grey stone, unremarkable except for the faint, pulsating light emanating from within. He picked it up. It was cool to the touch. The light intensified slightly in his hand. It wasn't technology he recognized from his future or this present. It felt alien. As he held it, the light pulsed brighter, and a single, clear image formed in his mind, projected somehow directly into his consciousness. A fleeting glimpse of something vast, intricate, and impossibly complex. Patterns shifting, timelines branching, echoes of energy. And then, a single, abstract symbol, one he didn't understand, superimposed over the image. The stone went dark, becoming just a simple, grey rock in his hand. The humming stopped. He sat there, heart hammering, staring at the inert object. What was that? A hallucination? A consequence of the stress? But the stone was real. It hadn't been there before. And the image, the symbol, felt like a message, a communication from something beyond his comprehension. His time travel hadn't just been a random anomaly. His drastic alterations to the timeline, his mastery of the future, had not gone unnoticed. The powerful forces he had manipulated, time, causality, destiny, had, perhaps, taken note. The profound mystery was immediate. Was this a warning? A greeting? A challenge? Had he stepped onto a larger stage, a cosmic game he hadn't even known existed? He had consolidated his power, achieved his revenge, and built an empire. He stood at the pinnacle of his world, ready for a new future. But the appearance of the stone, the cryptic message, revealed a terrifying and exhilarating truth. His journey was far from over. His actions had implications that stretched beyond the limits of his current understanding. The vengeance was complete. The riches were immense. The drama had subsided, leaving behind a quiet, powerful solitude. The adventure had led him here. But the appearance of the stone hinted at a new kind of adventure, one that transcended the human world he had just conquered. He held the stone, feeling its weight in his hand. The city lights outside seemed less significant now. His empire, his fortune, his past life's pain, they were just pieces on a much larger board. He had come back in time to fix his life, to get revenge. He had done that. But the universe, it seemed, had just presented him with a new purpose, a new mystery, a new challenge that lay beyond the boundaries of time and space itself. He looked at the stone, then back at the city skyline. His new future was indeed beginning. But it was not the future he had planned. It was something far grander, far more dangerous, and utterly unknown. He was no longer just a chrono-capitalist, he was something else entirely, stepping onto a path hinted at by a strange object and a message from the unseen. The story of Alex Sterling, master of time and fortune, was entering a new, cosmic chapter. The end, for now. The story concludes by showing the vast, uncharted territory of the future he has created, ready for new adventures, challenges, and perhaps finding a different kind of happiness or purpose, but with the added, significant twist of encountering something hinting at the larger, cosmic implications of his time travel, leaving the reader with a sense of wonder and the possibility of future exploration beyond just his human conflict.